Hello, welcome everybody. You may hear my voice is a little bit broken, it's a little bit raspy, it's a little bit sad. I think that speaks for every Eagles fan after whatever we saw last night. Thank you for tuning in, guys. We are here for day three, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the NFL draft. It is a trio you're familiar with by now. Myself, Liam Jenkins, Nick Farrier, Eric Reese. We're going to be taking you through all of the chaos that's bound to ensue, and of course recap the days before as well. Big shout out to everyone that's in the chat so far. It's bright and early for NFL draft season. It's 12 o'clock, which is unheard of. We've got Connie, who wouldn't miss this for the world. She's back in here again. Kay got vids, Richard Smith, Geordie, Darth is here as well, Jim Burtz, all the boys, all the noise. That's what we like to see. Eric, I mentioned your outfit looking particularly smart today before we started this stream. Do you mind giving us the reason? Because it made my day. Do you mind giving us the reason behind your outfit choice? How can we forget? And Nick is already on the water. He's staying hydrated. He knows he's going to replace the tears he lost last night. Told me, host of Birds in Focus, that you can see we've slapped the sticker on. We're getting him the promotion he deserves. That he went to bed a little more positive. Have you woke up a little more positive, or are you still that same way? All right, so we've hit our first audio problem of the day. So we're back on. It's all right. We'll get there. I mean, hey, somehow we had day 2 go without a single hitch. It was unbelievable. So keep us posted. You guys are obviously our life and soul here. So if the audio has gone down, we need to be aware of it. It worked yesterday. I've got an idea why it might be. Hang on, I know why it is. 2 seconds. So I messed around with the audio because I couldn't hear Nick before. So if I do this, and then I do this, and then I do that. Wait. Here, wait for it. I'll fix it. I know what it is now. I've got to pull a million different plugs around. Wait. We might have to do the whole intro again, because no one's going to understand Eric's outfit now. Hold on. Right. Give me 2 seconds. Because my audio is going to go now. I promise you I will fix this in about 3 seconds as soon as this program loads that I need to open and it isn't sassing me around. Right.
We got to do for Trent Williams.
There we go. Right, we're back. So, I need Eric. Could you explain your outfit for the millionth time today? And hopefully they'll hear it this time.
Hold on. I want to make sure everybody can hear. So, write something down if you can hear anything down. Just put a letter in. Put a letter in for Nick. Put a letter for Liam. Anybody?
Trent
Oh, no. Oh, wait, maybe. No, Connie said good. Okay.
Trent Williams has been traded to the 49ers.
Oh, wow.
All right, so the audio is working now. So basically, as Liam was saying, my outfit, the Joel Embiid jersey right here. Joel Embiid, as we all know, his nickname is Dual 180, and we're waiting for the Eagles to do the same thing.
Iconic. Right, now, I've got a theory really quickly. So the way this stream's going to work, first of all, thank you for coming on. Ricky Amendeo's in the chat, one of our writers. We know he's going to be on a little bit later today. Just to give his thoughts on the draft. Now, one of the things I want to touch on is a theory about this pick, and I've come up with it late last night. I'm going to write an article about it very soon. I love how everyone responds to letters now. This is the best thing we've ever discovered. We just get people to type letters in the chat.
We got it. We got it. We got them in there.
But I think so that I was thinking last night that if I'm Howie Roseman, I'm trying to justify this pick. And we're not talking about on-field stuff. We're just talking purely as someone that can be traded and dealt later. All right, everyone's saying best case scenario he plays, worst case scenario he doesn't, like whatever. Get that fully. However, is it plausible that in the current landscape of the NFL, where COVID-19 has ripped this season away, there may not be a college football season. We don't know yet how this is all going to pan out. Okay, we don't know how next year's quarterbacks are going to be affected. Is it not a very forward-thinking move? And I know this is, again, clutching at straws, so I'm not saying this is it. But to go and get one of the best quarterbacks available, like a top 5-6 quarterback, and then go, well, we know there might not be quarterbacks next year. We know the quarterbacks could be significantly worse next year. Let's stash this guy and deal him for a first or whoever later.
But here's where the conversation comes back up of, did you have to take him in the second round? Because Ian Rappaport today reported that the only two teams that were really in talks with Jalen Hurts before the draft and the main pro days were the Ravens and the Patriots, and neither of them were interested in taking Jalen Hurts in the second round. If they were going to, it would be a third-round pick. So are we really sure that Jalen Hurts was the best player available in the second round? And I don't care who you are, you can't sell me on that fact. With all those players, with all those offensive linemen out there, he was not the best available player. And for them to say, well, a team would have taken him in the third round, we've already been reported, that's not true.
I don't think that, but I think, and also the foresight in that the season is going to change drastically from here, where it's been expanded now. It's a 17, 18 game season, the playoffs move. Surely the window for a quarterback injury moves. Maybe the value of a backup quarterback is going to move with that. I don't know. I don't think the Eagles have drafted Hurts with the pure intention of 2 quarterback sets. I think that is a bunch of BS. I don't buy it. Total bluff. Yeah, I don't agree with it. I think Howie Roseman's press conference says everything we need to know about that. But I do think there could be some weight to saying, hey, we know how this landscape's moving. Howie's foresights have been, realistic in the past. He understands trends and that sort of thing. Wouldn't surprise me if something like that was the case. But again, I made a video earlier today that went up on the channel at around 9 a.m. I filmed that at 7 in the morning, so I've had a few hours to kind of sleep and try and think of some more points. The Bengals' first pick is in.
Akeem Davis-Gaither, yep.
Oh, seriously?
Yep.
Oh, damn it.
We've got, I just want to interrupt you, Liam, because we've got 2 pieces of NFL news that have been confirmed. Akeem Davis-Gaither is now on his way to Cincinnati, and Trent Williams is heading to the 49ers in a trade, it looks like, for 2 mid-round picks. A 5th-round pick this year and a 3rd-round pick next year is what's being reported from Adam Schefter.
Wow. I'm a bit gutted about this ADG pick. I would have rather him than Davion Taylor, but that's my personal preference. They're 2 similar linebackers. It's difficult. I feel like Taylor is a lot rawer. That he hasn't had anywhere near as much experience. But I watched a little bit of tape on him last night while falling asleep. It's a very non-linebackery role. It's a very move him around, see what happens. You want him over tight ends and slot receivers. That's where he's going to make his pay dirt. ADG is your traditional, I think, outside linebacker that can go side to side. So I think being able to go up and down, essentially, for the simplistic term, is where we're going there. But Brooklyn and Teron, who's left a really nice message earlier, thank you, says, you're wrong, Sean Payton. Blue defense is up with a gadget QB. We could be next. I love it. I don't love spending a 2nd-round pick on it. And if they were going to try it, I think they could have done it with Greg Ward Jr. They could have done it with another arm. You don't have to go that heavy on the investment. That's what it comes down to. And that's what's tripped people out. I don't think anyone would complain about these 2 quarterback sets or whatever if they had the guy in the 5th round and it was just some converted quarterback to receiver or running back. Then I know that guy's not there this year, but it's a tricky landscape. You can't really go into that and say, I want this guy to do it or that guy to do it. Geordie Fighters Discord on this stream. Potentially, if my MacBook doesn't die, that's the main X factor here. I promise, if I could get the Discord onto a Skype call, I would. It's taken us long enough to get the audio sorted for this. And my MacBook dies, and I just kind of have to look at the chat on my phone. So, the format for this show, guys, just as a heads up as well. Obviously, the Eagles are making, 3, 4, 5 picks today in the space of what feels like 20 minutes. So, as soon as the Eagles make a pick, I'll be darting to the side, writing an article, dropping the article in the chat for you to read. And obviously, Nick and Eric will be guiding you through the rest of this afternoon's action. So I'll still be around. I'll still be in the call. There's Mel Kiper giving me that weird owl look again. And it's terrible.
Did we announce Trent Williams traded to the 49ers?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
For a fifth and the next year a third. I will say this. Because we kind of briefly mentioned this last night as well, how the Eagles' schedule is going to be much tougher this year than it was last year. Look, the AFC North has had a very good draft this year. They've had a very good draft. The Ravens have drafted extremely well. The Bengals have drafted well. And I would even argue the Browns and the Steelers have gotten better with their picks as we get news that the Lions have traded out with the Raiders at pick 109. But it goes back to my original point. If you're the Eagles, you're looking for a second-round pick to improve your roster immediately. You don't look for an investment in the second round. You look for investments in the fourth and fifth round. The first 3 picks are guys that can help you right away. They can solve an issue. They can plug in a hole. They can stop a need and make it into a strength. If you're going to sit there and say that the biggest need for the Eagles was backup quarterback, that's all well and good. If you're one of the people that thinks that, that's all well and good. But you ignore the fact that they need a slot receiver. You ignore the fact that they could get help along the offensive line if, say, Amalu struggles, if there's a struggle with Andre Dillard, or if Jason Kelce goes down with an injury. Sure. Brandon Brooks has been hurt the last 2 seasons because of season-ending surgeries. You're looking at it from that perspective and saying, okay, why not take a guard? Why not take a center? Why not take somebody else that could have been a much better need and filled the need instead of taking Jalen Hurts in the second round as opposed to waiting for him to drop to the third round?
Yeah, I think this will be debated until the cows come home, and I'd say quite fortunate in that I'm not in Philly, so I don't have the flurry of radio bashing that I guarantee is going to be happening right now. I dread to think what is going on WIP or the Fanatic. It must be. And I know, obviously, there are people at PSA.
I've decided not to listen.
I can bear it. I think if we can be some sort of voice of reason, I uploaded the video this morning. If you guys have seen that, brilliant. If not, don't worry about it. It was very early in the morning, and as we were last night. And do you know what? So the stream went up last night, so it gets uploaded as a video people can watch back, right? And someone commented they found a clip 2 hours and 29 minutes in, so they watched back that far and said, oh boy, they didn't see it coming. And the notification that we were referring to in that moment was, oh, the Eagles are taking a cornerback. And I thought he said cornerback. And I was like, a good job it's a cornerback. Yeah, at least, I know Nate Sudfeld's bad, and everyone laughs. And then we're like, oh, no, wait, it's an actual quarterback. Oh. So there's a little bit of stream memory for you as well.
Just going off the points, the Redskins drafted... Who was it? Sadiq Charles, the offensive tackle. So just after trading Trent Williams, they go after an offensive tackle again. And I said it again. The Redskins have gotten better. The Giants have gotten better. I think the only discussion would be have the Cowboys gotten better, but they got a great value pick in the third round with that defensive tackle and What was it? Gallimore?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was a good value pick, even though I think they whiffed that corner in the second round. But everyone in the division's gotten better. Everyone in the division has either solidified a strength or gotten better because of their draft picks. And to be honest, I can't say the Eagles have gotten better.
I think you just have to weigh up the mortgaging of this pick now. If the Eagles can come out of this draft and they hit home runs on these remaining selections and they come away with, some very impactful players, which I don't think they did with that linebacker yesterday, Davion Taylor. He wasn't a guy that I watched tape on and was blown away by. Nice speed, but very... Oh, God, my green screen's having a nightmare already. you can't afford that. That's already a project player. We were saying yesterday, guys, like literally yesterday, about how rounds 1 and 2 are going to be impact players. Round 3, you're expecting some sort of defensive presence. Round 4 is your development guy. Roseman said it's a very raw skill set. It's a guy that was late to play in the position. There's some speed there. He's a very fast player, but it's not going to come overnight. It's going to take time. That's not what you want in round 3 when there, again, even more players are on the board. It's a very bizarre draft, this.
And I'll say this: if they were to go, and I tweeted this out about an hour before the draft started for day 3, if they came out here today and traded the 2 comp picks, the last 2 picks in the 4th round, if they traded up for, let's say, Golden as a receiver or another receiver and kept their other 4th round pick, their own 4th round pick, I would feel a lot better about this draft because we knew they needed to double dip at receiver. The one position they needed more than anything was wide receiver. They needed speed. They needed athleticism at that position. If they double dip here, trade up for one, I would feel a lot better about Jalen Hurts than I would if they just take a typical offensive lineman or defensive lineman here.
Yeah, I mean, they're running out of luxury time, which was very much the theme for last season, I feel. In that those opportunities to actually redeem stuff and to make something of it are slowly being squandered. Like the pick yesterday, the linebacker, ADG was on the board. I thought that was a brilliant fit. We've interviewed him. We've had him on podcasts. He's a great guy. I would have loved it. I'm happy for him to go to the Bengals. I guess it's a nice fit as well. But to come away with a much rawer talent, to me, at least represents what the Eagles believe their linebacker position to be, which is developmental. They don't really value it that much. I mean, I know Jordan Hicks was a 3rd round pick, but Jordan Hicks was a 3rd round pick because of injury. He was a great player. Like, he slipped down boards because of injury. This is a guy that's a 3rd round pick because he doesn't have that upside to be a 2nd or 1st one. Like, the floor is so low. The ceiling's high, but the floor is a lot lower, which to me, especially with that pick, I don't think you can afford.
But in all honesty, you look at a guy like Taylor and drafting him in the 3rd round, and again, we talked about this last night, but if you're talking about him as an athletic linebacker who can cover like a safety, I think that's a perfect fit in this system because, there's still cap space here. If you sign Nigel Bradham back for $2 million or a veteran minimum contract and say, hey, we want you back here for 1 year, teach these guys, that linebacking core looks a hell of a lot better than just Nate Jerry, and other people. Like, that linebacking core looks a lot better. And I've said before, this defense is not that bad. On paper, you look at everything top to bottom, this looks like a pretty above average defense that can do enough to get you to the postseason right now.
I still think the Eagles have a postseason team.
100%.
I think that they would have a deep postseason team if you rearrange the order of the positions you take. So the one I'm going to harp on for the rest of this draft is, instead of taking Hurts in the 2nd, you take James Morgan in the 5th or 6th.
Yeah,
that makes the most sense to me. And you take Hennessy to replace Kelsey, since Kelsey said he wanted to retire for the past 2 years, basically. And you already take a wide receiver. Either way, 2nd or 3rd, you can flip that. But the quarterback thing kind of throws a lot of things off. Now, here's the other thing. We were talking about wide receivers earlier in our Slack chat. We have Alshon, Djax, Rager, J-Jaw. We still have Greg Ward. So I'm almost convincing myself at this point where, like, one more wide receiver is fine, but is one more wide receiver still necessary if it's not in the first 3 rounds?
And here, I'll answer that. And I do want to bring up one more piece to this, if I will, just directly after. But that question of, is one more receiver worth it? Absolutely. Because when Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun Jackson did not finish the season as starters and they were hurt, you absolutely need another, because you don't want to have – look, Greg Ward, great player. We love him to death. Do you want him starting out of the slot for 16 games? No. You want
I'm not sure I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I'm still I know it's a lot of faith to have in one guy, but at the same time, he hasn't shown me any reason as to why he wouldn't be a good slot receiver, but he hasn't shown me that extra that he's going to be a great slot wide receiver either. So, that's kind of more on that.
It's a difficult situation, and like you said, they really don't have anywhere else to go outside of maybe offensive line now because you drafted a quarterback in the second round. And going back to your point about the team being contenders, you look at where they are right now, and I kept saying it last night. This team is good enough to win a Super Bowl with the talent they have right now. The question is, was taking a quarterback in the second round better for them to compete for a championship now than a center or a corner or another wide receiver? No one can tell me that was a better move than drafting a receiver or a corner or an offensive lineman. It just doesn't.
That's why I agree with you.
And I think that for me is where Howie's press conference comes in, where he's we want to surround Carson Wentz with as many good options as we can. That's not a backup quarterback, and it's not. And it's like I said in the stream last night, even if it isn't direct competition, which I don't believe it is, the fact that Carson Wentz already has to walk past a statue of Nick Foles every day. You now have the autonomous sources. You've got all this other stuff going on, and now he's literally got to work with Jalen Hurts. Like, again, I don't care if you've got the most loyal girlfriend in the world. If you go to lunch with a supermodel, she's going to get suspicious. It's bizarre in every sense of the word. And I think the more we ponder it, the more circling we're just going to do, because nothing's going to make sense. Like, until 3-4 years down the line where there's a clear plan. I said in the video, I hope I'm wrong. I hope in 2 years' time he has 500 rushing yards and 300 passing yards and 10 touchdowns. I would love it. But even then, a second-round pick, I don't think that's good enough. And then,
no, not at all.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like I don't understand. Like, you don't buy a gimmick player in the second round. But what I am doing, guys, you notice I'm kind of looking away from the screen here, is I will be posting an article as we speak. Brian Cameron, our writer, has just posted an article edited by myself saying, essentially, the Eagles don't have a quarterback controversy. Does the pick make sense? Answer's obviously not. But what we will do is post it in there so you can read his thoughts, get some extra insight. As always, I'll be writing a lot today just because, we've tried to rotate this round a fair bit. And, we've got round 4 well underway. So I will try and get you guys, everything I write, I will put in this live chat as well. So give me 2 seconds and I will drop the Brian article in. I'll pin it to the top so you guys can read it as well.
I'll sit there and say this because as of right now, the way the 4th round pick's going, we're flying right now. Carolina's on the clock. The Chargers just selected a running back, Josh Kelly. I got to tell you, if this board falls the way it's going and receivers are still not picked, if the Eagles take one here at 21, if they take Golden or even, someone else, I'd feel a lot better. I would feel a hell of a lot better than if them just drafting a quarterback and waiting until the 5th round to draft a wide receiver.
So let's dive into those wide receivers real quick. We have it looks like the best wide receiver available actually is Golden. Then you got KJ Hill, Colin Johnson, Joe Reed, and you got Lipscomb out of Vanderbilt. Those are the top 5 on the board right now. Now, Peoples-Jones is still there. You got Courtney Davis. You got Proche, Gabriel Davis, Tyler Johnson, Isaiah Coulter, your guy. He's still there. Like, there are receivers there. The thing is, we've been saying to ourselves, all right, this is where the Eagles have to take a wide receiver since the 1st round, and they've somehow just avoided that. What is the probability that on Howie's board or on Howie's desk right now, he's saying wide receiver, 1st pick, 4th round?
I think, honestly, if you were to tell me yesterday, 3 days ago before the draft started, that they were going to go wide receiver 1st round, get the best available player the 2nd round, they go, best available 3rd round, best team fit 3rd round, and then 4th round they're going to take another receiver, and that's going to be the system, I would be okay with that. The problem is their best available player was a quarterback in round 2. That's the only issue here, because they're saying that the best available player with the 53rd overall pick in the draft was Jalen Hurts, even though, as we were talking about it yesterday, top corners are on the board. The Dallas Cowboys, we all agree, did not pick well in that 2nd round with Diggs. We thought it was a bad pick. We thought it was going to be a waste because it wasn't going to be a good player. And then all of a sudden, the Eagles came back and said, okay, we can get the better corner or we can get the offensive line help. Instead, they just completely circumvent that. They say, we're going to take the quarterback. It just nothing about that best available response makes sense to me.
No, there's a lot of it that doesn't. It worries me. I mean, again, I think my biggest fear of this draft was a disconnect between the front office and coaching staff. And if this is them all together, fair enough. If they're all bought into it, I haven't got any reason to question it. Like, if you've got every piece of this 9-man offensive coordinator squad, Doug Peterson and Howie Roseman and Andy White are all going, let's take Jalen Hurts unanimously, fair enough. I won't question it, but I find it very hard to believe at least one of them hasn't gone, are you sure you don't want this guy? Are you sure you don't want that guy? Are you sure you don't want to take a wide receiver here? Are you sure you don't want to move back and pick up a center here? I find that bit difficult to believe.
And Liam, I'll say this, just going based off this. We said before the draft that this is Howie Roseman's most important draft of his career. Yep. And because he's drafted Jalen Hurts, he has put this draft on, he's put his career on the line. If this draft doesn't go well, even if Jalen Reagor shows up and produces a 1,000-yard season and goes to the Pro Bowl, if they don't get to the postseason next year or within the next 2 years and continue to compete for a championship, I think that's grounds to fire Howie Roseman more so than Doug Peterson. Because Doug Peterson has shown he can make below-average players better and into a playoff team. Howie Roseman has not done and held up his end of the bargain here. He had a very poor draft last season, extremely poor, specifically in the mid-round picks. Sharif Miller and Clayton Thorson are just afterthoughts right now. And then you look at this draft and you sit there and say, okay, this is his most important. He's got to nail 3/4 of this draft. Okay, so let's say Reagor goes well. Let's say this Taylor kid, he's an average to below average player, fine. If Jalen Hurts doesn't produce or they ship him off for a value less than what he was drafted for, this is grounds for Howie Roseman's removal.
I think as well the issue with that really quickly is the fact that that kind of move, no matter how you look at it, you don't draft a quarterback in the second round with the intent of a short-term plan. All right, that's not how it works. So at the end of the day, if it's a 5-year plan and he gets taken out in year 1, you then get a new exec with a quarterback in year 2. Do you know, it's so tricky to navigate. Like, if he's been ballsy enough to take a quarterback that early, it's so hard, because then you've kind of got to go, all right, well, let's see what he's going to do with it first. Let's see where we can go. I don't know, man. We're 13 picks away from the Eagles' next selection. Is there an area that you guys would want to see the team reinforcing? Is it just wide receiver? I think, personally, wide receiver's 2 more picks away. They'll do it at pick 146.
If wide receiver's 2 picks away and we can kind of bolster up the offensive line to protect Wentz, or I guess Hurts even now. Keith Ismail, he's a center from San Diego State. He has a little bit of experience playing guard as well. I kind of like that anytime you're looking at an offensive lineman, somebody who is versatile. So I'm not against it, but he's not the best center available. We got a center from Wisconsin who's probably he's ranked 3rd best center in the draft. Yeah. So not the worst to take him either.
Just going over some of the draft picks that have happened. Carolina took the corner from Notre Dame, Troy Pride, and Leaky Fotu, the defensive tackle from Utah, just went to Arizona. And the Browns pick is in right now, which means the Jaguars are on the clock.
Just a shout, guys, as well. We honestly thought that you are unbelievable. We thought day 1 would be the biggest show, right? Day 2 would drop down a bit because, the rounds drop importance. And day 3, we thought there'd be 10 of us here all having a shout. The fact there's 240 of you at 12 p.m. on a Saturday after that abomination yesterday in the draft is unreal. We've got 33 likes. If we can push to 50, we'll start off small. All right, we get to 50 likes. That's a quarter of you hitting that like button. Let's rally the troops again, and we'll see how far we can. We set a record yesterday with over 500. We're a long way off. I don't think we'll do it today, but we can baby step it. I think we can hit 50. That would be a great start. If you're new to Philly Sports Network, hitting that subscribe button not only notifies you, of course, when we go live for these streams and stuff moving forward, but we do upload daily. We've got a bunch of Eagles podcasts, as you can see on the screen. We're going to work on some Flyers stuff when it comes to podcasts as well, as I'm sure Eric will tell you. We've got a lot cooking up, and of course, phillysportsnetwork.com, your place to get all... Look, you've done it already. You've done it already. 50 likes, just like, you are the best fan base on this entire planet. Unbelievable. We're almost at 60. I cannot ever thank you guys enough. Unreal. Back to drafting stuff. Jags on the clock. I'm stunned Jake Fromm still... Well, not stunned he's still there. We know he's a mid-round pick, but...
I love him.
I like Jake Fromm.
Seriously, I got to be honest with you. What I saw him do to Nick Saban's defense in the SEC title game and in the national title game, I fell in love with him right then and there. I thought if he had continued on that trend, he would have been the first quarterback taken in this draft. The problem was the last couple of years he fell so flat with that roster, and his SEC title game this past year was not good. Which is why I think he fell. But this guy, to me, screams, okay, he doesn't have the best arm, but you put him in the right system and he could flourish. He's a good leader. He's got intangibles and all this other stuff. He screams Tom Brady to me. I get it. Tom didn't have the arm strength coming out of college. He didn't have a great pro day. He didn't have a great pro day or a great combine. People forget about that. People were talking about him not having the arm strength. But he had the intangibles, and he played at a big program and won at a big program. This just screams Brady again.
I agree, if I'm honest. I think, for me, Jake Fromm, I think we can be biased because of how QB1 looks and stuff, and I know it's back in high school, but even through his career at Georgia, you see a player that can lead. And if you talk about the Patriots, it's hard because whoever the Patriots pick, they could pick a punter and we're like, oh, here we go, Patriots breaking the league, they've done it again, because they've got that reputation, because they can develop talent, something the Eagles realistically haven't proven they can do yet at any level, right? Apart from the offensive line, massive credit to Jeff Stoutland, the guy's a wizard. Outside of that, you can make valid arguments they haven't developed anything in the last 4 years. Even Carson Wentz, as soon as DeFilippo went, it was Wentz v. the world. Press Taylor now needs a supporting cast of 11 people to help him do his job. So it's not the biggest vote of confidence in him.
But honestly, though, the coaching staff isn't so much an attack on Wentz. I think, honestly, when you look at what Wentz was and how we got there, people forget, an ACL injury, it doesn't take 9 months and then you're good as new. When Brady tore his ACL, it took him a full 2 years to get back to 100%. He did not have a good 2009 season, Tom Brady did. No. So people that sat there and expected the 2018 season to be the same old Carson Wentz were kidding themselves. They should not have expected that.
No,
you saw a much more improved Carson, specifically down the stretch this past year, where it looked like 2017 Carson. So to me, it wasn't the coaching staff. It was the fact that, dude, he tore an ACL. This takes time.
But if we go back to 2018 as well, I remember doing a film room on this and saying, like, the Tale of Two Carsons, I think it was called, where what I noticed very, very early on in the season when he played, he came back week 3, didn't he, against the Colts, was that he wasn't loading that front leg. So what he was doing as a result, essentially, so if you think of a quarterback, you drive from the hips upwards, right? So you're rotating your whole body around. Wentz was having to overcompensate because he can't put weight down on that front leg as much. Maybe it's because it hadn't healed properly. Maybe it was hesitation. If I tore an ACL and I'm playing football again, I'd be nervous if I hadn't played all training camp. You're dropped into competitive games where teams will try and sniff out any weakness. So what he's doing is overcompensating, and he's throwing himself into these balls, and you can see him just really overexerted, and the back is just like flipping constantly, and that's why all the balls are being overthrown. That's why there were so many that randomly hit the ground, and there was no touch, and people were getting worried. And then he obviously gets a back injury, which, in my opinion, again, I'm no doctor, I'm no medical professional, but if I'm seeing someone not putting weight on their leg and overexerting on 40 throws a game, I can see a correlation between where you might get a back injury as when you're getting hit as well, and when you've got a torn ACL. So it didn't help matters. And I think 2019 we saw him healthier, we saw him more confident. I'd like to think 2020 we see it again, but it's no comment on Press Taylor. He just hasn't. We've not seen anything in Carson Wentz's game that has been added. I mean, put it this way. Okay, so a quarterback coach's job is to coach a quarterback, right? It sounds scary, I know. If you've got a quarterback that coming out of college was known for being aggressive and fumbling, and I don't want to knock Carson Wentz for this, but the amount of times where he gets hit, he'll go to the ground, and as he's going to the ground, he launches the ball out in an attempt to find anyone, someone, somewhere to keep that play alive. It worked wonders for him. It also almost cost the Eagles a playoff berth if the Giants had a pick 6 in week 16. Right, there are so many occasions it almost bit him in the ass. And that has only got progressively worse, and it's not being coached up. That's a quarterback coach's job. That's not a flaw. That's not part of it. He doesn't have like a fumble button on his arm that gets pressed every time he has a ball in his hands. That's coachable. And that hasn't been coached. So it's like, on development, like Wentz has come on leaps and bounds. But I think that he went off and sought off-season help in 2019. He got someone else to do it. He was like, I'll do it. I can't remember the name of the agency now, but I ended up reaching out to them. They didn't get back to me. But he went out and got a private quarterback coach in the off-season. If Press Taylor was any good, you wouldn't have to do that. So,
but that's uncommon, though. Tom Brady goes to a different one. Dak Prescott goes to someone. Drew Brees goes to a certain one. Them searching private coaching isn't, to me, an indictment on Press Taylor. Now, I'll sit there and say this. I don't think Press Taylor could have been the passing game coordinator. But I do like what they did in adding a lot of different people to offensive positions and passing positions to give Doug Peterson a chance to be more creative. This offense was dull last season. It was slow. And you can chalk that up to the players. You can also chalk that up to the coach. So adding another receiver here adds more speed, and then with more coaches, there's going to be a lot of more fresh ideas coming into the fold, because it's not just, this guy was brought up from the assistant quarterback position, and then he was brought up from the quarterback. Now he's the offensive coordinator. There's guys coming from different organizations, and people forget Scangarello, when he had Drew Lock playing, he utilized his skill set getting out of the pocket. Carson Wentz is the best quarterback last season getting out of the pocket per Pro Football Focus. He had the best QBR rating. So to me, this is a perfect situation for Carson Wentz, outside of them drafting a quarterback in the second round, getting another receiver and saying, okay, get outside the pocket, do what you do best.
100%. And just really quickly as well, before we lose it, there's a $10 donation from Paul Zeckman. Paul, thank you. Again, that blows our mind that you are willing to donate to us. It's very, very kind of you. He says, I genuinely apologise for the bad info last night. Obviously referencing the Miles Sanders Instagram story. Don't need to apologise, mate. I mean, look, you were trying to help us. You were trying to give us content to talk about. You're an Eagles fan. The world is stressed, and you saw a player stressed about it. Nothing to... Hey, we've done... Hey, we're journalists. We get this all the time, all right? Like, the amount of time stuff we put out, and then it comes back. Like, that's part of the job. I just don't know how he saves face it. He and Doug acting so self-congratulatory and was condescending and frankly inappropriate. Bingo. I think Nick was very triggered by that press conference last night, to say the least, when we were reading those quotes. It wasn't
it was bad.
A fun vibe. And reading it today, I think I sent you guys the transcripts over this morning. It is weird. It's obviously harder to gauge tone by text, but the tone on the video was very... We're better, we know what we're doing, trust it. And I think what Nick's saying is 100% right, and they haven't yet earned that right to be so... We can't be all fully bought in just because they won a Super Bowl 2 years ago on what was a very miracle run. The reason that game goes down in history is because it was a miracle run. It wasn't like this team was a dynasty and it's gone out and become, the dynasty breakers against the Patriots. It's not like Seattle when they won their Super Bowl a few years ago and then went back to it and then were one play short of doing it again. It was a very different spot. And
that's why I'll partially disagree with you there, just partially. Because, yes, it was a miracle run because there was a backup quarterback, but I keep saying this. The 2017 team was loaded with talent.
Yeah.
That was a loaded roster. You had your slot corner being your best corner, but at the same time, that was the best we've seen Jalen Mills and Ronald Darby play as a unit. Malcolm Jenkins had a great year. The defensive line was fantastic because Chris Long added something to that defensive line that we didn't see before, an experienced edge rusher who could consistently get to the quarterback along with a rookie. And then you had an offensive line that was the best in football and had a backup left tackle. All he had to do was be average and that team was still going to put up 30 points per game.
It's more that in the way the roster was built, though, a lot of it was free agents and stuff that are coming on preview. It was like obviously LeGarrette Blount, Patrick Robinson. I mean, like you can kind of go on down that list, but it was more that like over time they hadn't like the Seahawks team were built when they went back to that Super Bowls. If they'd have won, it was like that's 5 years. That's a 5-year dynasty. The Eagles didn't have that to begin with. I mean, it was like there's the makings of it. There's the makings of they're on 3 back-to-back playoffs now. Like there is the makings of a really competitive team for the foreseeable future. But I would need the word dynasty to go, hey, how he's taking a quarterback in the second? I'm with it. Could you imagine if the Seahawks did that to Russell Wilson?
I tweeted that out today. I sat there and said, after his interception in the end zone in that Super Bowl against New England, everyone in that roster was going after Russell Wilson. Yeah. And people were arguing every week about Russell Wilson not being a good quarterback. And what did Seattle do? They shipped off every single player that was in that conversation. Richard Sherman, gone. Earl Thomas, gone. Cam Chancellor, gone. All of the players that had a problem with him were gone. And they said, we're going to circle this team around our quarterback. This is our guy. This is our franchise. And the Eagles come out here and say, yes, our quarterback has had to deal with a backup winning the Super Bowl, and we didn't really give him a lot of help last season. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to throw fuel to the fire. We're going to draft the quarterback in the second round. That's insane. Yeah.
And as we get ready for the pick, guys, thank you for joining us. Almost 300 of you in the stream now. We're 1 like away from 100. Let's tip it over the scales. Let's push towards 2, all right? This is our task. This is what we do now. I tell you, if we somehow get past 500 today, I will cry again, like genuinely, because we've had a long weekend. I've worked out, we had 6 hours yesterday, we had 5 hours the day before, we're like going to have 5, this is like 20 hours in 3 days we've been sat here in this stream, alright? We're giving everything we can to you guys, you're giving it all straight back to us, and this is what makes PSN so special, in my opinion, in comparison to every other outlet, is we've got this. Like, no other outlet has this. And we're very, very thankful for you being here. On another note, my brother's just sent me a picture and he's got a pair of pine green Air Jordan 1s, which I really wanted because they're Eagles colours, and I didn't get them, and now he's got them, so I'm very upset. But you guys tipping that over to 113 likes, that's incredible. Again, we move over 300 people in the stream. We know the pick is on the horizon. We're 3 away. James Pro still on the board. I can see it being a Meek Robertson. I really could. I know the Eagles have met him like several times. I wouldn't fully get it. I could see them doing it though.
I'll just an update. A lot of tight ends going in this fourth round. We had Harrison Bryant from Florida Atlantic going to Cleveland. Albert Ongonawan, I'm going to not even try to pronounce it. The tight end from Missouri goes to Denver. Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons just drafted Michael Walker, the linebacker from Fresno State. The Jets are on the clock at the 14th pick of the fourth round. We're getting closer to that pick, but it's got to look good if you want the Eagles drafting a receiver here, because all of them are falling right for their spot.
Do you know what? Right now, I would go Courtney Davis. That's my biggest draft. Like, I think outside of Duvernay, him and Duvernay, I mean, I've just got a thing for A&M skill players. I had Travion Williams last year. I was besotted with. Outside of him, I don't mind Antonio Gandy-Golden. I think that's a project though. To me, AGG is a project. And I said to Thomas, I mean, Thomas loves the guy. I watched him at the Senior Bowl and all the clips on Twitter about the practices and how good and explosive he is. And wow, who is this guy? He's at Liberty. He's killing everyone. Brilliant. Went into the actual game with such a, I guess, an inflated sense of, not ego, but wanting to shine and steal the spotlight and be the guy. Where every catch he was like spinning in the air and like doing like dunks and putting his hands under his, not literally, but you know what I mean? Like really trying to make the effort to make catches look spectacular. And it hurt him, in my opinion. Like, I want someone just to catch the ball and run. I don't care how it looks, you know?
I get it. But at the same time, you look at from a historical standpoint of receivers coming from FCS schools, there's some pedigree to that. John Stallworth was a big one. Andre Reed was a big one. Harry Rice, for God's sakes. There's a history of FCS players being drafted in mid-round picks and succeeded. I think if I'm taking a flyer out on him and saying he's a project and in 2 years he can really produce, that's a better investment to me than some of the investments they've made in this draft already.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think that the higher floor, though, would come with someone... Because AGG, realistically, is an outside guy. I can't see him working in the slot right away. I think the size is too big. Unless you go for a big slot receiver, which I know they toyed with last year, I can see them instead going, well, we've got now Riga as a Z. Arthega-Whiteside and Olshon, whatever they're going to cook up, is going to be our X receiver. Let's get some speed on the inside. And Courtney Davis as a route runner will genuinely make you want to make an OnlyFans account just to post the content. He's so twitchy as a route runner. And I feel like if you want someone over the middle, let's be honest, you've got Ertz and Goddard, two very, very good, one elite tight end, one very, very good in the passing game. If you've got that traffic over the middle, allowing someone that elusive to get behind those blocks and really make something happen, I love the idea of it. But you can say the same again for someone like Quinton Cephas or Kes Watkins, who are very similar, but I just don't have them ranked as highly. So there are a lot of, for anyone that's watched my wide receiver video or read the article, there are a lot of 4th, 5th round guys that all fit the same kind of mould. Any of them in the next 3 picks, I think, would be a nice one. Duncan Wayne says, can we move J-Jaw to the slot? It works. I genuinely thought that would happen last year. I thought there would, to a degree, when the injuries started happening, you keep Olshon outside, move J-Jaw inside, especially in the red zone, to have a formation where you've got 12 personnel with Goddard, J-Jaw and Jeffrey. It's like walking through a skyline. There are so many tall receivers, like you're going to come away with a touchdown. We know the Eagles prioritise the red zone. That didn't happen, so I don't know. I could see it. I don't think they're going to go with it, though, especially after seeing what Greg Ward did. They might go for elusivity. Elusivity? Elusiveness. We'll go with that. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Just one piece of news. Joe Staley, the reason why the 49ers made the trade for Trent Williams, Joe Staley, the All-Pro, All-Decade offensive tackle, is going to retire. So they made the move basically in preparation for him retiring. He cited injury concerns over the last 3 or 4 years as the reason to retire. But Joe Staley, I think, clearly is going to be a Hall of Famer. He had a great career with San Francisco, and that makes sense for the Trent Williams trade then.
I don't like when offensive linemen retire because they have the longest careers of anyone, really, don't they? Like, outside of the occasional few, you go back to someone like Joe Thomas retiring, and that's
the one that breaks my heart the most. Is Joe Thomas.
I feel so bad for him too because he was probably the best of his era, and he never played in the playoffs.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Polar Magnus says, your wide receiver video is why I wanted the Eagles to get Mims or Hamler. But that wide receiver video also had Jalen Reagor graded above both of them. So, there you go. You're welcome.
That's a call right there.
Where are we at? So, 1-2-2. Have the Eagles moved? Oh, they're 1-2-7, aren't they? Oh, I thought they were 1-2-3. Oh, my bad. Sorry, we're getting excited.
Here's an interesting tidbit. With the Browns drafting Harrison Bryant and signing Austin Hooper, what does that mean for David Njoku and his tenure as tight end for the Browns?
It wouldn't surprise me if they're doing another what you want tandems. I think that's it, especially when teams are starting to live and breathe in 12 personnel. Like Njoku's a hell of a talent. I know the Browns are incompetent in every sense of the word, but I can't see them getting rid of him that soon, to be honest.
I gotta be honest. I agree on the incompetence part, but considering we're the team that drafted a quarterback in the second round after paying $28 million. It's just part of the thing. I personally can't make fun of incompetent teams when my team just drafted a quarterback in round.
Yeah, Morgan messaged me last night and was like, never make fun of a Dallas Cowboys pick again, because I was so excited when they drafted Trayvon Diggs. And that went wrong. So let's not do that.
Literally, we sat there saying this was a terrible pick by the Cowboys. This is going to blow up in their face. If Philadelphia can get a receiver or add Fulton or any other of the top defensive guys, we're looking at this draft as a B+, A-. And then they went in the complete opposite direction, and that's why I've got this draft as a C- right now.
Yeah, no, 100%. After Reagor, I wanted Reagor and Mims. After Reagor, I wanted Reagor. I guess that means I'm gonna guess after Ruggs, I wanted Reagor and Mims. Yeah. Either of those two together would have been great though. Fans think the Eagles are the Browns. No, they're not the Browns. But I think there has to be at least a little bit of hesitation before we start clowning other teams for draft picks. Nick's got a point there. Philly fans will be... No, let's not go with that one. Anyone else scared Wentz gave the FO a heads up? I'm retiring after my contract due to injuries. No, I don't buy that.
This isn't Andrew Luck.
I don't. Yeah, this isn't Andrew Luck. But I do think... I said last night that I know for a fact there have been scenarios where Carson Wentz is seen as this most selfless, giving, loving guy, which he is. But I feel like, when you were like, there's no way the Eagles could have drafted him without Wentz being okay with it. Wentz isn't the type to kick up a fuss. I reckon, it's like, put it this way, if this was Sam Bradford, right, I had Carson Wentz drafted under him, held out, threw a hissy fit, stomped around, got traded. Wentz isn't that guy. Wentz doesn't do that. Wentz will watch a wide receiver drop a ball, give no effort, lay out on a block, watch his lineman let him get hit, and go, I should have played better. I should have done that better.
That's why I love Wentz. It's why I love Wentz as a player. Yeah. The dude's never going to complain. Seriously, he had an anonymous source in the locker room complain about his play and complain about how he was as a leader. And instead of being like a Brady or anything else where it's saying, I'm the quarterback, this is my team, this is how this is going to operate, he said, you know what? Let me change some things about myself. Let me be a better teammate for everyone else. Now, I could sit there and say Wentz has every right to sit there and say, screw you, I'm the quarterback. This is my team. Yeah. I was the second overall pick. This is how I operate. You follow along. Like every top quarterback in NFL history has done. And he's the most selfless guy, as you said, Liam, and says, no, let me fix things that I can make better and we can be as a team unit. It's mind-boggling to me first that people like Josina Anderson, others will attack him like this. And
she blocked me. She did not like it when I backed up Carson Wentz on Twitter. The anonymous source blocked me.
Seriously, she goes after Carson Wentz for some godforsaken reason. I don't know what he did to her. And then at the same time, the front office sits there and says, we can do whatever because Carson wants us to succeed as a team. He wants to be a better teammate. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to screw with him. We're going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah. It's very weird. I don't know. It's so frustrating, and I really feel for Carson Wentz. And in a selfish way, I wish he had more stability. And you kind of feel like he deserves better in every sense. And again, this pick of Jalen Hurts, I know we're going to keep going back to it over and over because essentially the rest of this draft is one big Jalen Hurts butterfly effect now. Yeah. And a kind of case of shoulda, coulda, woulda. But the fact that, as we said earlier, Wentz goes through all of that, now he tears his ACL, has his MVP season ripped away, watches as Nick Foles wins a Super Bowl, is gracious in that, congratulates him, helps him, develops him, then goes down again, then watches Nick Foles again in 2018, then has the article criticising him in the offseason from Philly Voice, then has the anonymous sources, then has Orlando Scandrick, then gets his payday, then this happens. Give the guy a break. You are a coach, you're a general manager, you're an exec. You're watching your quarterback go through hell to keep the morale of that team afloat and not break it while everything else is crumbling around him. And you bring in yet more reason for people to question his legitimacy, their faith in him. And I don't care, again, about if it's competition for him or not. Mentally, it is. It just is.
I don't have an answer for that. Is there
even Siri's got an answer. Siri's piping off now for no reason.
If he ends up winning, let's say if and when he ends up winning a Super Bowl in Philadelphia, I will sit there and say that this Super Bowl win Carson Wentz leads will be more important to me as a fan than the first Super Bowl with Nick Foles because of what Carson has had to deal with, because of what the front office, the fan base, and national reporters have tried to drag him through the mud. And if Carson can and will be able to do this, and lead us to a championship, the dude put a statue in his name, rename Lincoln Financial Field Carson Wentz Stadium. I don't care. You put him everywhere in the city. This dude should be given the key to the city, be named mayor of Philadelphia. If this ends up happening and he ends up doing this with everyone in the front office and everyone in the national poll going after him, sign him up for every major political position in Philadelphia history.
Yeah, it's. I was okay. Now I know that a lot of people in the chat obviously aware the Cowboys. Oh, they picked Reggie Robinson. Okay, I like Reggie Robinson. I really liked his tape. As you know, I'm a cornerback guy. Like I would die for the cornerback position. I love it. I love breaking it down. I love looking at the techniques, what players are asked to do, the different types of cornerback. Like there is something I find fascinating about that one position, and I think it's because it's like you don't really ever hear about them unless they get burned or make a highlight play. So you've got to find out what separates the good from the bad. I love it. I think he, as a player, is really good. I do think this might tempt the Eagles to take Robertson. I know Tyler Badass is still on the board, the center. So I had a feeling the Cowboys would take him. But you just look at this Jets draft that's on the screen now. You've got to say they took Mekhi Becton, franchise tackle, Denzel Mims, Ashton Davis, Zuniga, LaMichael Pitt. That is the dream. If the Eagles had that draft and you replaced Becton with Cesar Ruiz, I would go home and have some Liam time over that. That is a hell of a draft. That's a brilliant draft.
And we're talking about the GM of the Jets, who was the director of player personnel.
Yeah. But he understands how to set a draft board because of
if you look at the Cincinnati Bengals draft, they're having a great draft as well. Like I feel like it's everybody but Philly. That's the feeling I'm in.
I would argue only Oakland has had a worse draft than Philadelphia. Like Oakland has had a pretty bad draft with some of their picks.
They just had a bunch of snatch up wide receivers though. That's basically their game plan.
But even like you take Ruggs over CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, and yes, you can say, well, that's the Al Davis pick because it's speed. But their draft doesn't scream to me, hey, this was a good draft. It doesn't scream to me like all these other teams. And I got to be honest, if you're looking at Philadelphia, they're one of the few teams, and I do agree, if you look at Philadelphia, they're the one team in the draft that we can sit there and say they haven't gotten better. They've stayed the same. They're exactly the same team that they were before Thursday started. But I would say the Raiders aren't that too far behind.
Let's trade Jalen Hurts to the Raiders for like 3 of the receivers. Do it. Book it.
Why not? They've done worse, I suppose, right? I mean, it's the Raiders. Also, a quick heads up, apologies for the dodgy camera on my part. Nick and Eric look beautiful, and I'm sort of in this weird box that keeps glitching. Purely because, believe it or not, it's 6 PM here. My office is situated in a spot where the sun's setting and it's directly shining into the room. So either I can't see my screen or you can't see me. It's a very hard balance, but it will go as we descend into the night. In what feels like, boys, I'm sure you'll agree as we enter day 2, the Le Mans 24 hours, okay? This is an endurance race. We are caffeined up. We are ready. The Eagles are almost on the clock. They're a few picks away. What do you say? I'll tell you what, we'll do a giveaway, guys, as well. There's 360 of you here. Rules to enter number 1. Make sure you like the video. We can get that to 150. That'd be amazing. We're 23 away, all right? That's the next goal. Let's keep it moving. Let's get that like count up. We'll give away a PSM t-shirt, which if you scroll down, you can see some of them below. Just have a little scroll across. There we've got some lovely merch designs, some of which benefit the Phil Abundance charity, others of which are separate from that. But essentially, someone just said, look like I'm in a J.J. Abrams movie, so that's good. But if you can guess the player the Eagles pick, pick number 127, we'll put you into a hat. With other people who guessed it, we'll give away a t-shirt. So in the chat now, drop in the player that you think the Eagles will pick, and then we'll go from there. And also Stay Pasty as well, who dipped from the stream to watch the video and come back. Stay golden, Stay Pasty. That is MVP form. You're all on fire. I don't know. You guys are the most devoted fan base on the planet. It's amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Let's see where we are. So the Steelers pick is in. We'll keep an eye on that one in just a minute. But I'm beginning to get a little bit nervous. I don't know about you guys.
I got nervous before the second round pick, and I was like, hey, if they grab a receiver here, this draft goes from a B+ to an A-. I think this is really good draft. They could double up here. They could go offensive line, and I have no idea why this is going to happen. Steelers just selected Anthony McFarland, the
nice.
Running back.
Nice.
So another running back off the board. I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised receivers have not fallen or have not been picked earlier in this round. I really thought this was going to be the run on receivers And it has not fallen that way.
I'll tell you, it's because there's so many of them. I think that's where having a draft class so historic can kind of work against you, I suppose, because you know you can get guys later and everyone's banking on it. Like, the undrafted pool for this draft will be unreal. Unreal.
But it's going to be even more difficult, though, if you think about it. Like, part of the part of the strength of undrafted free agents is that you're talking to every scout on your roster and saying, hey, should we go after this guy? Should we go after this guy? You're not going to have that same, ability to communicate and signing these undrafted free agents. I don't think it's going to be that simple if they do it that way.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat saying Golden, so Antonio Gandy Golden. Donovan Peoples-Jones has come up. Tyler Biadasz a couple of times. Bryce Hall a couple of times. The best one is Jake Fromm. Let's have a quarterback factory. I would, do you know what? I at that point, I'd love it. It just would be brilliant. It would be hilarious.
If Jake Fromm is selected, I might see my way out.
Bradley
yeah,
and
I honestly, I might ask to end the stream just to put us out of our misery.
Nah, I'll tell you what. Bradley and A is a very, very good shout. I like that. Let's see. That's Wang and A. That's the offensive lineman, isn't it, Mike? Yeah, I'm not going to pronounce names today because last night went so well with AJ Espresso. Earl's said 4 names, gone Hawk, Biadasz, A, Peoples-Jones. Amik Robertson, Bryce Hall fits our scheme, I agree. New Alchemy says, brace yourself for a really stupid pick. Agree. We'll see.
I'll be right back. I'm getting my food from the door.
Yeah, just in case you want to kick something?
If I'm looking at this pick and where Philadelphia goes, you look at receiver, you look at offensive line, and the secondary. To me, and people in the comments can agree or not, but if they take Golden or if they take a receiver or another receiver, I have a much different outlook on this draft as opposed to 24 hours ago or 12 hours ago at this point. I'm not as depressed about this draft as I once was, because if they took a quarterback and sat there and said, okay, we take a quarterback in the 6th round, we know it's pretty high, but we doubled up at the receiver position, we even tripled up, if you will, at the receiver position, I feel a lot better about the future of the franchise, even with Jalen Hurts there, because of what is needed and because of how desperate the depth of receivers needed for this team.
I mean, hey, you know what? At least they keep it interesting, right? At least the Eagles keep it interesting. There's never a dull day in Philadelphia sports. And I mean, if there was, we'd probably be out of a job. So, Philly,
why couldn't we just, why can't we have it? Why can't it? And that's what drives me nuts here about Howie Roseman. He tries to act like he's the smartest person in the room at all times. And instead of just going with the smart, simple pick of best available player, or the smart, simple pick and saying, okay, let's take Fulton. The Cowboys didn't get him. Let's take the best reliable corner and move on with him. He doesn't go with the simple move because he wants to play 4D chess with every other general manager. And sometimes he's playing 4D chess with himself and he doesn't realize he backed himself into a corner.
Very true. We're almost there at the pick as well. Brandon Lindemuth is tuning in. How are you doing, Brandon? I hope you're doing well today, my friend. Thank you for joining us one more time. Everyone's getting their badges of honour today. You get a stripe for every stream you've been on. If you've got all 3, you're a real one, and we appreciate you massively. Sharks for Soccer says Liam.
Wow.
Everyone does. Oh, hello. That didn't sound good.
James Morgan, the quarterback, was just taken by
the Jets are having the Dream Eagles draft, and I can't be dealing with it. That's so annoying. Did I say as well? I said round 4, James Morgan. All draft. I've said round 4, James Morgan. That's the guy. But
this only just it only solidifies what I'm talking about. If you're the Eagles, James Morgan was just picked up in the 4th round. How can you sit there and say Jalen Hurts wasn't going to last until the 3rd round?
Yeah, I mean
that's insane. It's impossible to see James Morgan go before Jake Fromm and to tell us as a fan base that he wasn't going to go past the 2nd round.
It's another one of those bizarre picks. Now, by the way, we're over 150 likes, guys. Incredible form. We still need a big group name for all of you that we can affectionately refer to you as. So that's amazing. Thank you for letting us know there, Connie. Yeah, Joe
Am I back in
Douglas
time
is
for the
loving.
pick? Did I miss the pick when I got my food?
Yeah,
James Morgan was
James
picked
not by the Eagles.
by the
Oh,
Jets.
okay, not the Eagles pick.
Not the Eagles, no. Oh, we could have ran with that. I wonder how long we could have fooled him. Going, yeah, by the Eagles, mate.
James Morgan was picked, the guy that Jesus. You know what?
It would have been a madness.
I hate being right. Hate it.
Jay Smoots in, so our Phillies writer Jay is in the chat. Do you know what? I think Jay is our longest tenured Philly Sports Network writer. I'm pretty sure he's been here with us 4 years now. So how you doing, Jay? Hope you're doing well, my friend. We're over 160 now. We're flying towards it. Everyone's reeling in. They want to see the reactions to the pick. This is where we pick up. We're almost at 400 viewers. I can't believe we're on day 3 of the NFL draft. We've got this much buzz, this much attention. The Eagles let us down before. The Eagles are on the clock in one pick time. Pick 127. They pick again. Got the Drake in them going back to back. P145 and 146. We'll see what they do. I think there's a chance they slide at receiver here. I would not be surprised if it is a center or a cornerback. I think you can get a receiver later. As Nick said, they have not dropped yet. The Eagles won't start that run. They'd much likely capitalize at the end of it. But I swear... Oh, wow. The Rams have traded their pick to the Texans. That's
I haven't seen anything from that.
So the Texans have traded up ahead of the Eagles as the Eagles traded up above of the Texans. Don't forget that round 1 last year, the Eagles jumped the Texans.
They haven't said it on ESPN yet.
I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the app right now, and usually it says it. It says the Rams are still on the clock.
No, Texans are pick 126.
Are you getting that
first time?
Oh no,
the first time the stream has been up faster than than Twitter.
Richard Stenson says, new subscriber from Birmingham. Up the Birmingham. Where are you from? I'm from Devon, which is basically the Texas of England. It's nothing but fields and cows, and nothing is here, and it's lame, but it's got me. So, you know, make of it what you will. But in terms of this, I'm very intrigued to see. I swear, I think if the Texans come out of this with a corner, a centre, or a receiver, they've got the Eagles back for Dillard. They're 100%. There's no way you wouldn't trade up above the Eagles without sniffing opportunity. There are some nice cornerbacks left. There are some nice defensive ends left. And remember what I said last night about the Texans and their rebuilt defensive identity, and looking for something slightly different now coming off the edge. I can see this being a very sneaky pick from the Texans. I'll be very intrigued to know what they gave up. I can't see anything yet, but I'll let you know as soon as there is anything that comes through. But this has just been... I'm very nervous about this pick because I feel like this is Andre Dillard revenge. I feel it's 100% Andre Dillard revenge.
I have a little bit of something to ease your mind before the Eagles do take their pick. Look what just came in the mail.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it up there. I'm gonna put it up there for you guys.
I can't see it because my Mac screen is showing me like barcodes.
Oh, okay.
So
it's the Manscaped, man.
Is it? Oh, no way.
Amen.
What's a Scouser and why don't people like them? A Scouser is someone from Liverpool, and my best friend's a Scouser. Although don't
Texans just traded up for the offensive tackle.
It was a tackle?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, Eagles now on the clock. They got Heck from North Carolina.
What, the Eagles did?
No. The Texans did.
Texans.
The Texans got Heck from North Carolina.
I was like, what? Are they? Because if they did that, that would have been Clayton Dawson again. That's a team jumping them to take a position, then the Eagles taking a I was like, that's not right. Let's not do that again, please. Oh, God. Okay, right. Right, boys, this is it. Eagles are on the clock. Let's get those likes in. 432 of you. Let's get this stream to 200 by the time they pick. We need 24 likes. If you're new to PSN, hit the subscribe button. Join the fun. We have got daily Eagles content. Let's rile it up. Let's rally the troops. Let's embrace this pick together. It's on the clock. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to check Twitter. I'll wait till it comes on TV, and then we'll do some brief analysis. I'll write the article. I'll leave the tag team of the Hardy Boys in the way of Eric and Nick to discuss everything moving forward. I'll drop the article in the chat. Then we'll have a big chat about it afterwards. But I'm very, very intrigued to see if that Texans pick has changed anything. I couldn't see them going tackle in the fourth. It's a need. It's a secondary need. It's not something that... Well, then again, so was quarterback, so let's not put anything past them. So, you know what I mean?
Wide receiver or center, please. Please. Wide receiver or center. And either one. It's fine.
We're up to 2. We're almost up to 200. We've almost done it. And we've done it by the time... I swear, you lot are unreal. Absolutely unreal. You make me want to cry in the most romantic of ways, I swear. I have never, ever dreamed we would have a community this devoted. You are unbelievable. Lambaroo, it's not begging, it's bringing the community together to achieve a common goal, and we achieve it. It helps the stream grow, we get more people in, and you continue to grow an organic community. It's bringing people in. Also, if Patrick's in the stream, if someone can drop a link to the Discord where we can bring that community together, make friends, that sort of thing, that would be brilliant. It's a free app you can download. We've got, I think, 250 Eagles fans in there at the minute. I know Brandon's from there. I'm sure
Avon Wallace is the pick. Safety from Clemson.
Okay. Do you know, I like
not
that.
off the trail yet, though. They're still picking needs they're addressing needs.
But
my thing is this also out of order? Maybe a little bit.
I don't know how I mean, I like the pick. Kayvon Wallace is a great player, especially in the 4th round. I don't know how I feel about it in the way that Ashton Davis slipped through. I don't know how I feel about it in the way that Jeremy Chin and Kyle Duggar slipped through. I would much rather have taken a better safety, and then and especially if you take a linebacker that is vertical and can play up and down anyway. I don't know. That's a weird one for me. What are you feeling about it? I like it. I like the pick. It makes sense. For me, that's going to be the Rodney McLeod replacement scheme.
Yeah, I agree.
I like that. He comes off very good experience at Clemson. I'm a fan. I'll go right.
I'll say this. This was one of those picks that I sat there and said, okay, I'm on board with this. It's a position where you can add depth. It's a position where you can look at and say they are now better in the secondary having this selection than they were before the pick. This is something I can get on board with. This is something that, okay, all right, I like it. I'll be okay with it.
Yeah, do you know what? This is a much, if you pardon the pun, safer pick than what we saw before. I like the pick. I like the pick. Now, I do think the next one they have is going to be a wide receiver or a center.
It has to be now.
Now,
it has to be. I'm
going to let you two chat. I'm still on camera. I'm just going to be typing very rapidly, discussing this pick. So please bear with me. Chat, I'm not disappearing. I'm still here. I'm just giving you some written content to consume as well. Because, you know, we're all about giving you as much as you can handle. So I think that Wallace, for me, is someone that is versatile, can play everywhere. The Eagles clearly want speed. He fits that profile. Again, it's a developmental prospect. I don't get it in the way that you've added Will Parks, Jalen Mills. You then draft a linebacker that is essentially going to play up and down and vertical anyway. And then you add Kayvon Wallace. It's a little bit. I think there could be too many chefs in the kitchen. I would not be surprised if Mills doesn't make the final roster on a 1-year deal. That's a very bold pick at this point. But at the minute, that's a heavily contested position. We'll see, but I like the pick.
It's a bold
box safety.
It's a bold pick, but at the same time, letting Malcolm Jenkins walk to allow Jalen Mills and Will Parks to come in. You're not 100% sure if Jalen Mills is going to be the heir apparent to Malcolm Jenkins. So what do? You draft another safety. Now, you can sit there and say Kayvon Wallace is more of a build for Rodney McLeod, and I understand that. But if you add this, the versatility, we hear all the time that the Eagles are looking for versatility in the secondary, versatility on defense. This is a pick that fits the mold of what Jim Schwartz is trying to do. If anything, I look at this pick and say, the question of who's going to be the third safety that has plagued this roster for 2 years now? Is it going to be Andrew Sendejo, Corey Graham, and all these other questions that are brought up? Sidney Epps is another one. That answer is solidified here. You know it's going to be Kayvon Wallace or a Will Parks, Jalen Mills type of player.
Yeah.
You've got now, to me, the secondary is no longer an issue. I don't want to see a corner drafted. I don't want to see a corner drafted.
A big shout to our writer Chris Infante, who actually had a mock draft where they took Kayvon Wallace in the 3rd. This was back, I guess, before stocks move and stuff. But his actual article says this. Wallace had been talked about as an Isaiah Simmons light, a do-it-all player who did it all well. He projects as a nickel package player who can also be a special teams ace, which was also the case for Davion Taylor. Schwartz will love his versatility in coverage packages, and Wallace will be able to make an instant impact for Dave Fipp and his unit. He also ran a 4.5 at the combine and had the 4th best vertical among safeties at what? 38 inches, which is also mine. So just saying, me and Kayvon Wallace, BFFL, alright, we've got the same vertical leap. But yeah, you can see the methodology there with Schwartz wanting those do-it-all players. So let me get all of this typed up for you boys. I will leave Nick and Eric to further discuss the pick, and I'll drop more info and an article when it is all done very, very shortly.
Commoners, don't forget to like and subscribe to the video Philly Sports Network Day 3 of NFL Draft coverage. Right now we're at 219 likes. That's incredible for a Day 3 draft, but considering this is Philadelphia sports, I'm not totally surprised. Also, don't forget, Eric, I don't mean to be hogging this, but Birds in Focus podcast airing tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be up and listening on SoundCloud and Spotify on Monday, so take a look at that. Follow it. Hope to have a couple great interviews coming up and dissecting what the NFL draft does for the NFC East and the Philadelphia Eagles as well. Just a recap of what's going on in the draft. Eagles select Kayvon Wallace from Clemson. I believe that's the first Clemson safety drafted since a certain Hall of Famer, Brian Dawkins. But Buffalo right after selected Gabriel Davis, the receiver from UCF. The Jets are on the clock. So the first receiver taking of the 4th round is Gabriel Davis. And to me, that's the bigger surprise of this round, the fact that Davis is the first receiver off the board and not a KJ Hill or the Liberty kid at wide receiver as well.
I think if Denzel Mims is going to fall, for the reasons I said he would fall all along, I think AGG will fall to like round 5 or 6. Purely because if you're not going to take a project in Denzel Mims, AGG is like Denzel Mims but without the freak athleticism to a degree. Like again, they're 2 raw players, but Mims dropped way lower than anyone thought. I think the depth of this class will start showing now, and people are going to go, well, we can get these guys in round 5 and 6. Then round 5 and 6 will come. None of them have moved. It'll be, well, let's get these guys round 6 and 7 because there's so many of them. It's just that loaded. So I can see where this is going to kind of be a little bit problematic if you're a wide receiver waiting for your name to be called right now.
So a little bit about Kayvon Wallace. Kayvon Wallace, his safety nickel corner. That's where he has a background in. So he's all over the place.
Love it.
That's what I'm saying too. I really like. He's not just a safety. He's a guy that can really match up anywhere. That's what it sounds like. And he's routinely against tight ends. And he's a good tackler too. So it sounds like a lot of these things are what Philadelphia was missing, and we can all, this just the eye test alone will tell you that as far as tackling. And if you got guys that can stick with tight ends and the corners have been upgraded to stick with wide receivers, our secondary could be smothering this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, and I'll say this. We can talk about how the Cowboys, and I'm always going to compare the Cowboys because, and I'll say this all the time on my show as well, if you're going to sit there and be annoyed by all the talk about the Dallas Cowboys, you're ignoring the fact that this is our number 1 competition going into next season. So it's imperative you're always on the lookout for what they're trying to do as a team. The fact that they've drafted 2 corners and haven't drafted a safety yet, to me, is more surprising than anything, because safety is the position the Cowboys defense has been missing now for the past decade. This has not been a good safety team, and in the back end of their secondary, it's been a big problem. Adding Jalen Reagor is a good thing. You add another receiver there, and yes, the press corners in Dallas can help, and Chidobe Awuzie should be able to step up and play well. If Trevon Diggs is able to step up and play well, that's fine. But the back end of that secondary has been a major weakness. And honestly, if you're looking at it from that perspective, I don't think that secondary is much better than it was before the draft.
Kayvon Wallace also does not have the name Jalen in his name.
God.
So we've broken that cycle.
Well, that was a long time coming, right? Does he have any relatives called Jalen? Any friends? Anything we need to know? Any Jalen red flags we need to know about?
Might have friends named Jalen.
Can't confirm. Can't confirm. Oh man, that's amazing. How are we doing in the stream? Still 500 of you here. Liam, what do you think of wide receiver next round? Centre at 146 and corner at 168. I'd be all for it. I think they'll take wide receiver latest though. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a really tricky one. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat, guys. Again, apologies for my disappearance. I'm kind of writing up the article on Kayvon Wallace right now. Thank you to Nick's getting very good at this hosting thing, isn't he? Referencing the likes and the views and giving you some soppy speeches. Yep. That's good.
You're talking to a man that's hosted 150 shows in his career already. Come on, man. Throw some respect on the name right now.
Oh, I love to see it. Love to see it. But yeah, so the Eagles are next on the clock. Pick 145, and they've got back-to-back, so that's going to be fun. Wouldn't surprise you if they package them up and move up. That wouldn't surprise me.
I would love it. If they packaged up and moved up for a receiver, I would think this would be the best round that they've had in this draft. Yeah. In total, because I like the Kayvon Wallace play. And if they drafted a receiver, I would also be okay with how this board is falling and the receivers are dropping. I would totally be fine with staying put and going wide receiver and offensive line, and in no particular order. Because you're gonna even if you drafted KJ Hill, and I'm not gonna say that KJ Hill is like the last Ohio State player. What's his name? The one that's been burning the Eagles now for a year in Washington. I'm blanking on McLaurin. McLaurin was a mid-round pick. He fell in the draft. I think it was a 5th-round pick, and he really produced, and he's obviously a star. But you look at KJ Hill in Ohio State, why can't he be like that for another Ohio State mid-round pick that produces at that level?
No, I understand that. That's fair. So I'm still trying to write. I'm really bad at multitasking, as you can tell.
James Lynch has been drafted by the Minnesota Vikings. So after the Eagles picked Kayvon Wallace, Gabriel Davis for Buffalo, the wide receiver from UCF, Cameron Clark, the guard from Charlotte for the Jets, and now James Lynch, the defensive end from Baylor, for the Minnesota Vikings. Cardinals are on the clock now. And I got to be honest with you, we've got a few picks away before the Eagles double up at the 39th and 40th overall picks of the 4th round. If you're looking at where the Eagles go, and commenters, I'd like to hear from you as well. Do you want a receiver first, or do you want an offensive line first? We're currently at 249 likes, 498 people watching on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here, and for me in Brooklyn, Connecticut. For everybody else, I'm not sure where you guys are and how the weather's looking for you guys. But it is a beautiful day in Connecticut, I will say that. But tell us what you think. Do you want the Eagles going after a receiver? Which receiver do you want? And I'll even ask this. If you're looking for a receiver in this 4th round, are you looking for someone who is a speed guy, is a jump ball type of player, or is a versatile player?
Can I just say as well, guys, looking back at an article I wrote to see if the Eagles have actually met with Kayvon Wallace. They only met with 2 safeties prior to the draft process. Both were projected round 3, so Jeremy Chin and Kayvon Wallace. They pick up Wallace, they met with him at the Senior Bowl. Only 2 players they met with in the entire position. So when you compare that to 13 wide receivers, bunch of defensive tackles, I think 5 linebackers, they actually met with Davion Taylor as well, looking back at the article via FaceTime. So there is a trend now outside of Jalen Hurts of them looking at players they've met with. So at cornerback, Amit Robertson, I believe, still on the board. Dane Jackson, round 5, still on the board. James Lynch has just gone, you said, haven't you? He's gone. They met with him.
Just went to the Vikings.
Okay.
And then Lowry went to the Cardinals. The Vikings are back on the clock.
Okay, so Bradley and Ney, I believe, still on the board. Travis Gibson still on the board at defensive end. They could be options a bit later on. So if you're looking for guys the players or the Eagles have met with, that could absolutely be a couple options there. So there's still plenty of names left that this team have met with. But seems that Antonio Gandy-Golden and the receivers are getting some love right now. So I've almost finished with this article, guys. I shouldn't be too much longer. And I'll give you some written good to consume before the next pick as well.
You gotta take that center out of Wisconsin, man. That's I'm sold on him right now.
Virtual protege Virtual Protege just commented an interesting point. The Deshaun Jackson injury fears are legit and should be acknowledged. I completely agree with that. I think that's the reason why I want the Eagles drafting a receiver in the 4th round. And I think if you're looking at the Eagles receiving core as a perspective, you can't really talk about Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun Jackson saying that this is going to be a very good receiving core, because you have to consider they're going to miss at least, let's say they miss a month each, because that's a consistent thing. They're going to miss 3 to 4 weeks. Alshon Jeffrey probably longer because of his injury, but you're going to need more speed. You're going to need more receivers, and that's why I think, if anything else, Deshaun Jackson's injury history is a big reason why you double up here.
Yeah, as far as the wide receiver is concerned, I mean, there's not many names, like we've been saying, that have fallen off in the 4th round. So practically all the people that you could have wanted are still there at this point. I mean, granted, you wanted that wide receiver in the 2nd round, clearly. But in the 4th round, we're not really missing a lot of capital as far as the receivers are concerned.
Oh, give me Courtney Davis. Give me Courtney Davis, and I will streak around the room.
What I'm more concerned about is, at this point in the draft, it's usually the offensive linemen that are I guess a little bit more quality. Like, all right, sure. People usually are taking offensive linemen around this time. The ones that are studs and are plug and plays are off the board. But I think we really have a plug and play center in his 2nd season after Kelsey's gone. Right here, by the time that the Eagles pick again. But I'm looking for that upgrade almost immediately versus at this point probably a project wide receiver.
And here I get that understanding of the upgrade as in terms of depth of offensive line. I do want to stress, though, if there's one position that I trust the current core and their current coaching staff, it's Stoutland on the offensive line. So if you're looking at it from the perspective of, okay, if the Eagles go offensive line here, what position and where they're going to go, they still have more picks to look forward to, and they have 2 back-to-back. If the Eagles are going to sit there and draft an offensive lineman and a receiver in terms of that back-to-back selection, I would be perfectly okay with that, because you double up a receiver, you solidify the offensive line depth, and it allows you to go best available player the rest of the way in the 5th and 6th round, instead of waiting to see what happens later on. Because if you let's say you get a receiver and you go with an edge rusher, then I think you have to take an offensive lineman in that 5th round spot. You have to, because you need that depth on the offensive line. Everyone knows it. But if you get offensive line, you get receiver in this 4th round, and you hit on both picks, you have the ability to go best available. So you can get maybe another running back. You can get another edge rusher, and you don't have that giant need of saying, we definitely need to get a replacement for Jason.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm almost done.
We're at 501 watching right now, currently on our stream. Want to thank all the listeners and supporters. We're at 260 likes. Let's see if we can push to 300. That's incredible, though. Day 3 of the draft, and we're getting 500 viewers and over 200 likes. I want to thank everyone for coming on. ESPN stream, and I do want to stress, and I think this is very interesting, when you have the NFL draft the way it's been, let me ask you guys, do you like this virtual look of what the NFL has done for their draft? Do you like how they've handled themselves in the NFL and Roger Goodell having these picks being tipped on Twitter? Do you like if that's the case? Tell us what you think about this draft setup online and on a virtual standpoint, where I think it's a little bit more homey. I think right now Luke Bryan is he's singing a pick for the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not even sure. But
I'll tell you what, I would be I would not enjoy the draft anywhere near as much if this wasn't happening. Like, if we didn't have this stream and I was just sat here waiting on picks to make videos and articles, I wouldn't be enjoying it. The fact that we're here doing this as a community, I love it. I could do this every day. I genuinely like having 500 people sat with us watching the NFL draft, talking shop about the Eagles. This is heaven, man. I know it's stressful. But on that note,
I'm
guys.
salivating for the NHL entry draft.
Yes, we'll do this as well. We'll do this for the NHL one. Well, so just a heads up, I've just put the article in the chat there. I'm trying to pin it, and there's so many of you typing, I can't. There we go. So I've pinned it to the top of the chat, boys. That's my instant analysis on the pick of Kayvon Wallace, a safety out of Clemson. If you've got 5 minutes before the next pick and you want to read a little bit more about the player the Eagles have just drafted, click that link, that blue bar at the top of the live chat. Will take you to our website, phillysportsnetwork.com. You can read a little bit about it there. And hopefully just, gain some more insight into that selection. I think that's probably the safest selection they've made so far. They needed that pick. Coyote Kill says, Howie and Peterson feeling a Super Bowl hangover ego. Why have press meetings during last night's draft night? Pay attention, select weapons, grade C. They always have meetings after the draft. I think it's after every round, isn't it? So round 1 they do it, round 2 they do it. I'm pretty sure it's after every round. So it's not that they're doing that one out of ego, but I do think some of the picks may have been ego-induced. But that's obviously all perceptive.
I completely agree with that point, though. I would argue it's not Doug Peterson with the Super Bowl hangover, because what Doug has been able to do the last couple of years, we got to remember something. The injuries this team has sustained in the last 2 years, it's on a level unlike anything I've seen. I've been watching the NFL for a long time. I've been covering the league for a long time as well. I have never seen a team, maybe outside of the Washington Redskins, deal with so many injuries at so many different positions, where they had to pick up guys off the street and they were competing for a playoff berth 2 weeks later. What Doug Peterson has done, I think, to me, Doug Peterson is not on the hot seat, and he won't be on the hot seat, I think, for a few years. It will have to be like multiple years of him missing the playoffs to be on the hot seat. If for Howie Roseman, on the other hand, I think if he misses on this draft, he should be, because he's missed so many free agents and whiffed on so many draft picks recently, that I do think it's a Super Bowl hangover for Howie. But I don't think it's for Doug Peterson. Doug's shown that this is his team.
Just a heads up as well, so we've had 2 donations. So one, Coyote Kids was the man who said that point which we were just talking about. So Coyote has been donating frequently through this stream, as have a couple guys, and it means everything. Like, we really don't expect you to donate. We'd never ask you to donate. We're not about that. We just want to give you guys a good show. So thank you. The fact that you support it enough to be willing to part with money at such a stressful time just to support what we do means everything. And on that
300
note,
likes.
I'm getting there. I'm getting this up. Net Daddy donated $5. He's got a profile picture of Jason Kelsey and the Super Bowl speech. So I love that. He says, this is because Liam is a superstar hosting this live chat and writing up instant analysis. Someone get him a green cape. Hey, I do it for you guys. I'm going to cry in a minute. I told you, we're on I've just realised we're on nearly 20 hours worth of stream time in 3 days. But I love this. I love you guys. I love creating content for you. I love the fact that, PSN for me when I first started it was me in my bedroom. It's now 30 writers. Eric and Nick will tell you we're all pretty much best friends, I think, at this point. I love those. I would die for that team. And to know that we've got a community that love each other just as much, that we have built up together, and we're all achieving things like 300 likes on day 3 of an NFL draft, when everyone just, for a casual fan, most people don't care about day 3. You guys aren't casual fans, you're diehards. We love you, and we will always give everything we've got to give you the best content that you deserve, alright? We're done with clickbait, we're done with everything else, we don't like what other outlets do, we want to do things differently, and it's all for you lot. So thank you for allowing us the opportunity, for being on this stream with us. It means everything. And these speeches will get sloppier as the day goes on. I will cry. The over-under on Liam crying is 1.5, okay? We haven't had a bit of a blub last night. You may have clocked it. There was a tiny blub after a sloppy speech at the end. But we're now pushing towards 400 likes. If we get 600 today, I'm done. I'm absolutely done.
Sage, I want to stress one comment. Sage comments, so the success of the team has nothing to do with Howie, but the failures are all Howie's fault. You don't get Carson without Howie. That's an interesting
Very true.
suggestion. And look, it's true. Trading up for Carson Wentz set the stage for Doug Peterson to become one of the best coaches in the NFL. But I will stress this. Since the Carson Wentz draft, what draft picks has he nailed? Miles Sanders,
yeah.
Dallas Goedert, maybe. Let's put Dallas Goedert in there as well. What other picks can we sit there and say he nailed this pick?
I'm excited for Dillard, but outside of that, that's still a stretch even because he hasn't played really. I mean, I get it.
There isn't a draft repertoire to sit there and tell us that Howie Roseman knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Complacency is a dirty word, and what was it? 2016, Wentz is drafted, and we crown Wentz. We crown Howie for having Foles to back up Wentz. The great season that Wentz started out with in his rookie year. 2017, the Eagles win their first Super Bowl in franchise history. 2018, 2019, you still make the playoffs, and it's hard to do because the same grocery team, the grocery store employees that were the wide receivers last year, were basically the same grocery store employees that were defensive backs the year before. I think some of that now, as far as how we look at Howie Roseman, I think this year's draft is the first time that we can really sit here and say, Howie, what are you doing? Because I think a lot of the picks he made before, since Wentz, were logical picks that just didn't pan out. This draft, I'm looking at, I'm saying, I don't really see the logic behind some of the picks. That's all.
Yeah. I think the only logic that you can't see is Jalen Hurts, though. Every other pick I understand. Every other pick I understand, but the problem is, and we're getting comments on this as well, that a GM doesn't only draft players. Okay, that's fair. Tell me what signing over the last few years since the Super Bowl season that has been a perfect situation. Now, Howie has made some big-time moves this year. Nickel Roby-Coleman has been a very popular pick. I think he's going to be really good in Philadelphia. Obviously, Darius Slay is a big addition. But if it doesn't work out, and these guys don't work out, and Javon Hargraves gets hurt again, and they miss the postseason, is that more on Doug Peterson, or is that more on the roster that Howie Roseman created for Doug Peterson?
See, I don't know, because all of these players that you've mentioned, I cannot fault Howie for bringing them in, and you can't fault Doug Peterson for scheming, offensively at least, how to use these players, and you can't fault Jim Schwartz defensively for using these players. I think some of these players that end up getting hurt, I think it's out of the control of Howie. Unless there's something before they become a Philadelphia Eagle that's just being overlooked, like a physical or whatever history it may be. But I look at, I think we touched on this a little bit yesterday, or maybe it was even the first day of the draft. Why was Chip Kelly's team so healthy? And then over the last 2 years,
it's just because of the sports science stuff. Like they did.
But the other piece is, and they were talking about this. A couple of medical doctors were talking about how the Eagles, immediately after their Super Bowl season, pretty much because Carson tore his ACL and Peters got hurt, the 2017 Eagles were a pretty healthy unit outside of 3 or 4 big-time players getting hurt. And yes, they were 3 or 4 big-time players, but the injuries were not even close to what has happened the last 2 years. So after that Super Bowl season, they fired their medical staff in response to what happened with Jason Peters, Jordan Hicks, and Carson Wentz, which was a quick little thing that didn't really make sense, and they've tried to plug in place ever since then. That was their biggest mistake. Not so much the sports science, it was the fact that they panicked directly after their Super Bowl win.
Just a heads up as well, so Jay Smoot is obviously, again, one of our longest tenured writers at PSN. He's been... we always have this, whenever we catch up on a phone call, we talk about, when he first joined, it was me, Jay, it was Tim, our union writer, and that may have been it at the time, it was just us 3. And he's still here now, he's come through thick, thin, highs, lows, he's still here. He's donated $20, bless him, which he's probably going to get paid back in his paycheck, let's be honest. So it's going straight back to him. But he says 400 likes incoming. Let's go. Guys, we're at 331 now. Thank you for taking the time to hang with us. I did see a comment saying, how do I donate? I don't want to tell you because I don't like taking money. I really don't. I feel weird about it. But if you do want to, next to the emoji button on YouTube, there is a little $sign money note thing. If you click that and you've got a bank card link, you can donate money with what's called a super chat. We don't accept Venmo or anything like that. We don't do Patreon. We don't ask for donations. If you want to support us in another way, there is merchandise you can buy. So you can walk around with a PSN shirt like this one. And, you know, walk around Philadelphia, see other people with them on, and engage in the community that way. That's the real thing. Like, PSN season for us, which we plaster over everything, you can see it at the top of the stream here, is a motive that it's all of us collectively going together. That it's our season, that we've risen up, that we're doing this, and we want you to be a part of it. So if you go and achieve something in life, like, hey, I aced this test, or I got a new job, or I got a promotion, or I proposed to my girlfriend, whatever, we want to be part of that. We want to say, hey, we want all of the community to come and congratulate you. So that's what it is. So, was that pick 127 the safety? Yes, it was. You were getting a hat for no reason. Can you be a Philly reporter? Can I be one? Oh, I can be you. You might have to reword that, Mike. If you want to be one, again, Philly Sports Network has got some links where you can sign up and join our site there as well. Jack's got Josiah Scott. Baltimore hits every pick going back to Oz. Yeah, I totally agree, Brittany. And again,
I want to bring up one comment just really quick. Because I believe Marley Double Q talked about the analysis of Howie Roseman saying, please point to a team that's been drafting perfectly since 2017. Please get out of this bubble, look around the league. And it's an easy response. You look at the top teams in the NFL right now. The Baltimore Ravens went 14-2 and have absolutely nailed this draft class, and they've been nailing draft classes now for the past couple of years. The Indianapolis Colts have had great draft after great draft. That's a very stacked football team. We talk about the Kansas City Chiefs and the drafts that they've had since they've gotten Patrick Mahomes and all these other guys on their team. That's a stacked team that continues to get better in the draft. There are teams since 2017 that have drafted increasingly and consistently well enough to put them in a position to succeed for a championship. Howie Roseman hasn't really done that over the last few years. And you can sit there and say, well, you can't really talk about it because the injuries have been a factor. That's not necessarily fully true because Sidney Jones, even for 2-3 years now, has been inconsistent when he's played. What other, Avonte Maddox has been okay, but is that something that, are we okay playing Avonte Maddox as a starting corner on opposite Darius Slay? Is that where we're really looking towards? Is that where we're really going? Derek Barnett, I talk about this. He's a top 15 pick. And listen, outside of the NFC title game, do I look at Derek Barnett as a top premier pass rusher? No. I don't. I don't see it.
I don't. And that's why I'm a bit stunned they've not taken a defensive end yet, because there's put it this way, you look at even Jordan Matthews, you go back to, well, not Jordan Matthews, so you go back to Nelson Aguilar, not Derek Barnett, but like the people that should have had fourth-year options taken do it very early in the process. Aguilar was very clear that fifth-year option was taken early. No sign of that with Derek Barnett, and I don't think they've got a reason to. And I'm not low on Derek Barnett, but I can say I'm getting a bit too soppy now. I'm not low on Derek Barnett. I like what he brings to the table. There is upside. He did develop a spin move, and he is only young. I think he's still only 23, and he's had 3 years in the league. He's a very young, very raw player. He's burstful. He's got very elite bend. That's rare to find. But my problem has always been he washes out into plays in that he can disappear. So, like, he'll start 3 really explosive plays and then down the drive, disappear. Oh, he's there for a fumble that he's conveniently in place for in the Super Bowl after being washed out by a lineman. So it's like, I don't know. It's not in comparison to a first-round pick. People compare it to Yannick and say it's the same. It's not. They're not on the same level. That's why I was stunned. I said my first ever mock draft I did in January, I said that I could see them hitting reset. I could see them shifting Barnett, drafting a new first-round defensive end, and resetting that 5-year process. Now, if they don't want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But leaving one again, we know Sharif Miller was a 4th-round pick. He played 2 special team snaps last year. If you're doing it this late again, that's a whole lot of either confidence, faith, or blind faith in Josh Sweat, in Sharif Miller, 2 guys we haven't seen a lot of. There's no Vinny Curry now, so it's BG who's getting older, Barnett who needs a step up. It is big-time pressure on the former Tennessee Vol, and then those 2 guys. And Brandon Lindemuth, this is what you may have seen me kind of dip and almost cry a bit then, and that's why I struggled to get my words out. He's donated $20 and says, gotta give you some love PSN after being here quite a while, watching your uprising to get to this today. Liam, it's awesome to sub to a YouTuber of your caliber while acquiring the support you have. Genuine. I'm going to cry again. Come on, we can do this. Let's not break Liam yet. We've got another 3 rounds to get through, guys. Brandon, you've touched my heart and genuinely almost reduced me to tears. So thank you so much, man. Your support means everything. We're almost on the clock, so I can be distracted from not crying. What are we saying, boys? Where are we looking with the next pick?
Are you asking us or are you asking the stream?
Oh, everyone, go on. Let's go to Eric. Let's defer to Eric first, and we'll rotate it back around.
Absolutely. I've been talking way too much.
Yeah, shoot that question one more time. I apologize. That was a little bit into my coleslaw.
Never. I'm not shooting it. You can sit there and think about what you've done. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
All right, so who are you thinking with the next pick? Like, what sort of position are we looking at?
Well, they went safety, so it still leaves wide receiver or center, right? Well, you were talking about defensive end edge not that long ago, but like no more than 2 minutes ago. What about Ko? He's still on the board, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so what are our thoughts on him? Is he undersized? What's his motor like? What's his power like off the line? Is he explosive? Because it's not a big necessity, but at the same time, we're kind of getting towards middle of the 4th round where you just kind of grab for your needs in no particular order. I feel like at this point.
It's going to be interesting. There might be a couple of names fly off now where people are a little bit more unfamiliar with, for sure.
I think Ko. I think you got what's his name? Baidez out of Wisconsin, the center.
Tyler Baidez,
yeah. Ko, Baidez, or there's wide receivers. You got Golden, got Hill, you got Peoples-Jones. Tyler Johnson was taken, right? Am I wrong for saying that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think at wide receiver, I'm looking at Courtney Davis. If they get Courtney Davis, I have not. Right, put it this way: I've been covering the Eagles. This is my 6th off-season covering the Eagles. All right, my 6th full year. My first one technically doing it full time, year to year, January to the end. My second one doing it is like full time, officially, sort of. I have never in that time frame had a draft crush land with the Eagles. Ever. And I get a lot of them, alright? I'm talking Andy Isabella, Penny Hart, Chidobe Awuzie. Like, it goes on and on, like, from the big ones that I genuinely watch every week and still cry about. And, when people think, oh, wow, Liam's making all these analogies about his ex-girlfriend. It's not. It's about Andy Isabella and Chidobe Awuzie, I promise you. But Courtney Davis stole my heart this draft. This is the one guy. If it became him and Duvernay, if you want speed, you go Davis. If you want hands and security, Duvernay's like Justin Jefferson, but a poor route runner. He's a poor man's Justin Jefferson. He's got a thick lower base, strong center of gravity, very tight-hipped in his routes, though. And he's almost like a running back that can move like a slot receiver. He's crazy. But Courtney Davis is this nimble, twitchy, elusive, intelligent slot receiver. Doesn't quite have the play strength, doesn't quite have the hands, doesn't quite have some of the traits or the radius that Duvernay does, but he can leverage space well. He understands how to drop into zones, and he's lethal after the catch. And I do think he could be the guy. I would love him at pick 146. That'll be where I'm looking. I can't see him being 145. It doesn't really matter. They're back-to-back anyway, aren't they? But I would say a center. I know you mentioned like Nick Coe on the defensive end spectrum. There could be a shout. I think Travis Gibson's still available. That will be a 5th round pick for me. Darrell Taylor's still there. Derek Zucker out of North Dakota State is the guy I'm looking at round 5, round 6 if they don't get one. Freaky length. The guy's a monster. The obvious, I think, worry is that he comes out of NDSU, lower level of competition, and it's different for a quarterback and a defensive end, because a quarterback, you're watching throw ball, make reads, athletic traits, right? Defensive end, you're looking at the manhandle lineman thinking, well, you're not going to get that easy at the NFL. Like, yeah, you can manipulate safeties as a quarterback, but you're really looking for arm strength, arm talent, ball placement, touch, footwork in the pocket. That's a lot easier to judge against any level than a defensive end who is lining up against a particular man and the whole traits based on the reactions of another man. So that is a concern. It is a worry, but I do love Derek Zucker's athletic profile. I think the guy is a monster. What about you, Nick? What are you feeling?
Honestly, and I'm just looking at what teams have drafted the past couple of rounds. Shaquille Quarterman just went to Jacksonville at the linebacker position for Miami. I'm looking at receiver and offensive line. And I know Biad's, I keep mispronouncing his name, and that's fine, but Biadaz, the center from Wisconsin, if I look at him in that perspective, I'm taking him in the 4th round. I know he's got hip and knee problems. I know there's injury issues, but if we're just asking him to sit and learn from Jason Kelsey in this mid-round type of pick, I'd rather take him and then immediately go after a receiver in this with these back-to-back picks. To me, it's receiver, offensive line, and then in the later rounds, because you've solved all your needs, you go best player available.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting moment or two. So, I mean, I'm watching the Texans, who seem to be very aware of what the Eagles like to do. They're on the clock now, pick 141. So we've got 4 picks until the Eagles are on the board. I don't know. I mean, looking at some of the guys that are left, I believe Lekai Fotu's still there. I think. Rashard Lawrence out of LSU.
No, Lekai Fotu's gone. Lekai Fotu's gone.
Oh,
yeah.
bollocks.
He went before the Eagles pick.
Oh, cool. Brilliant. Great. I know a Gim's gone. I was gutted about that. Jordan Elliott is still there, right? Out of Missouri?
It looks like.
I think he's still there. He's not the biggest guy imaginable. Definitely like a 5-tech defensive end. Really elusive. Very slippery. Nice footwork and hand placement, but doesn't have the strength. Can get washed out a little bit. And I think in terms of reading gaps and finding the ball, doesn't quite have the nose for the football that some of the earlier round guys do. So that it's a name to watch. But it will be interesting to see, yeah, for sure. This has been a wild 4th round. It's note that there are so many nice names at wide receiver. Guys as well, we're nearly at 550 of you watching. If you're new around here, welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat, bringing you instant analysis on the Kayvon Wallace pick, giving you everything you need to know about the Clemson safety. We can get this stream to 350 likes. We're 5 away from our next big milestone, and we can do that. That would be fantastic. So that's amazing. You guys have been unbelievable today. If you're new around the channel and you're wondering why a British person's talking about the Eagles, I ask myself the same thing every day. But we do bring you daily Eagles content. You've got videos, podcasts, live streams, obviously articles at phillysportsnetwork.com as well. So if you could hit that red subscribe button, that's the best way to support us. Thank you so much for all of this. There's still a lot of people discussing wide receiver picks. Kes Watkins is a name that's come up. Carson has to win. A lot of requests to... What's this? So Jay just texted me on Twitter and said, you're getting a lot of requests to fill the Eagles picks with player names as we go. Yeah, the problem is, lads, right, I'm doing this on a MacBook screen where I can't see what's going on because my MacBook has this thing where the screen's burning essentially itself to death. And what I've had to do is get the live stream on a YouTube channel on another computer. I ordered a computer. I couldn't get the streaming software set up in time to make this look slick. So I wanted to make it look slick. Essentially, I hit start, I turn my Mac screen off, and I hope everything stays okay. And I look over here. So I wish I could update it. It's a static JPEG, unfortunately. So we're kind of stuck with it. In an ideal world, I'd be able to add a ticker or something. Maybe next year. It's our first time doing this, so we're kind of learning the ceiling and what we'd love to do as we go. But I think we've done a good job so far. We've done a good job. We're doing all right. How do you think of Wallace? His Instapic shows him with Wolverine claws, Brian Dawkins Jr. Hey, I like it. I think Weapon X may have had a little say in that pick. Oh, AGG's gone. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So wow. Okay. That's interesting. If this kicks a run for the next 2-3 picks, I wonder if the Eagles would bite.
Did he just go to the Redskins?
Yeah, he went to the Redskins.
Oh, great.
So, oh man, that's okay. Another divisional wide receiver to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
It's okay. It's like Courtney Davis is still there. That's my guy. That's the one. I promise you, Courtney Davis over AGG every day of the week. Promise you, 100%. Book it. Don't, because last time I did this, it didn't end well. But I've got the biggest draft crush on Courtney Davis, and I think I had him ranked 7th or 8th in my receivers list at Best Fit the Eagles. Someone will need to verify that. I need to go find the link and check it out. But he was up there. I liked him. It was him and Duvernay that were like... That my tier 1 were like Ruggs, Judy Lamb. Tier 2 was Rager first, lads, right? Mims, Jefferson. Then 3, I think, was Duvernay and Davis. So I love Courtney Davis. Like, I can't express that enough. So AGG I just find him very fundamentally raw. And again, that Senior Bowl turned me off where he was trying to do too much, it seemed. And, you know, it's a natural thing. You want to show off for the scouts and leave a good impression. But you also, sometimes, the saying KISS comes to mind. Keep it simple, stupid. It's something I was taught as a teenager. Clearly that hasn't worked well in my favour because we're now on a 16-hour deep live stream. But, you know, it is what it is. What are you guys saying in the chat at the moment? Any idea on inside linebacker Tyler Johnson over court? Takeem Hilton, man, thank you for coming in. I know you are on every YouTube video dropping your thoughts. You are incredible. Thank you for your support, my friend. Davis and Badass, I would cry. Offensive line and pass rusher, I like it. Duck, you're right, Davis is a slot receiver. But I do think that when you've got Jalen Reagor as a Z receiver, you need a slot guy. And that's the thing. If you'd have got Jefferson earlier on, there's no way you can double dip at wide receiver because they're all slot guys later on. So I feel like for me, it makes way more sense to take a slot guy now than it did back then. So that's where I stand on it. I'm a big, again, Courtney Davis guy. Connie is saying, let's get to 400. I didn't realise we're on 366. So we're already over 350. Again, I'll just keep praising you guys all afternoon. Best fan base on the damn planet. And we're so lucky to call you our community. James Robert says, I don't watch very much college football. How is the linebacker we got? Will he be a likely starter? Not off day one. He's going to be a rotational guy. Definitely got some potential there. He's a rapid linebacker. There will be film reams coming, guys. There will be film breakdowns for every pick the Eagles have. It's going to be a very busy week. I might need to camp another week in the office here. There'll be film breakdowns, articles, all that stuff coming. I like him, but for me, it's very conflating with the pick they made one round later with Kayvon Wallace. It links with Will Parks. It's a tricky thing to navigate because you've got three players, arguably Jalen Mills, that are going to do things a bit differently but fill the same role. It's like, imagine Malcolm Jenkins, right, and you break him like an Easter egg and you've got all these pieces flying everywhere. And you've got one of them is Will Parks, who can play in the middle. You've got one of them who's Kayvon Wallace, who can play in the slot and outside. You've got one who's Jalen Mills, who can hold outside. And you put them all together, and you sort of butcher it with super glue. That's sort of what this is, I feel. It's like they're trying to really nullify that Malcolm Jenkins loss. And you know what? If it works, brilliant. But it's a lot. It really highlights to me the impact Jenkins had.
Look, I get that. I get it. But at the same time, and I'll sit there and say this. I like what Kayvon Wallace did, and I had to leave. So if I'm saying something that you guys already talked about before, my apologies. But as we near the Seahawks are on the clock, Philadelphia is going to have back-to-back picks here. If you're looking at what Malcolm Jenkins had for this defense, you can't really – I think it's difficult to really just say, okay, we can replace him with two other guys. Which is why I think that the draft pick of Kayvon Wallace is so important because he can offer a little bit more than what Jalen Mills can. So if the Mills experiment doesn't work out, you still have a pure safety that can play that Malcolm Jenkins role and develop into a Malcolm Jenkins type player instead of just banking on Jalen Mills and Will Parks the rest of the way.
We're per the Eagles pick. I want to go out of my way real quick to say, forget what I said about Coe. Not because I don't like the guy, just because edge is just not important to me right now. I'm still on board with Tyler from Wisconsin. And I think my wide receiver, if we're going to pick one, it's Donovan Peoples-Jones.
No, Davis.
I know.
So someone just said that. Right, let's make this rapid fire because I know the Eagles will be on the clock. So I need two names from you both. So we've got back-to-back picks. We're almost at 600. I don't think we've ever passed 600 in the stream. I don't think we've done it. Right? Now, the best way to get us over 600 is the more likes we get, the more it gets promoted out, the more people come in. So if we get that to 400 likes, there's a good chance we set another record. If we have a record day on day 3, this would be mad. But I need 2 picks from you both. Oh my God, we're going to do it. Right, 2 picks from you both. The Eagles the Eagles are on the clock. For me, I'm going Tyler Badass. I'm going Courtney Davis. Those are the 2. What about you, Nick?
I go Tyler Johnson and the center from – I'm not even going to try his last name – and the center from Wisconsin. Take them both.
Tyler and Donovan Peoples-Jones. That's my pick right there.
All right, let's get it. I'm just going to try and tweet this stream out a couple more times because we are officially almost there.
I'll say this, though. I will say this. A name that's coming up a lot in the comments is John Runyon Jr. And I honestly would not be upset about John Runyon being a pick, but I would say, honestly, 5th round. I wouldn't say here.
No, I mean, we've got a nail. I'll tell you what, if anyone nails both picks, both of them, you all get a t-shirt. Not all of you, because that's 500 t-shirts, but whoever nails both picks will get a t-shirt, right? So if you can do it both, I don't care if 10 of you do it, you'll get 10 t-shirts. And I hope you don't, in a way, because my bank balance will die and I could kind of do with not eating baked beans for a month. But that'll be an achievement, and I'll honour that at some point. So let's have a look.
Did you say beans?
Huh?
Did you say beans, Liam?
I did. Don't start. I hate baked beans. I hate baked beans. I'm not a fan of them at all. What's happened here? Have we moved? No. Okay. So okay. No, there's some. We're still on the clock. Okay, that's all I'm worried about.
Yeah, still on the clock.
I'm just trying to tweet the live stream out again. Hang out and react to. So what I'll do, guys, is I'll do one big article recapping both picks as well. So then within the next 20 minutes, you will have an article going over both. Again, I would do a video, but I'd rather have the live stream. I'll do a video recapping day 3 later on, if that's cool with you. We're on 620. Oh my god, that's a new record. That's a new stream record. Welcome to the show, ladies, gentlemen. The Eagles are on the clock. The pick will be in very shortly. Back-to-back picks. Bangers and mash, says someone. Absolutely, but I don't like mashed potatoes, so just bangers, please. I'll just take the sausages. I'm not a fan of mashed potato. I'm hoping I'll be a fan of these Eagles picks.
Taking a long time for this pick.
I think
they're coming down to the wire on it.
I think there would be.
It makes me believe it's a receiver, though. If there's that much of a transfer, if there's that much of a
debate.
A debate between the selections, it has to be a receiver.
I completely agree. I think we're looking receiver, or they're looking for one more trade partner.
I think right now, you play it safe. You have to explore the options, because that's a unique spot to be in, to have back-to-back picks in the 4th round. There is some nice talent on the board. We've said that. The Eagles know they can ship one of those picks, move back 5 spots, pick up an extra. They don't have a 7th round pick, right? They can trade one of those picks back, pick up maybe a 6th and a 7th, and then look at some developmental talent. Again, I said before, we know how strong this UDFA class is going to be. The undrafted free agents will be... it's going to be like, when you build your practice squads on Madden and you get obsessed with it for 20 minutes, that on steroids is what we're talking about here. It's going to be a very, very fun time. We're over 400 likes now. I think we might make history today. I think we might push past 600 likes overall. That's it. We did 500 last night. If we end day 3 on this, it's going to be a madness. But the Eagles are still on the clock. They haven't made the pick yet.
Pick is in.
Pick's in. All right, let's wait.
Still waiting.
20 seconds left on the clock, and pick is in.
Drafting offensive lineman Jack Driscoll, Auburn.
That's a tackle. That's a tackle, right?
Yeah.
That's a tackle. All right, I get it. Let's not forget, obviously, Halapoulivaati Vaitai was a 5th round pick. Gone on to earn himself a 5-year, $50 million deal. The other thing I will say with that as well, guys, is I mentioned this last night. The offensive tackle depth, now Vaitai is gone. Now Peters is gone. Is Andre Dillard is your left tackle 1. For some reason, there have been trade reports. I don't buy them. What I do buy is that Jordan Mailata is your primary backup. I don't think he's there yet. I really don't. Yeah. They needed someone to come along.
Now too.
Huh?
This pick is in now too.
Oh wow, they just put them both.
They haven't announced the second pick yet. Only this pick at 145 is in. It's gonna be Jack Driscoll, the offensive lineman from Auburn.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest. My split second decision, I like the pick again. You needed an offensive lineman. You got your depth. This is something that you can be happy about.
Give me Courtney Davis now.
I say
Courtney Davis. Give me. I will cry. I'll run around. The limbs in this live stream, if I see Courtney Davis's name, the green screen's hitting the floor. I promise you, my chair's going backwards. I'm going to end up spilling something over my MacBook. I'll be delighted if that's the pick. He might even slide further. He might slide to like round 5, in which case we'll do it again, but I'll leap out of a window as well. I like the offensive tackle pick. I would prefer the centre pick. If Tyler Ballers is there, stock up in the trenches now, then spend round 5 on a receiver, because clearly there's not a run. We expected a run in round 4. A lot of 3rd, 4th round grades don't always mean players will go there, though, especially in a draft like this where the depth is that much they will slide. So I can see this being another trench pick. Maybe it's going to be a Nick Coe, like you said, Eric. Maybe it's going to be a defensive lineman, but I can see it being trench-based, and then round 5 and 6, going back to wide receiver, going back to cornerback. So we will see.
I got to be honest. If I'm looking at this pick right now, and you have 3 4th round picks in a receiver heavy class, take the wide receiver.
Takeem Hilton says take Prince over Driscoll. I mean, I like Driscoll. I've not watched a ton of tape on him. I think, if I'm honest, he reminds me. I don't want to make comments in line comparisons, but he's quite. You know, in Dillard last year, there was a concern about the arms being a bit shorter, like a bit T-Rexy, and he did the puppy paws thing. I don't know what the technical term is for that, but I do say puppy paws in the way that if your arms are shorter and you can't leverage, you have to constantly kind of fight against the current to stay going. So I always see it as puppy paws. I believe that's a bit of a concern with Driscoll. So we'll see. Again, but it's a developmental talent. It's a 4th round. You're not expecting a round 1 starter, so it's a good pick. I like it. I understand it. I guess the first pick's being made now, and then we'll get on to the second one in just a second. So the NFL football, so it's Jack Driscoll, Auburn confirmed.
I'm listening.
That's one down.
I'm listening to Mel Kiper right now explain this pick for Driscoll. He's even talking about how, you know, he played right tackle at Auburn, but he can easily play as a guard. Versatile guy. Basically, this is a Vitae pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, that's what I think. Why is he listening? Is Mel Kiper watching our stream? Get him off. Put him in the fridge and his angry-looking eyes. I'm not having it. He's stealing our information. Fuming. Mel, shout us out if you're going to say what I'm saying. Awful. I get it.
And you know what? Maybe Driscoll makes up for the badass.
I agree. I think that's a better. I think you know what? If the concerns for that center are his health problems, then I'd rather take Driscoll.
Yeah, Sharks for Soccer said he's 6'5" and has good quickness. He can put muscle on. I say 6'5" because that's the height of really good guards. Quentin Nelson, Brandon Brooks. Yeah, if you can get the versatility, then fine. If they announced him as a guard, which it looks like they did.
Yeah, they did.
Why has Howie's kid got a bowl cut, Howie? How are you letting that happen? I got thrown in skips for having a bowl cut. Don't let that happen to that poor kid.
I mean, it's pretty typical that guards and centers kind of had the same sort of tree, right? On the offensive line.
The thing with Driscoll that I'll say, I mean, like, if you're gonna move into centre, fine, but interior guard depth right now.
He wasn't traded with the Cowboys.
Oh wow!
Right.
What? Where? Why?
Oh. All right, so quick take. Which one makes more sense? Drafting Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round or trading with the Cowboys?
Why are they dealing with it? Has Howie joined the Illuminati? Is he dealing with the devil?
I feel like this now justifies the Jalen Hurts pick. I mean, come on, man.
What if they trade Jalen Hurts to the Cowboys?
I'd love it.
I would cry.
Yeah, but you would have to get a 2nd round pick back.
Nah, don't worry about that. Just get him gone. End it now.
We just get CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, do you know? Oh, Matt. No, they wouldn't. I don't think they would do that.
They would never
that
do
is mental.
Seriously, you traded with the Cowboys in the end of the 4th round, but you didn't want to give up draft capital to jump them in the 1st round.
I don't get it. Let's see who if they take Courtney Davis, yeet me out of a window. I swear, because Michael Gallup might be gone.
Well, here's the thing. You don't put CeeDee Lamb only in the slot.
No, Lamb would be outside. It'd be Lamb and Cooper outside. Davis would be in the slot, and you get rid of Gallup. I can see that.
Give me Gallup. I'll take Gallup. I'll take Gallup.
I'm going to hyperventilate. If Courtney Davis goes to the Cowboys and the Eagles
Tyler Diaz. They took Diaz.
Oh, they took the center with the... Okay, then you know what?
Why would you let that happen? Why would you let that happen? Why would you take a tackle, then trade out of the pick for the center? What the hell is that? That's pissed me off more than a Jalen Hurts pick. That's disgusting. You know they need a center. You lose Travis Frederick, one of the most generational centers of the last 10 years or so, and you let them get Tyler Badass. It's not like, oh, it slips by and it happens. It's you give them the card. You say, go and get him. When you know you need Jason Kelsey's successser. That's pathetic.
I'm hurt.
That's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
They traded their 146 for 164 and a 2021 fifth round pick.
This is disgusting. We try and be unbiased here as reporters and stuff. We've got 754 people watching this stream, and I am livid. I'm as livid as every single one of you. I don't get that. I really don't. I mean, so they trade back 18 picks and they get a fifth next year instead of the center that could have replaced Jason Kelsey. I don't get it.
Liam, here's my thing. The Dallas Cowboys in round one knew Philadelphia desperately needed a wide receiver, knew they wanted CeeDee Lamb, and said, screw you, we're taking CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And in response to that, instead of going Biadasz before Driscoll, I'll take Driscoll over Biadasz. I still stay with that point, and I think it's valid, the fact that they wanted an offensive tackle instead of the interior lineman because you know he can still move inside anyway. The problem I have is you've given Dallas the chance to fill a need. The Dallas Cowboys, at the earliest convenience, said, screw Philadelphia, we're taking something they need. Instead, they said, you know what, we'll help you get your pick. That's insanity to me.
I'm going to wait on, I mean, how much is it time per pick now? Because I don't want to write an article and then I'll wait to the end of the fourth round and recap it all. But I will say...
We're in the fifth round now.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, I have to do it anyway. Right, brilliant. They're on the clock soon. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, guys, we've got nearly 800 of you watching. The record we had last night for stream likes was 500. That was the one we passed. We didn't hit 6. If we get to 600 likes tonight, that'd be amazing. But let's push to 450 first. Everyone in the chat is saying more excited about the live stream than they are the draft. And do you know what? I don't blame them. Because I don't know how he's doing. I understand the idea of drafting a tackle inside. But why would you do that when you could just draft a centre? What? I don't get it. I know that Biadasz isn't the most athletic profile. I fully understand that. Driscoll to me isn't either. I think he's got quick footwork from what I remember briefly. But that's a lot of pressure on Jeff Stoutland if you're giving direct help for nothing other than a fifth round pick next year.
I've never seen Howie Roseman in one draft make questionable move after questionable move. And like even the fourth round, I'll sit there and say this: if they traded out with anybody, I would say this was a very successful fourth round. I would say that this fourth round was very positive, and Howie Roseman, helped himself out a lot. But then he does this. It's head scratcher after head scratcher after head scratcher this year. That it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. I mean, not if they take the position the Eagles needed. You could ideally get away with guard. I mean, so at the minute at guard, okay, you've got Isaac Sayamale, Brandon Brooks. Matt Pryor came on leaps and bounds last year. I thought he was really good. Really, really good. I like what I saw from him when he got dropped in at right guard. You don't need a backup guard. So you take a backup tackle, I get it. But you don't then trade out. You don't do that unless there's something up their sleeve that I have never seen. I thought I couldn't be more disappointed than last night with Jalen Hurts. And here I am sat here debating my own sanity. This is ridiculous. This is absolute. How? I don't get it.
Look, the compensation's pretty good. You got to pick next year. I'll say that.
But
I look at this and I'm stunned. Like seriously, you knew their biggest weakness was Kyle Looney was going to play center. Why would you give them the opportunity to add in a replacement better than Kyle Looney?
I mean, how many times do you see teams trade with direct rivals? Not just a divisional rival, the divisional rival.
Yeah, as in, the Redskins can't do anything ever. The Giants are the Giants. I genuinely don't get this. I really don't. You don't help a rival like that. Like you know they're going for a center. You're not stupid. Well, I'm debating it now, but
the only explanation here is that Howie believes Tyler Johnson's going to fall in the fifth round to them at 164. That's the only thing that would make sense to me.
I don't like the fit.
But even like if he feels his guy's going to be there in the 5th, why Dallas?
Yeah.
Why them of all? Why your instant competitor who's going to be competing for a division for a playoff berth? Why them?
I know, right? So guys, I will be a little bit distant for the next 10 minutes. I'm trying to write an article about whatever wizardry has just happened on that. What I say wizardry, what I mean is defense against the dark arts and a severe lack of it. Because how he's just turned into Professor Snape overnight, and I don't know how I feel about it. Again, 750 of you here. Thank you so much for tuning in. 450 likes is where we're at the moment. The next big one will equal last night's record of 500 likes. I'll tell you what. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I'll write this up. I'll get you an article to read while we wait for the next pick. You guys get that to 500 by the time I come back, and I'll start crying. I'll leave you with Nick and Eric for the time being while I tap away and try and get some of this pent-up frustration out, because this is absolutely stupid.
Guys, tell me what you think.
Can we bring in a draft advisor? Like, just make a roll. Just make a draft
advisor. You have to think that the draft advisor was going to be Weidl because he worked with Joe Douglas all this time, and I would question if Wild's head's on right, because it seems like the only thing that you're looking at, Joe Douglas, we complained about the last few drafts, and a point of that could be made that Joe Douglas wasn't as good as people really thought, especially in drafting the last couple of years. But with the New York Jets, he's been fantastic. This has been a great draft for the Jets. And the Eagles have had probably one of their worst drafts in recent memory.
Yeah, this is particularly bad. I feel like, honestly, this draft is so out of whack that I haven't been this irritated with the draft since we selected Marcus Smith. That's my take on it.
Tell us, Eagle fans. I want to hear what you think was the worst draft of this decade. Was 2011 a bad draft with Danny Watkins? Was Marcus Smith the worst draft? Or is this draft really taking the cake? Because in all honesty, we can talk about, Marcus Smith and how bad that draft class was. We can talk about 2011, drafting Danny Watkins. But my God, outside of Jalen Reagor, what pick are we looking at right now in this draft and what they've done that's saying this is an immediate fix?
Nothing. No, I mean, I get that pick. I do understand that pick. The Driscoll pick, I couldn't even begin to position what was going through his head there. Because it's not even the fact they lose a centre, it's the fact you give Dallas their second biggest position of need. Behind safety, which you almost could have taken away from them, and still didn't, because you took a fucking... Oh my God, I swear, I'm sorry. They took a quarterback, right? This ain't getting monetized now. It's ridiculous. I'm actually livid. I don't consider myself a fan because I try to be as unbiased as I can, and I don't want to ever see things through, midnight green tinted glasses. But I see this through logical glasses in the way that you have a chance to stifle Dallas and take a safety in a second. You take a quarterback. Well done. They then get their guy. Lovely. Round 4 comes up. They still need a centre. You have a chance to get the centre to succeed Jason Kelce, and you give it to the... Trade away with anyone else and let it coincidentally slide. You don't give them the player. You don't just say, yeah, take him from us. Bollocks. It's absolute bollocks.
I'll say this, a positive for Driscoll, as opposed to be it as he's extremely durable, played 45 of 46 games in college, and he has an explosiveness to him as well, rated high in terms of explosiveness. When I'm looking at what the Cowboys have done, and people are asking, why are we talking about the Cowboys so much? And I keep saying this. If you're in the NFC East, you are looking to get back to the postseason. The one team that's in your way to the postseason are the Dallas Cowboys. The Giants are going to be better. The Redskins are going to be better, but I don't think they're ready to compete for a division title, which leaves the Dallas Cowboys. You absolutely have to always have your eye on what Dallas does because it keeps you informed and shows you if this team is good enough to beat the Dallas Cowboys next year. And you've given them an opportunity to fill a massive void that they have ignored to this point. They could have taken Cesar Ruiz. They decided on CeeDee Lamb. They could have taken a safety. They decided on a corner. They could have taken Hennessy and all these other pieces, and they didn't. The problem with this is the Eagles have given the Cowboys a chance to continue what has been an okay to above average draft. And while the rest of the NFC East is having great drafts, the Eagles continuously are stuck in the mud.
Yeah, just a big shout as well, really quickly, to Lord Blue Eye / Frankie G has donated $5. Thank you so much for the donation. Says, this is the worst draft I can remember, and I am old. Which, fair enough. I'm young, and it's the worst one I can remember, so I'm glad we're in there. That's absolutely chaotic. This is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
Look, I get wanting more picks in this draft, but you added one more pick from this draft.
Yeah.
If you're going to sit there and say we wanted more picks, why not just take the best available player? Why not just take him? Why not take a receiver? Why not? Why do you have to wait for your pick? I don't get it. I don't get it. We're currently at 470 likes, trying to get to 500. We still have 686 people watching. Fans, tell us about your thoughts. Last time the Eagles and Cowboys have made a trade in the draft was 2007. Cowboys drafted Anthony Spencer in the first round. So if you're looking at that from that perspective, it's not too uncommon. But how do you feel about giving your mortal enemy a chance to help themselves with a pick? Tell us what you think. It's bad.
That's how I feel about it. I don't.
And honestly, it's more the fact that I'm kind of numb for what happened yesterday, the shock of this all, and the fourth round going as well as it did, getting a safety, getting an offensive line help. And listen, Driscoll could be better than this kid from Wisconsin. He could be better. He could have a better career because if Brandon Brooks goes down with another injury, if he stays at tackle and it's a great swing tackle, he could have a better career because the Wisconsin player does have injury concerns. But that's a big if for a Cowboys team that was going to start Joe Looney at center. Can you imagine Joe Looney going up against Fletcher Cox in a divisional game in Texas Stadium? Can you imagine the edge that you would have along the offensive line and defensive line against the Dallas Cowboys? It wouldn't matter that they drafted CeeDee Lamb because you had the defensive line that would eviscerate that offensive line, and you've just given them a chance to say, well, you don't have to worry about this anymore.
I still think, I don't know about that. All right, Driscoll isn't a bad idea. I say idea because I'm not sold on him as the center. Like he's a guard. We all know that he's a natural guard. But I think the issue is we're looking for a center, and Keith Ismail is still on the table here from San Diego State, and he's the fifth best center.
Look, you can't give your rival a pick. This is why you don't trade with your rival. You let them gamble with other teams. Or if you're sitting there saying, we know Dallas needs a center, we need a center next year, we're going to take them. Screw the Cowboys. You took Lamb, we'll take this guy. They didn't even do that. And look, we can be negative Nancy's here all we want, and for all intents and purposes, it was a good fourth round. But the fact that they couldn't just make the smart pick, they couldn't just stick with the basic pick of staying in that spot and drafting a receiver or drafting another offensive lineman or even going after an edge rusher, they had to make a deal with the one team they couldn't make a deal with.
Yeah, usually I'm pretty optimistic in saying, like, hey, we're not exactly off the rails. We're off the rails. The rails, they're off.
Rails are gone. Rails are off, lads. Sorry, rails
we're
aren't
not
here.
doing 180. We did like a 20.
Oh God, guys! Heads up, we're about to do it again. Second day in a row. We're on 496 likes at the minute. 629 watching. We're about to do it. History for the first time ever. Back-to-back streams. If we can do it, guys. 4 more of you to hit that like button. Let's get a little bit of positivity. Let's do the thing. Let's smash that number over 500. We are so damn close to doing it. And then we can push on and try and break the record and get 600. If we can, I may actually become a mess. I know a lot of us are stressed, a lot of us are upset, a lot of us are angry and unsettled. But this might be the one bit of positivity we have today. The rails have gone on the draft, but the rails are alive. We got 500 likes. We did it again. We did it again. You are all unbelievable. The best damn community on the planet. Let's. When are the Eagles next on? It's pick. Oh my God, Miami are back to back. Okay.
168 the next
oh right.
pick.
Okay. So we got time. That's fine. This is amazing stuff.
I'm getting more research from the NFL and Ian Rappaport. The last time the Eagles and Cowboys traded was actually 2010. The Cowboys traded up to the 55th overall pick, and the Eagles drafted a running back and a tight end with the second and fourth round pick that they got back from Dallas. Here were the players that the Eagles got. Here's what the players the Eagles got.
L.T. Smith.
Nope. The running back was Ontario Hardesty.
I don't remember.
And the tight end was Clay Harbor.
Clay Harbor, okay. All right.
The Dallas Cowboys selected Sean Lee.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so 163 is the next pick, guys. So I can't update the actual image. Again, it's static and my MacBook is dead. So the Eagles get what? 163 and 168, right? Or is it just one? They just trade back for 163?
It's just one pick this year and one pick next year.
Okay.
They still have 168.
Okay.
So it's 168 and what now? 163?
And it's a 5th round pick next year, isn't it?
No, it's 164 and 168.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Matt Breida has just been traded to the Miami Dolphins.
I said he'd move, guys. I'm not being. If you're around Philly Sports Network, I told you Matt Breida would move because he almost went to the Eagles, and the Eagles tried to push for him, and Niners went, "Nah, you're all right, lad." And so yeah, I like. Do you know what? I was talking to some of my best friends, a Cowboys fan. Oh, sorry, Dallas fan. No, bollocks, Dolphins fan. Sorry. Best friend's a Dolphins fan, and he was talking to him last night, and he was saying it's a little bit weird how the Dolphins hadn't taken a running back, and it's a lot of pressure on Jordan Howard. Matt Breida's a perfect compliment. The Dolphins have had a stellar draft so far.
Yeah, the Dolphins are about to be really good.
Yeah, do you know what? As someone that again has to put up with a lot of Dolphins chat and the tanking for Tua from my best mate, I'm excited to see what they do next year. From a neutral standpoint, I'm very excited to see what they do. From an Eagles standpoint, it's like every other team is having the draft that we want, and it's very, very annoying. Very annoying. Like their offseason, they get Byron Jones, Jordan Howard. They're drafting well, nice wide receiver. It's annoying. It's so annoying.
Do you think the Eagles trade one of their picks, the 5th round pick, for a player? Like not just.
It went to Darius Slay, so it was in the trade for Darius Slay.
No, I mean one of the 5th round picks they have now.
What do you mean? What? So they had 2 5th round picks this year. One of them went to Darius Slay along with the third.
Yeah, I think he's asking you like for a guy like for what was it, Godwin?
Oh, I see. Sorry,
yeah,
my bad. You can tell again. I've been doing 17 hours of this stuff now. My head is slowly evaporating. It's possible. I wouldn't write it off. I mean, I'm still surprised Rasul Douglas hasn't been moved. I thought that was the guy they're looking at.
For Goodwin, then our wide receiver conundrum's just fixed.
I don't necessarily agree with that though. I honestly think that getting a guy from the draft would be better. 5th round pick. There's a lot of good players on the board. Tyler Johnson. I think it's the one that they have to go. It's one thing to say, okay, the 4th round pick was good. 4th round picks were good. I'll give them. You look at top. Let's say a B- grade right now in the draft with everything considered. And then just trading away Dallas to me brings it back to a C because you didn't get better. You let your rival get better.
Yeah, I agree. Right, article's done, boys. So what I will do, for those of you that are just tuning in and wondering if somehow this draft could get any worse than drafting a quarterback in the 2nd round, I hate to inform you, it somehow has. The silver lining here in this very dark cloud is I have written up an article breaking down everything you need to know, including the draft pick that was given up, everything like that. Give me 2 seconds. I will link it in the chat for you. So this is what I've been working on. There you go. It's in the chat right now. I'll pin it to the top. If you're just tuning in, that's everything you need to know about the pick of Jack Driscoll, the fit of Jack Driscoll, and the whatever Howie Roseman is doing. Okay, that's all included in the article. A brief write-up between now and the time the Eagles are next on the clock, which will be pick 163. So if you're new to the channel, again, thank you for tuning in. This is amazing. We didn't expect this much support. Like, we thought day one will be our biggest day, and the fact you continue to come back and enjoy this content is outstanding to us. We're close to 600 likes, which is, again, utterly unbelievable. You've been so incredible to us, so gracious with your time throughout this, staying with us throughout this process in a very stressful period. If you can take a read of the article, if you've got some time, stick around to Philly Sports Network, hit that subscribe button for all of our content we've got with film rooms breaking down every pick. Hopefully I can do a film room of Howie Roseman this draft and maybe just show a clown doing a performance. Maybe I won't. But if you could stick around, leave a like on the video, that would be great. Gents, I'm going to take a quick toilet break. Are you good?
I'll say this, I'll say this. In one comment, I think Morgan in our chat was just talking about this, and it's a great point. They must really, really like Herbig if they were to pass up Biadaz and let him go to Dallas. That's 100%. The only other explanation.
I'll let that sit. I'm going to quickly go to the toilet and grab a bottle of water because my voice might blow up.
Look, guys, let's hear what you have to say. We're currently at 600 people watching, 564 likes. Let's see if we can get to 600 today. Day 3 of the NFL draft. The fact that we could get to 600 is incredible as we near the 5th round of this NFL draft. And got to be honest, it's been a wild third day to start. I think we can agree that the Eagles getting Kevon Wallace and Jeff Driscoll as an offensive lineman and safety, I think those 2 picks were very solid. I think the ability to play multiple positions is better for them as a unit and as a team. I think that offers something interesting, and it makes them good picks. But this last move here in the 4th round was just a head-scratcher, allowing Dallas to get a center. And Dallas has had a very good draft, even with the cornerbacks that have been pretty bad. Tell us what you think. We've got a while to go until the Eagles pick. Chicago's currently on the board. Let's go over some of the picks that have already happened. Jason Strobridge from North Carolina, the defensive end's been picked by Miami. San Francisco got Colton McKivitz from West Virginia. Kenny Robinson went to Carolina. The only receiver off the board in this here 5th round is Joe Reed, the wide receiver from Virginia. So Tyler Johnson's still on the board. There's other picks, other receivers that they can go for in the 5th round that should be able to do things. Let us know what you think. But if we're looking at this from the perspective of an Eagles fan, this is not a happy week for the Philadelphia Eagles. This has not been a good draft. This has not been a good – I would argue the offseason has been okay, not fantastic. And really could call into question the job of Howie Roseman and the Eagles front office. If this doesn't end in a playoff berth, it could very well mean we've seen the last of Howie Roseman with the amount of misses.
I think that Howie's on the hot seat regardless if we make the playoffs because of his drafting skill and just anyway, like if we make the playoffs, it's completely on the players, Doug Peterson, the coaching staff, and it's in spite of Howie. I think at this point,
I agree.
Look at it.
No, I completely agree. A couple notes on Kevon Wallace as he's being interviewed by Eagle writers. He interned with the NFL and with Troy Vincent. He was friends with Brian Dawkins' son at Clemson. Knows the pedigree of being a safety from Clemson, now in Philadelphia. And I think, honestly, if we look at favorite picks of this draft, I really like the Jalen Reagor pick. Eagle fans everywhere, if you're looking at this from the draft that we've seen right now, what is your favorite pick that the Eagles have made to this point? I personally will take Reagor, but a close second is probably Kevon Wallace. I think Wallace is a perfect fit for this defense and is going to offer something a little bit more interesting and a little different than what Jalen Mills and Will Parson give. Let us know what you think. We're at 575 likes now. See if we can push that up to 600. Still 500 people watching with us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. Try to answer some questions that you have right now as well. Michael Scogan, sorry if I'm mispronouncing, like the Walls pick, kid's a winner, but can't get over the Jalen Hurts pick. And I thought we could have traded back, then got Jalen Reagor, or could have gotten Murray then. Look, I understand that thought process, but if we're looking at Jalen Reagor and everything that goes on and what we saw in the draft, if you were to take Justin Jefferson, that's perfectly fine, but he's a slot receiver. And if you wanted a big-time player, and I truly believe the Eagles were in on KJ Hamler until he got drafted by Denver, I think Reagor offers a better fit than Justin Jefferson. And if you're looking at it from that perspective, Reagor was a smarter pick. Because let's sit there and say they take Jefferson, but they really liked Reagor. Do you honestly think the 49ers, the Vikings, the Saints, and the Packers would still stand pat without a receiver? Jalen Reagor would have absolutely gone 25-26 directly after. This notion that he would have lasted in the second round is just not true. You can argue, if they traded back, they could have still got him. I don't even think that's true because the Saints could have easily gone after a receiver. The Vikings obviously did. There were other picks to be made. And Brandon Ayuk, who is not better than Jalen Reagor, who I wouldn't even put in the same conversation of him, went to San Francisco just a couple picks later. So San Francisco, if the Eagles put Justin Jefferson, Jalen Reagor would have gone to San Francisco. But let's stop telling ourselves that right now. We're at 583 likes. See if we can keep pushing to 600.
Are we going to break history before the end of the 5th round?
Before the end of the 5th round, absolutely. Jacksonville currently on the clock. As we're looking at what picks have been made right now, Keith Ismail, the center from San Diego State, just went to Washington.
Brilliant. Of course he did.
Just went to Washington. Great.
Of course. Another heads up, guys. I don't mean to say this loosely. Courtney Davis is still on the board. If there is anything that saves this draft, it is that man. It is that man. I will leap. I will leap out of my chair. If there was
Daniel Thomas just selected by Jacksonville.
Okay.
I'll just sit there and say this. Jake Fromm's drop is probably the most surprising thing for me in this draft. Now, I understand the intangibles. His arm strength's a big problem. Teams don't really know what's going to happen with him and what system he goes in. I'm still really stunned because this dude was a winner in Georgia. His 300-yard performance against Bama in the SEC title game was something that I was stunned with. I loved watching what he was able to perform. Some of his throws and his touch passes were really solid. I'm really surprised he's still here in the 5th round and he's that last quarterback really taken that you could see being drafted. But honestly, Jake Fromm's drop still probably one of the biggest surprises.
Do you not think that's very indicative of how bad the reach for Hurts was? If no other team's drafting a quarterback and they're drafting for these shorter seasons where before it's been expanded and that sort of thing, maybe it's that. It's more like how he has gone to do the right thing, not evaluated what the rest of the league is doing, and then realised, oh God, no one's taking quarterbacks, and now we're left with Jalen Hurts in the second. Maybe they anticipated a run. Maybe they thought Fromm would go in the second. Maybe they thought some of the other guys would. But
you can't be. Well, that's just it's an ass backwards mentality if that's the case, and it furthers that point, Liam, of what you're saying. You're looking at what the Eagles did in the second round, saying, "Oh, they were the best. He was the best available player. He was going to be around in the 3rd round.
yeah,
He was going to get past the second round easily."
I don't
Because
think it's too early.
Every team has been announced that they weren't taking Jalen Hurts
Jacob
in the
Eason to the
second round.
Colts. Jacob Eason to the Colts. And I don't want to interrupt too early. We've got 532 of you watching this stream. Okay, 530 are on this stream. 589 likes. We thought 600 would be impossible. We thought today would be a quiet stream. You guys have made more noise today than we have ever seen. 11 more likes. And we do it. We storm the gates. We make PSN history. We get 600 likes on this stream. And the rest, you know what? We roll with the draft. All we're trying to do is bring you guys something a little bit fun. Trying to spruce this draft up in what otherwise would be a very probably depressing, worrying, angering, confusing process. If we all pull together to do something like this for the community, that's where we're having our most fun. And I would be rather doing nothing else right now than sat here doing this. We are 8 likes away. Jay's saying to storm the gates. We're 4 likes away. PSN history is about to be made. The chat is rampant. They all want to see we won away. Surely we're going to come in. There it is! We did it! 600! The boys, the girls, the PSN army, in a time of absolute confusion, have rallied together to do something unbelievable. We love you as much as I hope you love us, because my heart is well and truly yours. You are unreal. Oh, let's strap ourselves back in. This is a madness.
So we got Courtney Davis at 25th best available right now.
25th?
25th.
Okay,
Let me just go through the receivers. I can tell you who's the best available. Looking at receivers, KJ Hill, 7th best available of all of the top 25. Colin Johnson, 9th best. Then you got Lipscomb from Vanderbilt, 13th. Peoples-Jones, 14th. Austin Mack, 19th. Quez Watkins, 20th. And Courtney Davis, 25th.
Oh, that hurts me. I hope he does better. I hope he comes through. Jay donates $5 and says Club 600. The PSN army today is moving in ways I could have never anticipated. We're building an empire. It's a PSN empire right now. And we're all here just waiting to see the Eagles crumble it all back down. But we will stand united and we will attack it head on, guys. If you're new around PSN today or this weekend, thank you for choosing us as your outlet to enjoy the draft with. We are giving as much as we can to you in every way. There is an article pinned at the top of the live chat breaking down everything you need to know about the 4th round. If you don't visit phillysportsnetwork.com yet, we'd love to make it a part of your daily routine. We have all sorts of articles from the Flyers, Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Union. I'm sure I'm missing one, probably of esports, all of that stuff, but college sports, all of it. Like, we just want to try and do different things. As you can see by this stream, we want to try and be as unique and as special as we can. And your community, is what makes all of this possible. Without you, there is no PSN. So thank you for allowing us this opportunity. And if you allow us into your daily lives as content creators and people that you can connect with, instead of just us on a platform giving you content and that's it, us being able to create that content together and share moments like this where we'll remember the draft for this as opposed to just the draft being a terrible couple of days. Stay Pacey said it right. It's not a community, it's a family, and I 110% agree. I love you all so, so dearly. The Jets took... Oh, I said the Flyers, Doug. I said the Flyers. The Jets took Bryce Hall, apparently. So that's...
Yes, they did.
That's fun.
Yep.
That's great.
Let me ask the fans here.
Let me ask the fans here. Do you think if the Eagles were to sit back and not take another wide receiver, do you think that the Eagles have done enough for Carson Wentz to succeed in 2020? I think the answer is a flat-out no, but I'm interested to see what they actually think.
John Hightower, I forgot that John Hightower is still available, who was my other draft crush, but below Courtney Davis. He's like, if you've got... You know when you grown up as a teenager and you saw that episode of Friends and you're like, oh, you'll be my safety wife or my safety husband when you grow up and you can't marry anyone. John Hightower is that for me. So if they don't get Courtney Davis, I mean, there's Darnell Mooney a bit later on as well. But they're 2 guys. There are still a lot of good options left at wide receiver on the clock at this point. Well, everyone's shouting yes and no. Oh, wow. I just realized, I went on the chat and everyone's just saying no. And then I realised Nick asked them a question. So, Nick, you've started a mutiny. Is what you've done there.
That's how it works. I've been so negative throughout this entire stream that people want to hear me because I'm so sick and tired of questionable pick after questionable pick. That's how it always works. You want a nice little tidbit, though? We've got our first picker off the board.
Have we?
And guess where he went? Guess where he went?
Dallas?
The damn Patriots drafted the picker.
Oh, of course they did. That's their new quarterback. I don't know what you mean.
They're the one that breaks the draft. So it's funny. You said questionable picks, and I agree with the questionable pick, vernacular you're using. But let's look at CBS real quick. I went on CBS, just look up, how they've been going over the Eagles picks. And they've listed letter grades to each pick so far. So I'm going to read those off to you, and we'll disagree accordingly because I don't agree with many of them. So Jalen Reagor, hold on one second. They want to play video as soon as I go over there.
I hate that stream, man.
1 second. Okay. So, yeah, they wanted to play a video as soon as I went over there. I probably would have interfered with everything. So Jalen Reagor is a B. What do we think about that?
I would give a B+, but I think that's a fair grade. I think it's a fair.
I'd say that.
Second round, Jalen Hurts, C+.
I would give it a C-.
Yeah, maybe a D even.
That's kind of where I'm at on that because it just doesn't make sense as a fit for the Eagles.
Yep.
Now, 3 and 4 are kind of amazing, actually. And Davion Taylor, Colorado, gets an A.
I'm sorry, what?
No, what?
Davion Taylor, Colorado, gets an A.
No, let's not do that, please. Let's put that with a C.
I give it a B.
That's why I disagree with that, too. But
I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't think it's a bad pick. I just think it's okay. I keep it like the regular pick. I'm like, okay, they needed it. They did it. Good. Move on.
Kayvon Wallace, Clemson, A.
I'll agree with that. I think that was a really good pick.
Jack Driscoll, Auburn. I think everybody's going to just completely disagree with this. Jack Driscoll gets a B-.
No, I think that's a good pick.
That's fair. I like the Driscoll pick, yeah. I
think it's a decent grade for him, but from what I've seen everywhere else, I feel like us three are on that island. Maybe just the PSN writers are on that island, but a lot of people are saying, oh, Driscoll's, he's not athletic enough, he doesn't move fast enough. And I see a lot of those things. I'm like, well, so did we reach? That CBS article right there tells me that we haven't really reached since Jalen Hurts.
No, and I think that's fair. I don't think they've reached. I think this draft, if take Jalen Hurts out of the equation, this draft is a B. I think it's a solid draft. They fill the needs. They fill the voids. I like it. Okay, let's move on. They're going to compete for a title. The Jalen Hurts pick is so out there that it drops a full letter grade to make it a C. Like, that's how bad I think this pick is, because it just, with every quarterback being drafted right now, with Jake Fromm still on the board, that tells me that Jalen Hurts would have been there in the third round. You did not have to take him in the second round. The Patriots and Ravens have already said they weren't going to take him. So what team in your mind was going to take Jalen Hurts in the second round? None of them. The thought process of Howie Roseman saying, well, we talked to people and they would have taken him in the second round, that's a flat-out lie. The Patriots and Ravens have already said no. He was going to drop. That's what makes this draft go from a B to a C.
And Nick Harris, center, went to the Browns.
Of course. I mean, yeah, they've missed a lot on centers. They've absolutely butchered it. Like we said, either they're very, very high on someone like Nate Herbig, they believe that Jack Driscoll can move inside, or there's something we don't know. Either way, it's confounding that the thing is, we shouldn't have to go either this or this. It should be, they've picked this is why. They've done this is why. It's clear as night and day. The Dallas traded up for a centre because they needed a centre. The Eagles traded away from a centre because they're idiots. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the reason we've got to. And it shouldn't be that way. And it's the first draft that we've ever had to question the motives of the Eagles or Roseman in this era properly. Like, there were doubts, there were concerns, but this is next level. And the Eagles are now almost on the clock again, right?
Tyler Johnson was just selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, no. What a shame.
So we're running.
I
got to be honest, I'd rather take KJ Hill now.
I would not. If it's Courtney Davis or John Hightower, we stand. If not, I'm jumping ship.
Tom Brady's got a new toy out there. Well, newer toy, I should say.
Was Tyler Johnson in the XFL?
Christian Schultz made an interesting comment.
At, Minnesota.
Christian Schultz just commented, and it's weird if we took Mims in the second instead of Hurts, then we would have said, Howie, we're so sorry we ever doubted you. Instead, we say we want Howie's head. Let me ask you then, Christian, and I'll ask the fan base as well, if the Eagles were to draft Mims, who arguably was not a better fit, who was not a good fit for the roster and not a good fit for what they wanted to do offensively, if they had Mims in the second round instead of Hurts, would this be a B or A draft?
I would say it would be a B.
I would say it's a B plus.
Well, probably B plus, probably closer to an A. It would be better. It would be better off for sure. That's a flat out answer. I think we'd be better off if we just really took any wide receiver and waited till I don't know, probably this Dallas pick since we traded. I don't see any hurt in taking the quarterback from Georgia, Frost. Like, I don't see any hurt in doing that later in the draft because you're gonna be a quarterback factory anyway, which I hate that terminology now that it has to deal with Hurts. But if you can develop a quarterback, why not be able to develop from?
Well, yeah. Again, I think that comes back to the maybe the landscape question, or whether they do want to do this bizarre offensive thing where they're relying on people to not do what they do in college, which is you put two quarterbacks out there, 19-year-old kids don't really know what to do or how to handle it. It kind of inflicts fear in them. You're playing with 28-year-olds, 30-year-olds. Like, do you really think some of the Ravens defenders, like is someone like a Marlon Humphrey, for instance, isn't going to look at this and be like, okay, I've got this. Someone, let's go on the Saints, for instance. Let's go on even the Dallas Cowboys. Like, if we had gone 2 years ago, they tried this. Someone like a Sean Lee. You're talking some of the elite players at the NFL level aren't going to fall for this. Like, the only thing, right, think about it. Do you remember that Dolphins game last year where they did that bizarre trick play at the goal line?
I don't want to remember it, yes.
Yeah, right. Do you remember how much hatred there was for the next 10 minutes and how it was like, that's embarrassing, that shouldn't happen? The Eagles are banking on that with two quarterbacks, 7 to 10 plays a game. And then you get the Saints doing it in the playoffs and crumbling because they can't. Like, it works to a degree, but you can't rely on that. You can't build an offense around that.
The other thing is this. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. It's that added notion that's been said for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Drew Brees had a horrendous wild card game against Minnesota, and the only reason they were in that game was because of Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill was great in that game against Minnesota. What in the world are you thinking is good? Like, Jalen Hurts is not Taysom Hill. He's not the same build. Taysom Hill's built like a linebacker. That's not Jalen Hurts.
That's true. Guys, we're almost ready for the draft clock. So I'm gonna do what we did last time. Let's get a player from all of you. Who do you think the Eagles are taking? Or are they moving back? If they move back again, I think I'll actually have a breakdown. But I'm saying Courtney Davis.
Don't take a wide receiver. Excuse me, I'm taking a smoke break.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't blame you.
I think it's got to be KJ Hill.
I like Hill. I would prefer Davis because he's my draft crush. That's the only reason. I like Hill. I think that Hill's more of like a Deebo Samuel, B-Tech, like budget kind of guy. I feel Davis would fit the Eagles a bit better. But if you want speed, it's a toss-up because Hill's the renowned deep threat. But then you've already got to factor in the fact that, alright, we've got Jalen Reagor, we've already got Deshaun Jackson. There's only so many deep threats you can have. That would be a very Shelton Gibson-esque pick. Like, at least Courtney Davis would fit the mold of the team a bit better. I think Hill overall, the better receiver, I reckon.
But I'll say this as a response. If I'm looking at KJ Hill, I look at him as more of a Tyreek Hill type of guy, the guy to get downfield. Rager, I can move him all over the field. Rager's a more complete receiver. I think he's going to be used as he's a bigger Deshaun Jackson, if you will. Think of it that way. He's a bigger Deshaun Jackson. This guy would basically be Tyreek Hill.
Right, and we got some Kez Watkins love. Right, we'll do what we did last time, guys. I don't think anyone picked the centre the Eagles would take, or well, not take, or Jack Driscoll for that matter. So we'll do what we did last time. If you can pick the player the Eagles will take, we'll give away a t-shirt. Okay, so you have to pick the player right now before the pick goes in. So the Eagles are on the clock. So it's going to be in the next 30 seconds to a minute or so, and we'll go from there. But this is going to be a very, very interesting pick, given the recent, I guess, outcry of whatever the hell how he's doing. Like, this has to be the home run hits. A lot of people saying Donovan Peoples-Jones. That seems to be the guy getting the most love. We're at 640 likes. You're right. Chicken permission. I couldn't tell you how we got there. It has been a wild, wild afternoon.
It's on the clock.
Here's the thing about Peoples-Jones. Aside from him going to Michigan, that's not the only similarity, in my opinion, that he has to Jason Avant. I think between Peoples-Jones and Prosch, they have the two best hands in that top 25 best available receivers.
Right.
That's how
I'll ask this. If the Eagles take a receiver here, I would not be upset if they took what's his name? Not Lane Johnson. What the right tackle? What's his name? Oh my God, I'm blanking on him again. The Michigan tackle.
Let me look it up. I can go through it.
The father played with the Eagles.
John Runyon.
Yeah, John Runyon. Oh my God, how am I blanking on his name?
I don't think they'll do it now, though. I don't think they'll do it now. Not after.
So what? You're
Driscoll.
saying sixth? You're saying sixth round?
I don't think they'll take him until not after taking Driscoll. I can't see them taking 2 tackles. Not like that. Not after
Driscoll's
trading
more
away from a center.
Driscoll's more of a guard anyway.
Yeah, but still, if you're in the position, you can. It's a weird spot because you take a guy that you want to move inside. I mean, like, I don't know. It's an interesting one. He's an athletic guard, but I don't know. I can't see them doubling down on offensive linemen without. If you put it this way, if I said to you before the draft the Eagles are going to double nip at a position, plot twist its offensive tackle, and I'll take one wide receiver, you might hit me.
I'd be
you know what I mean?
I agree.
Dom Jones donates $1.99. Thank you, man. That's extremely kind of you. He says, "Do you think the Eagles are in rebuild now?" Nah, they just can't retool, and they'll just keep retooling.
Eagles just traded the pick to the Dolphins.
Oh,
oh my God!
Come on! Like, why? No.
It better be for the punter that caught a touchdown, so we could put him in as a receiver.
Why? For who? What's going on? Oh my God! Why? What's going on? They've traded to the Dolphins. It's officially confirmed. Our Slack work chat is having a breakdown by the looks of it. What is going on? I wish I had an answer for you guys.
Whoa! Adam Schefter just said Eagles are trading for Marquise Goodwin.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Really?
Wait,
no.
So it's not the Dolphins. We're getting Goodwin.
Yeah.
Per source. Right. Saul's going. 100%. Well,
wait,
90.
who's going?
I think I will be very surprised if Rasul Douglas doesn't go. Very surprised.
I mean, I want to take this moment to say, Rasul, I rooted for you.
If he does, now this isn't guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but I guarantee. Well, if Rasul Douglas goes, right, and we do not get the credibility for putting out the report that the Eagles and Niners were in negotiations for Rasul Douglas first, I will be upset with anyone that is a blue checkmark reporter.
So basically, from what I'm seeing now, they're not drafting another receiver.
But it doesn't look that way. I mean, I like.
If you get Goodwin, then it makes sense.
This whole draft has been about speed, right? It's been about speed from day one. I mean, even Jalen Hurts is quick. The linebacker they drafted, Davion Taylor, is quick. The safety they drafted, Kayvon Wallace, a 4.5 as a 40, relatively quick. Jalen Reagor reached 22 miles an hour last year, one of the fastest players in college. The Eagles have tweeted, they've traded pick number 164 him to Miami in exchange for number 173 and 227.
Which we got to think one of those picks is going with San Francisco.
I would assume so. I would say then for Marquise Goodwin, it's going to be the 227 and Rasul. That would be my guess. If Rasul Douglas goes, and that's the case, I'm delighted for him. I think he deserves an absolute fresh start. He has been pushed to the side again and again and again in place of Ronald Darby, right? I also think, I would say, Liam, this is an Eagles channel. Why don't you have all the Eagles picks up? I do. They're to the left, but it's a static image and I can't update it. I can't help that. I also think that, again, it's a nice. That makes sense. If that happens, and Rasul goes again, and we broke that. There was a trade offer before, and the Niners came knocking before for Rasul Douglas, and the Eagles turned them away, and they come back and they make it happen on draft day. well, that might be the best thing we've done as a network. That might be the biggest story that we've had as a network. And that, I would take great pride in, because that would be cool. I could be wrong. He's probably not going to go now, is he? No.
Eagles. Mike Garafolo just said the Eagles were in the mix for Brandon Cooks before the Rams traded him to the Texans. So they went after Marquise Goodwin.
Okay, so we just need to wait and see the, I suppose the compensation. I like the idea of a pick. I mean...
Yeah,
Goodwin,
I think it's just one pick. That's my guess, considering that Goodwin isn't the healthiest receiver. He's fast, sure, but are we giving up a player for him? See, the verdict's still out on that, but I think we can skate by with a pick.
But I'll say this again. Does this move to make the Eagles better? Yes.
Yes, this is
a good move. He showed flashes a couple years ago. Yes, he's had injury concerns, but adding him to this receiving core gives them needed speed. With Rager, this is a great move for the Eagles.
Okay.
Waiting on compensation. I'm waiting to hear back.
So I just
look
want
at
to a big
He's
shout as
average.
well.
He's averaged 16.6 yards per reception in his career. That's insane.
Greg Holmes Brown.
Wide receiver group went from questionable to stretching the field every which way.
This is a great move.
Greg Holmes Brown has donated $5. Thank you. That's, again, very, very kind of you. Says, can't believe this draft. If Carson goes down and hurts our success, do we see another Alabama-esque situation here in Philly? I don't know. It's probably... That's going to consume the media headlines for a long, long time, I think. I really do. I'm very intrigued to see what happens with this pick first. We will touch, obviously, back on the Jalen Hurts stuff a little bit later on. But, again, I want to keep a very keen eye on what's involved in this deal. So I picked up speed. So that essentially, you get Rager, you get Marquise Goodwin. That's the Deshaun Jackson insurance policy, really, for in case he retires. It wouldn't surprise me if they slip out another receiver in that deal. I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, we're at 700 people in this stream now, guys. If you're new to Philly Sports Network, thank you for joining us.
What's up? Oh, boy. The Eagles made out like bandits in this trade. The Eagles and 49ers flipped 6th-round picks with Philadelphia.
Is that
Philadelphia also gets Marquise Goodwin.
Is that it?
What?
Is that it? Is that it? Do you know what? Is that it?
That's a steal.
Wow.
It's just swapping 6th-round picks? Yeah.
Is that it? Wow. And now right, let's contextualize this. Let's contextualize this. The report I put out a few weeks ago saying the Eagles were in negotiations with the Niners. The Niners came knocking for Rasul Douglas. The price was too high. The Eagles wanted more. Now the Niners come back with a deal and they're like, just fucking flip 6th-round picks. And
does this mean that Alshon's definitely out?
No.
No, I don't think so. But
look, I said this. I've said this, and I'll rectify my statement. Howie Roseman is great at two things. He is the best general manager in the NFL at two things. He's the best general manager at managing the cap manipulation, and trades. He is awful with drafts.
So let's have a look. What is it? It's a 4. I'm just trying to find out cap space and stuff. Right, guys, I'm going to go write the article. I will leave you to discuss with the live chat.
Yeah, hop on that. That's on you.
Fans, let's talk about this trade here. Let's hear what you think. Give us a letter grade for this Marquise Goodwin trade. All the Eagles had to do was swap 6th, and they get another deep threat wide receiver. Me personally, I think this is an absolute A trade. And to be honest, this is a great move. Tell us what you think. Give us a letter grade here.
A.
I think it's an absolute A.
It's an A because all you do is swap 6th and then you also heist. So it's an A.
This is a great move.
100%.
And their pick is coming up now. Buffalo's on the clock to make a pick. They've just added their receiving core to their receiving core and now can go best available player without having to worry about a receiver.
Sorry, I'm trying to type this up as well. I'm just like, I would like to take this moment to say, and I will call him out because he's been a dickhead about it. Okay, Adam Kaplan for your internet scout bollocks. Right, there you go. All right, that's the message we're sending. It's PSN season. We've arrived. We're on the scene, and I don't care anymore. All right, you can be your big verified check mark at ESPN and try and make Denzel Mims look silly for being a bit scared of a new city. Do what you want, mate. We're taking over. That's it. Done. On the way. Articles coming, boys. Actually, I'll try and keep an eye on that pick as well. Keep me posted because I'm going to start typing this.
Compensation for the Eagles-Dolphins trade up. The Dolphins traded the 173rd and 227 to move up to 164. So the Eagles have a couple extra picks later on in this draft as well. They've added Marquise Goodwin. This is a solid move that the Eagles made.
Absolutely. It's just the 5th round now, isn't it? I'm thinking out loud.
So we got like an extra 6th and an extra 5th? Is that what that is?
Yeah, they got the 28th. Yeah, they've got the 28th pick of the 5th round as well as this one coming up.
Okay.
Wow, there's a lot to say about this draft, isn't there? My God.
Look, and here's the thing. We can talk about him being 30 years old. We can talk about him being a bad contract. It's really bad. Yes, I get it. Okay. What did you give up? It's not like you gave them a 5th round pick. It's not like you gave them a 4th round pick. You literally got him for dirt cheap. By the way, Jake Fromm just got drafted by the Bills.
Oh, wow. Fair enough.
That's a weird one considering that Josh Allen is brand new there. Unless they want to be a quarterback factory too. I don't know.
I don't even know how to go about
this. I think
this.
that's my new identity, quarterback factory. Head of the quarterback factory.
I'm just a machinist at the quarterback factory.
Captain of the quarterback factory. There.
Eagles on the clock now. And I gotta be honest, I have no idea where they're gonna go now. I have absolutely no idea. They can go best available player at any position.
Go corner.
I have no idea.
I say go corner, and I like what was it? Jace Peterson? Is that what his name was? Crap. I know his first name is Jace. I don't know. I think his last name started with a P. Peterson sounds about right.
Oh my God, this has been a wild ride. Now, a few people said, someone tweeted me saying, why didn't we get Dante Pettis? It's likely that would have been too high. I think that the problem there is Pettis has got a more valuable upside, and I don't think he's signed his tender yet. So for anyone on that, I don't think Dante Pettis has signed his tender. That's basically what it comes down to. Whereas obviously Goodwin, he's older, coming off injuries. It's a lot cheaper to negotiate with someone on a down year than it is someone that's younger, more productive, is trending upwards. The Eagles are aware of that. They actually tried for Pettis. I said that in the report. The Niners said, nah, you're all right, lad. And then the Eagles come back and snatch him for Goodwin for a 5th round pick switch. Or 6th round pick switch.
Turns out I was completely wrong about the cornerback's name. It was Jace. The last name is Whitaker. That's what I was looking for.
Also, guys, we're on 765 of you in the stream. If you're new to Philly Sports Network, the Eagles have made 2 trades. One with the Miami Dolphins, one with the Niners. They switch picks and get Marquise Goodwin. If you can hit that subscribe button, that would be amazing. If you could leave a like, let's drive this to 700. We're 50 away from a game-breaking NFL draft live stream. We've been here for 3 days doing this for you. Thank you for riding with us. There's still, believe it or not, gents, 2 more rounds as well. The Eagles on the clock at the moment.
Davis is still on the board.
I don't think they'll get him now, a good win. If they do, I'd love it.
We're not getting a wide receiver now, but he's still there.
I know. So let's work on trade number 1. So they traded with the Dolphins first, right? That was the first big one. And that almost got forgotten about instantly because I'm guessing the pick got from that trade was used in the send to the Niners, right?
Yes, I believe.
Right, let's have a look then for Shefty. Shefty will know. Shefty will know what's going on. Probably.
I'm just waiting on more compensation on the trades. Eagles still on the clock. But clock is still ticking and they haven't really made a move. And now, as I say that the pick is in, So we're waiting to see what the decision is for Philadelphia.
So did the Eagles trade with They did trade with the Dolphins, didn't they?
Yes, they traded back.
It was
They've
pick.
got 2 fifth picks now.
All right, so they go from 164. Okay, interesting.
John Hightower. They
The boys! The boys! Come on! I've got a draft crush as an Eagle! Go on! John Hightower, you legend!
Yes.
Go on! Oh my god! Yes! Oh!
Can we?
Come
Okay.
on.
Can we just talk about how insane this has become?
Oh
Think
Why
about
is
it.
the second half of this draft immediately better than like the first 2 rounds?
Can we just talk? No,
incredible.
think about this. Think about how insane this is right now. The Eagles knew they needed wide receivers to help Carson Wentz. So they get their speed guy in Goodwin. They get a first-round pick in Jalen Reagor. And then they draft Hightower, who has a lot of upside at the receiver position in the 5th round. And here we are saying, man, the weapons for Carson Wentz is great. And they drafted a quarterback in the 2nd round.
Yeah, we'll ignore day one. We'll pretend that wasn't Howie. Sorry if I woke your kid up, Hot Sauce Benny. It's been a long time since we've had excitement in this draft. I have not had a draft crush with the Eagles forever. I love him. I love him so much. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It hasn't redeemed the entire draft, but we said we wanted speed. We said we wanted wide receivers. I love him so much. This is the best day almost of my life. We've got nearly 800 of you watching this. My hands are red from clapping so hard. I'm going to write an article.
Do I suddenly like this draft class?
I might
Like, I feel
We're on the same page.
Do I suddenly like this draft class? Like, think about this here. They didn't draft a corner, but they got a good safety. They got a really good safety. They drafted a linebacker. They got their offensive line. They drafted 2 receivers, traded for another, and got a backup quarterback.
I love John Hightower.
This is a really okay draft class.
I love John Hightower so much. I told you, I was like, he's like my B-Tech Courtney Davis. I was like, if I want one of them. Oh, this is beautiful. This is the best 5th round ever. And I mean, we're comparing this to Vaitai, to Clayton Thorson. We replaced Clayton Thorson with a draft crush of mine. I could not be happier.
So what are we doing with Hightower at wide receiver? We got Goodwin, we got Hightower, we got Reagor.
I feel like what's going to happen is Hightower will replace Goodwin in time. So Goodwin will be the shorter term deal. Hightower is that replacement. That's what I look at.
And the other thing is this.
Okay.
There's no guarantee Goodwin makes the roster. It's not like you gave up so much to get him. Flip the 6th round pick.
Yeah.
If someone could clip me screaming for that would be appreciated. Tag me on Twitter at Liam Jenkins PSN because I just lost my mind over that pick. Like I said, I'm going to write the article now, guys, so I will leave you in the capable hands of the boys, Eric and Nick. We're 30 likes away from 700. If we can push past that, this is mental. This is absolutely mad. I will get the article out now that goes over the picks, some John Hightower information, why I'm madly in love with him, and would happily donate to his OnlyFans account. And I will be back very, very shortly.
Sharks for Soccer talking about how I've been on an emotional roller coaster this entire draft. You better damn believe it. I mean, seriously, think about this draft. At the end of day 2, everyone was upset because they didn't solidify the receiver position enough. They didn't really get their needs, and they drafted a quarterback, and it made no sense to draft that quarterback. Guess what? What positions do the Eagles really need right now? They've solidified the offensive line. They've solidified the linebacker and safety position. They've gotten their biggest need filled in the draft. I got to be honest. I hated this draft for a good portion of it. I still think the trade with Dallas is horrendous, and the Jalen Hurts pick is dumb. But everything else, Howie and the front office makes a lot of sense.
I'm in awe. Oh my god.
I'm still blown away that ESPN had Jalen Reagor as a 9th wide receiver.
Some of them did. Some of them were ranking Reagor as the fourth and fifth guy.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we had him too.
And by the way, as the Eagles drafted Hightower, they're picking in 3 picks.
Guys, just a heads up. Okay, so I searched my Twitter tag and John Hightower to prove this. So on the 10th of April, I tweeted, simp this, simp that, I simply want to watch John Hightower all 22. I included him in my draft army. I said, is your name John Hightower? Because you've been running through my mind all day. That was on the 11th of April. I'm in love, so I'm going to go write this article.
But and I'll say this, look, drafting Hightower is great, drafting Rager is great. It still makes absolutely no sense that they drafted Jalen Hurts where they did. It still doesn't make any sense that they got them there. And it just infuriates me because this draft class could be an A right now to me. And instead, we're looking at it just as a B-B because that second-round pick has been wasted.
But, it wasn't that long ago where we were saying, hey, without that pick, what could this be? It's a B. So now we're looking at this now and saying, oh, this draft is a B with that pick. It's honestly, so is our team better even with Jalen Hurts on the team now? You know what I mean? Like from the beginning of this draft to now, is our team improved even with Jalen Hurts picked?
I'll sit there and say this, and that's an interesting question. I'm interested to see what the fans on the stream think. As we near 700 likes, we're at 677 right now, 743 watching. So I'm going to stress to everyone, keep liking and subscribing. But I will say this. Before the draft, we asked ourselves, is this team good enough to win a championship? I think we all could say yes, but they needed some pieces. They were good enough to win the division, maybe a playoff game, not a championship. Now, after Rager, after Hightower, after Goodwin, after all these guys that have been drafted, is this team better than they were on Thursday? The answer, I think, is yes. Even with Hurts. Hurts' pick does nothing. It's a null thing, and I don't like it that second-round pick was used as one, but the team is still better than they were on Thursday.
Yeah, I think they made up ground, especially with that trade from San Francisco and also this pick. I know wide receivers was something that we really needed to get, but we got a good safety out of this. We got a good, potentially good linebacker, quick linebacker, and we have an insurance policy. At the end of the day, that's what we're going to call it for once. It's not bad. It's really not. It's a lot better than it was 15 minutes ago.
Yep. Oh, I completely agree. The Goodwin trade was good, and then they doubled up here at receiver, which made it even better. Literally, the one position we knew they desperately needed was receiver because it was so glaring in games last year that Wentz didn't have receivers that could get open. He now has 3. Adding in a healthy Deshaun, when Alshon comes back, if DJ improves, you've now stretched the field for your biggest offensive strength, which is tight end. Ertz and Goddard are going to have a field day over the middle because we're going to stretch the field so much.
I'm in love. I don't miss my ex anymore. I'm in love with John Hightower. That's all we need to know. Let me just turn my light on. It's getting a bit dark, but
we're at 689 likes.
My voice is gone. I could not.
We're at 689 likes, everybody. At 689 likes, trying to stress everyone. Let's try to get to 700. 700 of you watching. So if you haven't already, just give that like button a click. As we get towards the Eagles pick, the second of the 5th round. This is the one that they traded with Miami. They were at 164, so the 164 pick was available.
Someone's clicked my reaction. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, guys, thank you for the donation. So, Benjamin Long says, Jengy, check your Twitter, go Birds. Matthew Delury says, I've said since yesterday Jalen Hurts will be an underrated move. We have weapons now. Can we get a Heisman level backup if Carson gets hurt? Absolutely.
We're up 700.
This is wild. I'm stunned. Guys, thank you so much for... Oh, we hit 700 likes as well. So not only are you guys donating, 700 likes. I don't want to say 1,000 is out of the question at this point. Because this is mental. This is mad. You guys have been unreal.
We got 3 rounds to go. We got 2 rounds to go. Let's get this done.
Oh my god, the video of... Oh, that's mad. That's made my day. Right, I promise I'll get this article finished, guys. I promise. I'm overwhelmed with emotion right now. Unbelievable. Thank you for the donations. You are all genuinely magical. I love every single one of you. Thank you for all the support this stream. Oh, didn't we need that round?
This was a very, 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 very good 5th round for the Philadelphia Eagles. This was probably Howie Roseman's best draft of the year.
Unbelievable. Despite a breakout in 2017.
You know, I kind of want to go back on what I said earlier. Maybe this draft isn't the worst draft.
Maybe it's just a bit bad. We'll give him some benefit of the doubt here. Wow.
It's
stunned.
pulling the optimism back out of me. That's what I like about it.
Look, I'm a guy that lives in the negative. I've always have been. And I usually sit there and try to poke at things that looks great, but at the same time could also have a bad connotation. This has been very good. This has been a great round for Philadelphia. You traded, and even giving Dallas the center, you traded back, and if you get a solid pick here at 173, you still have already taken Hightower.
You know, go for man. I like Jace Whitaker. It might be a tad early to get him though. Now I like him.
I can't get over that clip. That's so mad.
We're already at 758, 759 likes.
God,
let's push this for 1,000.
This is mad. This is mad. Genuinely mad. I promise the article's coming, guys. I'm just finishing up the good win thing. And I can copy and paste my scout report on John Hightower, which basically reads, oh my god, 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 and then that's it. So we're fine. I just need some contract info on Goodwin. Is Hightower good? Well, if he's a bust now, you're gonna hate me, but I love him. Let
me ask you this, Eagle fans. Let me ask you this: adding in the Goodwin trade, what is your grade for this draft? Is this good enough to push to a B, or do you think it's still at a C?
I think we're at a B.
I think it's good enough to move back to a B. This is a great pick. Adding in the Goodwin trade, this is a really, really solid move. Both moves are here. I'm really solid.
So on that note as well, his contract runs through 2021. He'll cost the Eagles 4.5 mil this year and around 5 mil next year. So it's not that bad. Just thought I'd add that little tidbit in there. Again, I will include this in the article for you. I'm trying to do a million things at once here. It's okay. That's why I'm not on the screen. I'm typing away.
Alright, line 6
B's, C pluses. I completely agree with a lot of people. I don't think it's at an A. I think the Jalen Hurts pick drops it down a letter grade because it really didn't make sense in terms of value. But this is a solid B draft.
Stretch the field and create.
So we got a that's the best fit for us right now from Utah.
I wouldn't be surprised going edge rusher here. I wouldn't be surprised.
Are they on the clock again? Oh my god, they're on the clock again. Oh, heavens.
Yeah, we're about to be on right now.
We got this.
Alright, okay. Oh, Jesus.
Eagles on the clock here. They've already taken Hightower in the 5th round. This is the trade with Miami, which came from the trade with Dallas. Dallas was able to get their center, which isn't really a good thing. I think it's one of the bad moves that Howie has made in this draft. But at the same time, he's rectified it. He's got Goodwin now as an Eagle. He's added speed and Hightower. The Eagles are basically probably going to have the fastest 40 time in terms of receivers from a team that really couldn't run up and down the field last year. And just like that, the Eagles traded out. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Oh, thank God. I'm alive.
Howie is accumulating draft picks up the wazoo right now. We'll wait to see what the compensation is. I got to be honest. I like the move trading out. You've already gotten all your needs filled. Wait until you find the best player available.
As someone that is currently writing an article on the other round, I'm very happy they traded out. Just it gives me a bit more life. Someone's doing it. So RJ Fit 2.0 says we need the defensive end from NDSU. I'd cream. I genuinely would. I think he's excellent. Is it Zucker? Derek Zucker? Derek Zucker, the defensive end out of NDSU. Big fan. Also, for those of you who don't know, my computer panel broke the other day, and I got a new panel. Went to open it yesterday, cut my finger. Right, it was a big cut. There was blood everywhere, and it was all fine. Got better. And in my celebration of clapping my hands for John Hightower, I've reopened the wound, and my keyboard is not a pretty sight. It just had to upgrade that. Yeah, it's not. Liam, please get that guy. What guy? What guy? No. What guy? What are you on about? What did we get from the Bears? I don't know.
Go is still there from Auburn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is being
11 best available.
Let me move my camera a bit, then you can see me. And my
Or
delightful
40
man.
gigs, he's still there.
Don't talk dirty to me. Do not talk.
I'm gonna remind him.
Holy shit. The Eagles traded the 173rd and 227 for 196, 200, and 233.
Wow.
Okay.
Also, for any of you Rhode Islanders watching, Isaiah Coulter was just drafted by Houston.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm a little happy about that.
So here's what I wrote about John Hightower in my wide receiver rankings. I said he's this year's Andy Isabella for me, which if you've been around a while, you know I adored Andy Isabella. I felt hopelessly in love with him within one game of tape. He's definitely a sleeper, but he just does everything well. Not exceptionally well, but well. And considering that he's likely a day to 2-3 pick, to be graded this high says a lot. I had him graded out of a score of 60 at 42.5. Brandon Ayuk was a 42.5 and KJ Hamler was a 42.8. So I graded traits out of 10 on things that match the Eagles. So release, stem, speed, ball skills, adjustment, physicality. He graded the same pretty much as Hamlet and Ayuk because he was the best all-round athlete out of all of them. So make of that what you will. Again, it's just my opinion. It may not stand for much, but to be graded as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, my 9th best receiver above Van Jefferson, I really liked him. Let's see. Hold on. Voice state. John. Hi, are you guys still in the call? My audio's gone.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Yeah, I'm just reading. I'm reading up on a couple of different things. It looks like, and I'll sit there and say this: it's interesting that the Eagles continue to trade out and accumulate late picks, but it does make sense because of how scrambled the undrafted free agent signing process is going to be. Now that you're not going to be able to talk with scouts, you're not going to be able to meet up with agents and everything else that goes along with that. So the Eagles accumulating picks is basically telling me, okay, we're going to take a lot of late round picks because we know these guys are going to be diamonds in the rough.
So you're tying with Brandon Ayuk.
And it's really, if you look at this, Eagle fans, it's a big difference compared to the last 2 years when it was 5 and 6 draft picks. You could potentially be drafting close to 9 or 10 this year. That's something that they definitely needed. They needed that infusion of talent, that young talent. They got it. Definitely a big plus for the team. I do want to stress we got close to 800 people watching right now.
Madness.
We're at 777 likes. Let's try to push that to 800, see if we can get as close to 1,000 as possible.
Oh, I'm trying to. I had him as a tier 3 receiver. I'm just trying to find my table to put in. It's been really awkward. Oh no. But I'm delighted with that pick. The John Hightower pick for me is you can't write it. It's amazing. Very, 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 very happy with that. Oh, why went that copy over? Oh, hang on, I've got an idea. I delete that page break. It's okay. I'm working on it, boys. The article's coming. It's nearly done, and then we've got everything recapped.
Tell us who you think as you continue to like and continue to watch our show today. Tell us what you think about the Hightower move. Do you like Howie Roseman trading with the Bears here and seeing that they get more picks later on in this draft? Who do you think they should go? Tell us what you think. Got to be honest here. This has been a very solid day 3 outside of the trade with Dallas. They've done everything they've needed to do. All the needs have been filled. And now it's just a matter of accumulating depth. maybe another offensive lineman, maybe another edge rusher. But this has been a solid later rounds for Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Absolutely.
Are there any true centers left that we were looking at?
Any who?
Any true centers? So not somebody that's
not.
versatile, just somebody that's a center, you know?
Probably not. Oh, that's not even that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, too. We're kind of late for that.
Oh, it's not working. I can't get the table in there. Oh, there we go. Got it. Got the table in. Beautiful. Just need some stats. It's coming, boys. I promise. We've almost got the article in, and then you can read up all you like about John Hightower and Marquise Goodwin and my reaction.
We're at 10 likes away from 800, guys. Continue to
Oh
like.
my God! Really?
We got close to 800 people watching right now. Keep trying to like this. Let's push this over.
That's
right now. Looking at the draft picks, Green Bay just selected a linebacker from Minnesota. As we near towards the end of the 5th round, we got 4 more picks in this round before we move over to the 6th. I believe the Eagles now have 2 6th-round picks, so they'll be continuing to stay aggressive in the later portions of this round. Jose, I'm not even going to try the other one, donating dollars. Thank you so much. With the receivers we just added to the roster, what do you believe the receiving core would look like opening season? Got to be honest, I think Deshaun's going to be healthy, so I think Deshaun's on the outside. I think they start Rieger, and then depending on who wins the position battle of Goodwin, Hightower, and Ward in the slot. Also, JJ is going to be involved in there as well. It honestly depends on what kind of system they want to run. If they want to run more 12 personnel, which they should, I think it's going to be Deshaun, Rager, and whoever wins the slot battle. But ultimately, I think it's way too early to call. We have no idea how these guys are going to look in the offseason.
We still got Zach Shackelford available from Texas. Center.
Don't mind that. Just a heads up as well.
Just hit 800 likes.
Have we actually done it? Oh my days. You lot are on a mission today. We had a $5 donation from Jose DQAF with the receivers we just added to the roster. What do you believe the receiving corps would look like opening season? God bless and stay safe. I think you've kind of answered that one, Nick. But just as a heads up, we do have, so John Hightower had the 8th fastest 40-yard dash time of wide receivers at the Combine. He was ahead of Coulter, ahead of Judy, ahead of Jalen Rieger, who obviously tanked this a little bit, ahead of Donovan Peoples-Jones. There wasn't a lot in it. I mean, he tied Justin Jefferson. So, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of upside there. I'm delighted with that pick. Marquise Goodwin I can pass for. I'm like, I get it, it's speed. I feel like he's the ultimate insurance policy to tie with this man. Because his upside, I love him. I'm way higher on him than most people are. Like I said, he's my 9th best receiver that I had graded in terms of Eagles picks. But with that in mind, Jalen Rieger was my 4th, and he was the 4th receiver off the board. So I don't know. But I think this cements it. I haven't got a college team. I like Hank Backmeyer as a quarterback. I love John Hightower. I might have to go Boise State and their dodgy coloured field because, this young man. The film room I'm going to have, like, with the Eagles film room on John Hightower, we may actually need an OnlyFans. I'm telling you now. We may have to make one because it is some premium separation. It's that good. It's a dominant catch radius. He's 6'2", runs like a trailblazer, separates easily, absorbs contact through the stump. He's everything you could want in a wide receiver, and he runs like the speed of sound. I'm in love. That's all that needs to be said. I'm in love with you lot. You've been unbelievable today.
I'll have a great tight end available too.
I'll sit there and say this. The Eagles, when they traded that 164 pick, so they traded that last pick of the 4th round to 164. They've used that 164 pick and ultimately accumulated the 196th, 200th, and 233 overall pick. So they've made one trade and gotten 3 extra picks for it.
Madness. I'm hoping. Right, okay. I'm just doing
running back right now.
I don't know. I think they're probably leaning towards undrafted free agents, to be honest.
Okay.
That would be, at this point, with the board falling the way it has for them, and obviously the decisions I've made earlier on, that would be the way I look at it. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I've almost finished this article. I know some of you read this, some of you don't. But for those of you that do want a quick read while we wait for the Eagles' next pick, John Hyde. Oh, I love typing his name so much. And Marquise. Oh, can't spell that. Good win. Right, guys, article's up on phillysportsnetwork.com. I'll get a link right now. I'll put it in the live chat. If you want to read about the compensation the Eagles got for, in all of that, they've made 3 trades. They traded with the Dolphins, they traded with the Niners, and they've now traded with the Bears. They've traded with the Cowboys. The 5th round move, so we're talking the drafting of John Hightower, we're talking Marquise Goodwin, and we're talking the move with the Dolphins, I beg your pardon. All of that is in this article I've just spent the last half an hour typing up. If you've got a little bit of time to add this, to open up another tab in the background and just give this a little read, see how you feel about it. Give me 2 seconds. Here you go. So it's in the live chat now as we speak. So I'll pin that to the top of the chat. So there you are. So that is my analysis on Marquise Goodwin, my scout reports on John Hightower, thoughts on the trade. And I'm back in the booth. That was emotional, wasn't it? Jesus. Whew. We can settle a bit. What a day this has been. I mean, this has gone from every emotion possible. From positive to negative to excited to angry to sad. I am absolutely stunned the way that the draft has panned out like this. Absolutely stunned.
You couldn't have asked for anything better in the 5th round. You really couldn't. You got more picks. You got a steal in Hightower, and you traded for another speed guy in Goodwin. You couldn't have asked for anything better.
No, not at all. I genuinely feel like Hightower would be the replacement for Goodwin as well. Like that long term, that's what it feels like to me. So it's like you've got Goodwin for 2 years. He's like $4 million and $5 million. It's relatively kind of expensive. I think by having Hightower there to develop, it makes sense. We've had a $20 donation. Oh my God, Michael Scoggins, thank you so much. That's very, very generous of you. Says, want to ask you guys a question. Would you rather have had Lamb or Rieger? I actually wasn't as high on Lamb. I wanted Ruggs or Judy. I didn't like Lamb or Jefferson. Jefferson was Matthews Jr. If you're coming down to it, I would pick Lamb because he gives you a more complete receiver. If we're talking... Lamb for me is a receiver's dream. He's everything. But in the niche the Eagles want at that pick, knowing you have to trade up to get him, I would probably sit with Rieger. I think he's going to fit that offense much better. He's going to be more versatile. Like Lamb, you couldn't use in the same way you use Rieger. It gives you the gadget aspect, gives you the return value, gives you the ability to play inside. He's a little bit of a shorter guy, like 5'11". Jefferson, I wouldn't have taken purely because it limits your ability to double dip later. And now look at what they've done. You know, by not taking Jefferson, you then go out and you get yourself Jalen Rieger, who's essentially going to be a Deshaun Jackson 2.0. You get yourself a John Hightower, who's as versatile, as electric as they come out of Boise State. You get Marquise Goodwin, who averages over 16 yards per reception. Yes, he's been hampered by injuries. It's a prove-it deal. It's one of those signed free agents until you get him out of the way. I'd rather that than what we've done here. So, yeah, what about you, Nick? What would you have done? Are you happy with the current outcome of the receiver picture at the moment?
As of right now, I'm happy with what they've done, with what they've been given. Rager's a good pick. Hightower's a steal. Goodwin's perfect. But I will say this. If you asked me, would I rather trade the 1st and 2nd round pick for CeeDee Lamb only and let go of Jalen Hurts, I would have absolutely done it. I would have absolutely – CeeDee Lamb with the rest of this draft class outside of Rager and Jalen Hurts would be an unbelievable draft class.
Oh, for sure. This whole day. I mean, I didn't think day 3 could be any more eventful. I think, you know, string a few trades and stuff like that, but to come in and have this sort of day with this many people, there's over 700 of you here. Let's just say it out loud: 700 people are watching this right now.
It's amazing.
Over 800 likes. You've been unbelievable to us. So kind with your time. Constantly engaging conversation. Bringing us questions to answer. You've been fantastic. There's a question there from Robert California. And if that is an office-related pun, I love that. Big props to you. Is Hightower outside or slot receiver in the NFL? I think he can play straight outside. It wouldn't surprise me if they line him up in the slot to begin with. Just because bigger slot guy. It's a Jordan Matthews level slot guy, but he's far more of a crisper route runner than Jordan Matthews. Like, the get off is quicker. He's not a possession based receiver. He's got good yak ability. John Hightower to me is if you took CD Lamb and just knocked it down 4 pegs. So take CD Lamb for me is he's amazingly explosive, he can block well, got an elite catch radius, this, that and the other, he's rapid. Take all of that and go, good catch radius, good blocker, good release, good stem, good leverage in space. That's John Hightower. He doesn't do anything extremely well, he does a lot of things good. And that's what you need. And he ran at the 8th fastest time of wide receivers at the 40. So again, I am besotted with that pick.
I'll say this. Cowboys just drafted Bradley Anae, probably the best player left on the board.
Man.
Cowboys have had a good draft. No other way to put it.
Oh yeah, they've had a very good draft. I mean, a lot of teams are. The Eagles are kind of coming to their own a bit later. Is Hightower better than Watkins? If you mean Kes Watkins, I would say so. That's my personal opinion. So my wide receiver rankings, for anyone that's interested and didn't get to see the article, I will go back through now and let you know. How's that? Because I think that makes fair, right? I can go through my... This is receivers again. So what I do one every year. I did it for running backs in 2019? Yeah, we're 2020 now. 2019. And I have Miles Sanders ranked 7th in terms of how he fits the Eagles. I was much higher at the time because the Eagles they didn't have a LeGarrette Blount, they didn't have a Jay Ajayi at that time, right? So for me, I was looking at the more physical runners. For instance, the guy drafted by the Bills, Devin Singletary. The one drafted by the Rams, obviously, and there's been a few more as well. But this year with wide receiver, they're after certain traits. So I was essentially looking for that. And this is what I come up with. So give me 2 seconds. I will find out. If you've not seen the video or you're new to Philly Sports Network, this is for you. It's also a nice refresher if you've been here a while. So here we go. We'll go from bottom to top because bottom's going to work probably better for us right now, given that we're at the back end of the draft. Tier 5, I had Brian Edwards, Quintus Cephas, and Isaiah Hodgins, who had scores of 40.5, 40.5, and 37. Edwards and Cephas I view as the same. Tier 4, I had Courtney Davis, Devin Duvernay, T. Higgins, Michael Pittman, Tyler Johnson. Okay? Separated by 1.5. Not much between them. Devin Duvernay gives you superior physicality in hands, compensates a little bit for the stem because he's a poor route runner. Davis gives you an elite release and messes up outside of anything that's not speed and ball skills. Tyler Johnson I wasn't about. Tier 3, I had KJ Hamler, Brandon Ayuk, John Hightower, Van Jefferson, Chenault, Gandy Golden. Now, the reason for that, Hightower for me had 7 release, 7 stem, 7 speed, 7.5 ball skills, 6.5 adjustment, 7 physicality. In comparison to Hamler, who had 8 release, 8.5 stem, 8.5 speed, 6.8 ball skills, 4 physicality. He just dropped down because of that. If he had even a remotely average physicality, he'd be up into tier 2. Ayuk's sort of the same, only he lacks a bit in the stem, lacks a bit of the ball skills, isn't as physical. Hightower makes up a lot. Chenault, the same thing, lacks a bit of physicality. Tier 2, I had Rager ahead of Mims and Jefferson, and Tier 1, Lamb, Judy, and Ruggs. So hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of insight into how I was grading this wide receiver class and why I'm so excited about John Hightower. Because to get a guy that I would grade for the Eagles as a fit, not as an overall player, he's not the 9th best receiver in this draft, but as a fit for this team, I had him 9th. And to get him that late, I'm very, very excited about it. Now again, I could be wrong, but I put it this way, I'm way more excited about this pick than Shelton Gibson, which was the same round if I'm not mistaken. So
I just want to add one thing about the Jack Driscoll pick.
Sure.
Tim McManus just said, Driscoll talking to reporters says he worked on playing center during the pre-draft process.
Okay, that's interesting then. So maybe that does make some more sense.
Wait, Driscoll worked on playing center?
I'm sorry?
You said Driscoll worked on playing center in the pre-draft?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm cool with it.
That makes a lot more sense, and it makes me a lot easier to handle that Dallas trade. It's still a bad trade. You gave them a chance to solidify the offensive line, but in their end, they got a healthier center.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, did we kind of give them damaged goods?
Potentially, but He won the best center of the country award. So
That's fair. Okay.
I guess you could say he was the center of attention.
He was. Absolutely. He was the center of attention for about an hour today, and then his entire last year in football.
Absolutely mad. This is
over 700 of you still watching, 830 likes. See if we can push to 900. Eagles have a couple picks here in the 6th round. They have the 17th overall pick in the 6th, the 21st overall pick in the 6th, and the 210th, so the 31st pick in the 6th round. 3 6th-round picks coming up for the Eagles in this draft. Could be another chance for them to add talent later on. Let's see. What do you guys think? What do you guys want to see the Eagles do? They filled out their receiver needs. Do you want to see another receiver if it's the best available option? Do you want to see an edge rusher, another offensive lineman maybe? What do you think? Let us know.
I think, personally, if Derek Juk is still around, the defensive end from North Dakota State, it makes sense because, again, they've not addressed the defensive line at all. You don't need to address the interior. That much is fine. But I do believe that, again, on the outside, we've had this today where Derek Barnett, you don't realistically know what's coming. Brandon Graham's getting older. Josh Sweat took a step. We need a leap. And Sharif Miller, it'd be great to even get a step at this point. So you need depth. I think he's going to be the best fit for that. But knowing the amount of picks they've now racked up, they could very well spread those out. It wouldn't surprise me if they go somewhere else. But it's just mad to think that Carson Wentz's new set of targets. You've got technically. I think Olsen sees the field. It wouldn't surprise me if they just sit him and take the L. I think Whiteside will be in the plans to some degree. Jalen Reagor, Deshaun Jackson, John Hightower, and Marquise Goodwin. If you want speed, if you wanted speed, right?
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, that's as quick as you can find. And on defense, you then have a speedy linebacker and a speedy safety. They said speed was the name of the game, and it has absolutely been that. So overall, where they go now doesn't really matter too much, I don't think. But I know I did see someone saying that they're in the Philippines and it's 3 a.m. So massive shout out to you for watching from there. Thomas Lima donates €5. Thank you so much for that. That's, again, incredibly gracious of you. Thanks for all the support. He says, keep up the good work. Fly Eagles fly. Greetings from Austria, not Australia. So Austria, that's close to my time zone. That's an hour ahead. So like 9:47. So still a lot of hustle watching that, my friend. Thank you for taking time out of your day to watch this with us. As we say to all of you, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, we never ask for donations. The fact you guys are willing to do that. Again, in a time like this where our revenue streams in terms of advertising aren't anywhere near as stable as they once were, that makes all the difference, genuinely. And this isn't me playing a card or anything. I'm just being honest. That means so much. That in a time where everyone's strapped for cash, everyone doesn't know if they've got their jobs, if they're on furlough, what the future holds. To be able to do that, that means an incredible amount. And thank you so much for being so generous, because you don't have to be. It means a lot. Just you knowing there's nearly 800 of you sat here watching this with us is more than enough. And if we can get, I tell you what, we're on 835. I think we can push 1,000. I think if we do it, I think we can absolutely get something special there. That would be ridiculous. So we'll see how we go, guys. If you're new to the stream, if you're new to the channel, thanks for tuning into the roller coaster. We have had some highs, some lows. We're going to be over 20 hours worth of live stream content this weekend, in a decision that, we took early on. We were like, we're going to do live streams. We don't know how they're going to go success-wise. There have been some bumps along the way with audio and stuff, but overall, you've made this, I think, one of the best things we've ever done. And I think Nick and Eric will agree that this is probably the most fun we've had in a long time, especially in a period, again, like this, where it's so stressful to come in, talk Eagles for so long with so many friends. It's a blessing.
We got Kayvon Wallace. He's already on the Instagram gassing up Marcus Goodwin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, gotta love it.
Love to see it. Right, I'm going to quickly go and get a sandwich. I think it's a wrap. It's a chicken Caesar wrap. So I need one of them. I'm hungry. I will leave it to you guys really quickly. I hope the Eagles don't trade anything in the meantime, because I may be a bit upset. But just another heads up. If you're new to the stream, the link at the top of the chat is an article that will break down everything you need to know about 5th round action. That includes the trade with the Dolphins, it includes the acquisition of Marquise Goodwin, and it includes my favourite draft crush outside of Courtney Davis, John Hightower. So be sure to go check that one out. I'll leave you with Nick and Eric, who... the thing is, I can't see my Mac, so I've just looked at my screen, and they look very cozy. And we're chilling, we're relaxed. We're chilling, we're relaxed, we're having a nice little afternoon. I'd rather be spending it with no one else, boys. I'm sure they will serenade you for the next 5 minutes. And who's Sloppy Joe? What's he saying? Something I'll do with the Eagles post. I don't know. Anyway, I don't gas anything up. Oh, who's this? I don't hear run about here. Anyway, I'll leave you with the boys, and I'll be back very, very soon. Ta-ta.
So, we're still 700 people watching, 842 likes. Let's keep pushing for 900. We're going to keep pushing, see how many likes we can get. Currently, right now, in round number 6, the draft, trying to move a little bit quicker. The first pick was Hakeem Adeniji from Kansas, the guard. 3 guards picked in a row. I'm going to completely butcher these pronunciations. Netane Moody from Fresno State and Mike Onowenu went to New England. The Giants just drafted Cameron Brown from Penn State. So for those of you Pennsylvania fans that wanted him staying in-house, that's not going to happen. Got to tell you guys, if you look at what this happened, and if you asked on Thursday, if I asked you on Thursday that the Eagles would be able to draft Hightower, Rager, and trade up for Goodwin, I got to think that's a win. I really have to think about how good this draft has been in some retrospect outside of the Jalen Hurts trade. Now, I'm going to tell you, I still think this draft is a B, but this draft is increasingly better the more late-round picks that go because they've done their job.
You know, what do we think about pressuring the linebacker position? Like inside linebacker, Marcus Bailey, Purdue is probably somebody that I'm looking at who's still on the board. He's the 5th best at his position.
I'll take him.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, then you wouldn't necessarily need to bring back Bradham if he can produce at an average level. And I will say this, and it's an interesting point that was just made from one of the comments. The issue of the NFC East, the Eagles still had probably the worst draft out of any team in the NFC East. The Giants have had a good draft, the Redskins have had a good draft, and the Cowboys have had a really good draft. But at the same time, when you're the division champion, you're not going to have the best pick. The better players aren't going to be there. So it's all about value. And the question of value is, do the Eagles get enough value picks to solidify their place as the top of the NFC East? I think they have. I really think they have.
Like we were saying, I think yesterday, it's more so that the Eagles, they've addressed their team needs. They just didn't do it in the order that we would have wanted. I think the team's better. I think every single spot that was weak, that wasn't, before the NFL draft, has strengthened a little bit. We still have 3 more picks, if I'm correct on that.
3 picks in the 6th, 1 in the 7th.
Yeah, so we still have those picks left. Right now, I'm thinking interior linebacker, running back, and tight end.
We're back.
I wouldn't necessarily go running back. I wouldn't. I would think, honestly, just double dip at offensive and defensive line now. Get the best available at those 2 positions. Diamonds in the rough. If you want a linebacker, get a linebacker, and then go from there. Really, I don't see a need for running back.
Are we staying here at the tackle, or are we looking at interior offensive line?
Yeah, I think, honestly, it doesn't matter to me about position. I think is the guy versatile. Driscoll is clearly versatile enough to play inside. And if you're looking at it from that perspective, even if he has more experience at tackle, you still take him. If the kids are versatile. We're at 850 likes, 693 of you watching. Let's see if we can push to 900, guys. I know it's going to be a lot. Draft nearing, towards the middle portion of the 6th round. We've been watching for a while. The Eagles still have 3 picks left in round 6. Let's see if we can do it, guys.
I'm shocked, genuinely shocked. This is, I'm gonna cry at some point. I know it's coming. So the Eagles did just tweet earlier as well. I know there have been a lot of moves. So while I went upstairs to grab my beautiful chicken Caesar wrap and a cider, the Eagles tweeted essentially confirming the moves. So the picks so far: Jalen Reagor, Jalen Hurts. Let's forget that bit for now. Davion Taylor, Kayvon Wallace, Jack Driscoll, John Hightower. The picks they've got left, they've got 3 6th-round picks now. So 196, 200, and 210. 2 of those from Chicago, 1 from San Francisco, and then a 7th-round pick from Chicago. So they do get a 7th-round pick. They went into this draft with only 1 6 and 1 7 and 1 5, I believe. So to come out with 2, so we had 1 2 3, 2 4s, a 5, 3 6s, and a 7. Hey, it could be worse. Now, the Eagles have sent over the profile for John Hightower, whose hair is much bigger than I don't see it. He's got a helmet on. Fair enough. Let's have a look and just read you some stats that we've got here. This is important, named to the All-Mountain West second team as a wide receiver and kick returner. So again, they're really valuing guys that can get upfield in a hurry. Appeared in all 14 games and led the team in receiving yards, 943. You know that if you read the article. TD receptions, while finishing second in catches, averaging 24 yards as a kick returner and 1 touchdown. He transferred from Hines Community College in 2018. Saw action in 10 games while tying was second on the team with 8 total touchdowns. So I love him. Again, as a game, he is going to be an absolute baller with Carson Wentz throwing in the ball. Because if there's going to be a guy that can work this guy into open space, it's Carson Wentz. I'm very, very excited to see what Hightower can do here.
Just looking at the picks now, it looks like the Chargers pick is in. They are picking, as I'm going down the list, 7th in this draft, Blake Ferguson, the long snapper from LSU, was just picked by the Dolphins. Bravian Roy from Baylor was just picked by Carolina. Yeah. Well, guys, I'll ask you here, as we get towards the end of this draft, and I briefly alluded to this before, with the pick of Hightower, with the Goodwin move, what is your favorite selection or move of this entire draft? Is it Hightower? Is it Wallace? Is it Reagor still? Well, what is it for you guys?
For me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, the reaction of me screaming says it all. I think it's Hightower because the value of that pick is incredible. In terms of if you want someone you want those late round sleepers that cost a little and produce a lot, it's Hightower. I like Kayvon Wallace. I think that's a nice pick. But in terms of someone I know that in preseason, that's going to be your guy. If you want a preseason, everyone's got a preseason hero, right? Where, we had, who was the most recent one? I think Greg Ward was one of them. Boston Scott was one of them. Dating back a bit further, Denell Pumphrey certainly wasn't one of them.
Rasheed Bailey?
Yes, big time Rasheed Bailey. There are a few guys, and I think John Hightower for me would easily be one that will steal your heart in preseason and you get besotted with. The good news is I think he will stay on the team for a little while. I can't see them parting ways with him. I love that. But what about you, Nick? What's your take on it?
I am stuck between Wallace and Reagor. I really like the Wallace pick, specifically because of his versatility. I think, and people forget that there was only 2 players on the Clemson defense that had over 50 tackles, 2 wins, 2 sacks, and 2 fumbles forced. One of them was Isaiah Simmons. The other was Kayvon Wallace. The dude can play, and he does have his issues. I understand that, but the dude's a baller, and I think he's going to help big time in that secondary.
I want to go with
Paul Turner's another one.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna roll with. Man, see, I'm not gonna take your thunder. I was between those 2 as well. I want to roll with Reagor though, since you took took Wallace, and the reason I think what really keeps it with Reagor is I thought of him highly, as you did, Liam, probably top 4, top 5, and his speed, his fastest game speed, matches Tyreek Hill, which is an anomaly in a lot of ways. And then now, knowing what we have now, you can match that with Hightower a Deshaun Jackson, a Goodwin, and we have Ertz, who what's going to catch 100 passes a year, basically at this point.
Yeah.
I think Rager really opens up our offense more than we could have ever expected after 5 rounds of this, or into 5 rounds of this draft.
Absolutely. I mean, it's turned around, isn't it? It's turned around quite severely. Like, it's been a rapid change of heart.
But the Hurts thing is still bad because if they had a corner, this draft is probably an A plus. But it's still good enough for me to be like, okay, we can move forward with this.
Absolutely. Guys, as well, while we've got 700 of you here and we're waiting for the Eagles' next pick, which isn't too far away, we've got our social medias down on the right-hand side. If you could give us a follow, that would be great. My personal Twitter is @LiamJenkinsPSN, and I've just made an Instagram to try and show you some behind-the-scenes stuff of PSN as well. So that's just LJPSN. Give that a little follow if you fancy it. Nick and Eric, if you want to plug your Twitters, you are more than welcome to.
Yeah, I don't have a strong following on Twitter. But Nick_Faria, FARIA 1720. Give me a follow. I would love it. It'd be great to have more people following me than followers, but that's never happened in my taste, so we'll see what happens there.
Stranger things have happened.
I'll plug mine, and I will let you know, everybody who is here for Eagles content. Mine's going to be a little bit different, heavy on the Flyers content, heavy on the Philadelphia Wings content, really heavy on Philly sports content. It may not be as different as you think. Come to Twitter, Eric Reese, that's REESE PSN, Eric Reese PSN on Twitter.
I tell you what as well, on that note, someone just tagged an article that we put up a while back, written by our very own Jalen Smoot, who again, one of our longest tenured writers, has been here all day. The title of the article, Should the Eagles Kick the Tires on Marquise Goodwin? Early in the offseason.
So, isn't that funny?
Isn't that funny? We're all over it. PSN season. This is what we do, all right? Day by day, we're just breaking down the barriers. And hopefully you guys are along for the ride and enjoying the content, because we've got a lot to do. What happened to our Arcega-Whiteside bust? Nah, not a bust. I think he's got a role in this offense yet. It's way too soon. I think they probably could have reinvested that pick, for sure. Could have absolutely reinvested that pick or done something better. But the main thing is you move on and you get pieces that fit better. And if you can have an offense where you've got 3 interchangeable pieces in Rager, Goodwin, and Hightower with Arcega-Whiteside on the outside, I don't care. Do you know, at that point, like, Arcega-Whiteside's going to be a red zone guy, your jump ball specialist, and you've got speed over the middle, more than you know what to do with. It's only going to help Miles Sanders. It's only going to help 12 personnel formations. I wouldn't be surprised on that note if they do go T3 at some point. I don't know who's left on the board, but a third tight end may be very, very interesting. Just purely because, you know, they tend to do it as undrafted free agents and 7th round picks. Like Trey Burton's the best story. Came on undrafted free agent, worked under Casey, Selleck and Ertz. Like, name a better trio to work under than that. Became special teams leader in tackles 1 year later. Then the next year was, you know, he started breaking out. Had a nice reception against the Detroit Lions in 2015. 2016, new head coach, got the most of him. And that 2017 season, the Eagles lived in 13 personnel a lot, and it helped LeGarrette Blount a lot. And in 2018 and 19, they have not been able to do that because Richard Rodgers has not been there, and Josh Perkins is basically a Chase Claypool, as in someone that is a bit too small for tight end, bit too big for slot receiver, I find. So I think that's very much going to be a position of interest, just to bring on a developmental name. Liam, are you about to shave your head? Oh no, it's when the PSN account on Twitter gets 6,000 followers.
Follow that too. Philadelphia SN on Twitter.
Yeah, at Philadelphia SN. That's
for everybody that liked this video, go follow that. And then
where are we at? We need 150 by the end of draft weekend. That was the deal, and I would shave my head. So the man bun might stay at this point. You brought it on yourself. You brought it on yourself. How much time do we have? To the end of draft weekend, so to the end of Sunday.
Oh, the end of Sunday, okay.
So we'll see how we go, but what a day. So Andy Reid's on TV at the moment. There's another kicker off the board. The Bills take a kicker. which is no relevance to anyone, but it's just interesting, isn't it?
I
Jack's back on the clock.
really think that the Eagles should take a flyer on this Hunter Bryant tight end from Washington.
Love Hunter Bryant.
Who's the center from Texas that we were talking about? Shackleford?
Yeah, Zach.
Is he still available?
He's still there.
I think that's my guy at 21 here.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at him, looking at the tight ends, and I'm still kind of thinking about a running back. Probably the last pick of the draft, running back.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends how we go, especially with like the undrafted crop. Like, it's not been a particularly heavy running back class for sure.
No.
But the teams are starting to benefit from that, I suppose. Now, just looking at some of your chats, it's like we've almost calmed down from the euphoria of John Hightower. I don't like it. Need to be screaming again and waking people's children up. Let's see. So the Eagles are next on the clock relatively soon. So again, just to go over the picks they've got left, guys. We're currently on in the draft at the minute. Where's my link? 189. So the Eagles picking 196, 200, and 210. So they're gonna come out of nowhere. It's like London buses, all right? They either come nowhere at all, or they all come at once. And the Eagles are going to go from 196 to 200 to 210. There's going to be a flurry of late round picks here from the Philadelphia Eagles. We're around, I reckon, 5 minutes away from the next one. Keep your eyes out. If you ever want a pee break, if you want to go get yourself some snacks, some beer, now's probably the best time to do it. That doesn't mean leave the stream, all right? You stay here or I'll cry.
Speaking of the running back position, I think my guy would be Patrick Taylor Jr. from Memphis.
It's not a bad shout. I know I scouted him. I really like. There's something about Memphis running backs because Darrell Henderson had my heart last year. Really high on him. He was someone that I wanted to the Eagles. That again, he ranked ahead of Miles Sanders for me because at the time the Eagles needed that physical downhill running back. Antonio Holmes is saying Lamar Jackson, the cornerback, not the quarterback. Although let's not write it off at this point. I think that would be a good shout. The thing is with Lamar is he's 6'2", I believe, and he's very similar to Rasul Douglas. And if the Eagles can't find a home for Rasul, I highly, highly, highly doubt that they're going to draft someone of that same vein. It'll be a bit weird. Jason, I feel sorry for you that you're not instructed and told when and when not to pee. You're living in a poor time. It's more fun. Trade back, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was another trade back. It really wouldn't surprise me. But we shall see.
Just wanted to go over here. Kayvon Wallace, I think he might be a great pick, and this fan base is going to love him for a number of reasons. Number one, we talked earlier about how he was roommates with Dawkins' son at Clemson. He closed out his video call with flapping his wings and saying "Fly Eagles fly." This dude's going to be this dude's going to be legit.
What a go! Love to see it. Oh, well, I think we're having a PSN picnic now, is what we're doing.
Hey, we got 860 likes, 647 of you watching. Keep pushing for those likes. Gotta tell you, as we gear towards the Eagles' next pick, right now we're at 190 of the San Francisco 49ers. I have to say, if Shackleford isn't the pick from Texas, I would like to take a flyer out on Runyon.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I can see it, especially if they are going to move Driscoll inside. If that's the plan.
I almost like it specifically because it's the legacy pick.
I would too.
So.
And I get he's not his father. He's not as talented as his father was when his father came out of college, but I still want to take a flyer on him.
Liam, I'm watching the ads through fully for you. Stay pasty. You are MVP. You might be stream MVP of the entire weekend. You've been here every night. Jason PA.
I would agree.
I would say also.
Hey, what happened?
She's watching all the adverts, just all the way through to make sure we survive. Jason PA, who has been, I thought he was my friend, and then he hated me, and then I thought he was my friend, and then he hated me. Alas, he's been here every day. He's also in contention, as are the entire Discord server. I think they have been in. I know Geordie, Isaac, Brandon, Patrick, Jay Fizzle. They've all been here. You guys, yeah, we'll do little awards at the end, but we are very, very thankful for your support. Chicken permission as well, along with everyone that has donated. We'll quickly give a big shout out to everyone that has donated. Paul's, as I've said that, chicken permission's messaged as well. Brilliant. See, we're thinking alike. So Paul Zeckman, I know, has been very consistent with that. Coyote Kills as well. Net Daddy, Jay, Brandon, Lord Blue Eyes, Dom Jones, Greg Holmes Brown, Benjamin Long, Matthew Delory, Joseph Brown, RJ Fit, Jose DeCaff, Michael Scugins, and Thomas Lima. Thank you all for your kind generosity today. You're all MVPs, but those guys definitely... Oh, and Connie as well. Connie has been in every single day. I don't think she's missed a minute. I think she's been glued to this live stream for like 72 hours now. So big shout to Connie as well. MVP form for sure. And Chris Bilton, he's been here. Big shout to Chris. J-Fizz heard his name. 123 Britty in Mahabi says, Liam, how about 7 DBs? Yes, bingo, I agree. And you can see that coming as well. I think that safety pick to me. Even the linebacker Davion Taylor is going to probably be used more in the slot and over tight ends and in zones. Like, he's not going to be a traditional Mike linebacker. So very much negating that Kamuguchi Hill loss for sure.
Am I the only one that thinks KJ Hamler isn't out of the question here?
Do you mean KJ Hill?
Yeah, KJ Hill. Sorry.
I was going to say, I was like, oh, hang on.
We've been on here for a while.
I'd be stunned, but I wouldn't be against it.
Like, they just want all the speed. Like, just all the speed.
And then they'll just cut whoever's not quick enough, basically.
Exactly. It's 140 time in practice. Whoever's the slowest gets cut.
Could you imagine?
That's the highest stakes run I've ever heard of in my life.
I'll tell you what, right, 2 things. So, number 1, training camp for the Eagles this summer is going to be lining 53 men up and going 3, 2, 1, go. Watch them run a 40-yard dash. Whoever comes last gets cut. They do that every time until they trim the roster from 90 to 53. That's how it's going to work. Also, on that note, Joseph Harris just said, can I get a Fly Eagles Fly anthem from the host? I tell you what, if we get 1,000 likes on this stream, we'll do it. In unison. That's the deal. Alright? If we break it and get 1,000 from the top of our lungs so that everyone hates us in our local area, we will do the Fly Eagles Fly fight song. And
I thought we were going to do the Clayton Thornton fight.
I can do that, but it might, it tends to be very polarizing. At least the Eagles fight song is, at least it unites people. Clayton Dawson seems to either make everyone come, hell or high water. Paul Zetman says, PSN's become my favourite venue. Keep going. Oh, I love you, Paul. Thank you, man. You don't have to donate. Again, it means such a tremendous amount to all of us. And that's, I think, the nicest thing for us, and I say this to our guys all the time, and I know Eric will tell me, when we hear things like that, of people kind of becoming, like, our outlet becoming people's favourite outlets, or that we're becoming a part of, I'm just going to go view PSN on my lunch break, or see what this guy says, or see what they're saying about this. Like, that's surreal. That means everything to us. That's what we've busted our ass for 6 years now to get to this point. We didn't think it would ever get to this. And to know that people genuinely care that much to visit our stuff every day, why we do what we do. It's as simple as that. And this is going to be the first of many soppy speeches as the run into the draft continues. We've got one last wave of draft picks coming. We know they start at around, 5-10 minutes or so. But just don't ever lose sight of that, okay? I know there are some outlets that just give. They don't really care. They pump content out. There's no substance. There's no rhyme or reason. It's always about you with PSN. It always has been. It always will be. And that's why, like I said, I've moved to my office for a week. I'm sleeping on an airbed for 3 days to give you guys an 8-hour live stream, essentially. I know Nick and Eric have made sacrifices to, make sure they're on this live stream. The same way we all do to get you written content out. Like, we do everything we can because you treat us so well. And we promise that will always be the case. So just, there's a little soppy. That's a preview of what's coming later. All right, just
over here. I mean it over here.
Oh man, I watch because your accent makes me think you know what you're talking about. I mean, hey, if that's the effect it has, A, that might be flirting, and B, I need.
Actually, there's a great point here. Bracy Lemon's probably, with an interesting point. Anyone else think Jay Jaw might actually have a chance to succeed now that we have all these speed guys around him?
Yeah.
Kind of like how Aguilar in 2017 finally succeeding because he wasn't a focus.
Yeah.
I like that thought process a lot because it keeps JJ off, as a number one option, but allows him to flourish as that jump ball receiver. I think that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, and if you look at let's just call this the Alshon Jeffrey effect as well, okay? 2016 was really tough on Zach Ertz because everyone felt like, it's just Jordan Matthews and Zach Ertz, that everyone's congestion in the middle. The second you bring in Alshon Jeffrey, his presence alone opens up the field. J-Jaw didn't do that because he's learning every position from every language, from every playbook in the league until he's allowed to play a snap. So you don't get that. There's no fear factor with J-Jaw. You can stick a number 3 corner on him now and you're probably going to be alright for the most part. And he wasn't going to get him targeted because Wentz is relying on his release valves of Dallas Goedert, of Zach Ertz, of Miles Sanders, who eventually became. You didn't get that. I feel like if you have to account for that speed and you have to man guys up in the secondary, on a Jalen Reagor, on a Marquise Goodwin, on a John Hightower, the love of my life, then I feel as though that it is going to take pressure off J-Jaw. He may be forgotten about, and safeties will gravitate towards that side of the field. If you imagine a trip set where you've got Reagor, Jackson, and Goodwin, and on the other side, on a 0 personnel where you've got a 1 personnel, I suppose, 0? I don't know, whatever it is. When we got one running back, no tight ends, the other one's J-Jaw. If you're playing a single high coverage and you've got 3 rapid receivers here and you've got 1 slow, sluggish, second-year receiver that did nothing as a rookie, the safety's not going that way. He's going over there. And I think you're absolutely right. He's definitely going to come in the clutch there.
The Jets take a punter.
Also, real quickly, Fred Hampton says, can I get a Discord invite? You can. I can't send it at the minute because I don't have it on my computer. If Patrick's around, if some of the Discord boys are around, if you could get a link in there, that'd be... Actually, no, wait, I can do it. I've got an idea. Wait, I can do this. I hope that if it doesn't work, I'm screwed, but... give me a sec. I can take one. Here we go. This should work, I believe. If you want to join our Discord, there you go. That should work. I don't know. I've not tried it. I genuinely haven't tried it. Yeah, so we've got 236 members. Wow, that's cool. Be the 237th. All right, join our community. Talk birds. We're lovely, really. Some of us, Jason. You guys and Brett Coleman are the only content I watch. Thank you, man. I love Brett Coleman. I really like Brett Coleman. I think he's amazing at what he does. His laid back filming approach kind of inspired me, but then to put my own spin on it. Chicken Permission again with the donation says,
damn
what
it.
if?
John Runyon just went to the Packers.
Who did?
John Runyon just went to the Packers.
Oh, man. What if we get J-Jaw to bulk up as tight end 3? It's not out of rhyme or reason. I mean, I like it. I've seen stranger things happen. I'd understand it. Whether or not he could put on that much weight and still become, an inline blocker, I don't know. But I understand the reasoning for sure. Let's see where we are. 192. So we're almost there. We're getting there. We're getting close. But I just love the sentence of good point. We're good point, chicken. Well done, chicken. Like we're at that point in the stream. Like, well done, chicken. Attaboy. And it's all our sanity is slowly disappearing. But the fact we're nearly on 900 likes, guys. That's mad. We're 16 away. 16 away from a huge feat. We said 1,000 was a pipe dream. I said to the guys before we started this as well, I was like, I don't think we're going to have a stream as big as we were yesterday. I don't think that's possible. Like, it's day 3, everyone's a bit more relaxed, there's a million picks an hour. So we were like, we're going to come in quite relaxed and settle down. And instead, you have blown this up. Absolutely blown this up. A lot of people still saying Thaddeus Moss. I'll trade J-Jaw for a Popeye's chicken sandwich. I've had a Popeye's chicken sandwich. Would you trade that for? Is that worth a trade? Do you think, guys?
I haven't had that Popeye sandwich, so I don't know if it's worth the trade.
Well, this is it. I don't know either. And Henry as well. Henry, I know, has been here every single day, vying for the likes. I know Henry's been asked at a Darius Slay film room. It's been very hard trying to schedule that with obviously everything else going on and trying to make sure you guys get daily content. So I promise you, it is coming. There's going to be a lot of film room stuff, especially after the draft. Just be patient with me. I promise you it's on the way. We're only 7 away from 900. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We're going to do it. We're going to pass 900. This is mad. Absolutely mad. I might break down. Unbelievable. We need a blocking tight end. Yeah, essentially. I mean, Perkins has had a couple of nice breakouts along the way. I know he had a nice game against the Bucks in 2018. I think it was week 16 as well last year. He had a nice little outing. But yeah, he's got some receiving. Cool. Do you know what the one guy I was really gutted didn't work out was? Billy Brown out of Shepherd, the undrafted free agent. I was really hoping they'd do something special there. And I thought he was the next Trey Burton, and he just wasn't. So that was a shame. Oh, we're 2 away, guys. 2 away from 9. We've done it! 900 likes.
Jeez.
Oh my
100
god.
more. Give me a hundo. That's all I need.
We're 100 away from 1,000. Oh my god. Unreal. You are the... if I could kiss every single one of you on the forehead very lightly. I wouldn't because it'd be weird. But I'll give you a high five.
So looking at I just wanted to get back to football really quick because Rob Winslow just got drafted by the Colts. It's the Bucks, the Patriots, and then the Eagles, and this is part of the move with Chicago. If we're looking at best available player here, who is it? Is it KJ Hill? Is it Shackelford? Who is it?
Best available player. I think it's KJ Hill.
So I think
it's a great move for them here. Like this is almost the exact same thing that happened to Terry McLaurin, and McLaurin is now the best receiver for the Redskins.
It's tricky. I think they need an edge rusher. I really like Zucker out of NDSU. I think that would be the guy. But again, you've got that many picks. I don't know. I mean, a late round corner makes sense. They haven't taken a late round corner yet.
The best pick that we can take right now is Hunter Bryant.
Addicted to ramen. Who I didn't know what ramen noodles were. We just called them noodles in England. So I found that out recently. Anyway, he says Dane Jackson. That's the cornerback out of Pitt, isn't it? That's the nickel out of Pitt. The Eagles met with him. They met with him prior to the draft because I did the article on it. So I know they like him.
I think Zach's saying the same thing, unless you're citing Zach.
No, I'm looking at the live chat.
Dane Jackson.
Dane Jackson out of PA. So it's a nickel corner out of Pittsburgh. He met with the Eagles. I had him on my article. So he's very similar to Avonte Maddox. I don't know if he'd be a fit because you've got so many nickel corners already. Like you've got LeBlanc, Jones is smaller. Obviously Nickel Roby-Coleman. I mean, there's the guy from the Chiefs they signed as well. Like, but every corner outside of Darius Slay and Russell Douglas are under 6 foot tall. So I don't like the lack of size there.
Isn't Sidney Jones 6 feet?
Yeah, 6 foot or under. You know, around. They're all. I mean, Sidney Jones started as a nickel though. Let's not forget that. You know, he started as a nickel in 2018. Had some good moments. Went outside, didn't go so well. Same sort of thing here. So it's going to be intriguing. It's going to be very intriguing. But Miguel Villanueva. There we go. My voice is going. Said he's had enough of DBs. So yeah, it's a weird one. It is a weird one to kind of navigate through. But knowing how much ammo the Eagles have, and they're 1 pick away, guys, so we're almost back again. The madness resumes. Buckle up. Pardon me. Settle down. Here we come.
Justin Herron was just drafted offensive tackle from Wake Forest by the Patriots.
Oh, nice.
So now Philly's up. And I got to tell you, if it's not Shackelford, to me, it's KJ Hill.
I mean, another wide receiver might break the wheel. Matt Rule's good to love this.
Just accumulate all the speed.
So Eagles are on the clock. Here we go.
All right, so Justin Herron went to the Pats. Okay.
Is that a beef patty, Liam? No, it's a chicken Caesar wrap. I won't be trusted to barbecue again for a while, I don't think. I think Derek Zucker, that's my pick. I really think that defensive end out of NDSU, I would like that.
I think he's still going to be available with that second pick, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't. Well, yeah. There's a lot of guys like that. I mean, it's going to be interesting. The second you get to this stage in the draft, it just comes down to players the teams feel they found little gems in. You know, like it's really hard unless we're going super late into the draft. I know Steve Bevan, our writer, has done a lot of work on like the late round prospects. So it would be great. I know he's been really violently ill recently, so I hope he's doing okay. He would have been great to have on at this particular segment just to kind of break some guys down for us. But apparently, according to Mel, the team still need safety, guard, centre, corner, linebacker. I disagree. They've got a million safeties, a million linebackers. Well, another linebacker. For the defense they're going to play, they just need more DBs. Guard, maybe. I could see it being an offensive lineman. I would prioritise the edge. How that's not a key need on that Nell Kuiper's list is beyond me. Luke Barku, I know that I love Essang Basie out of Wake Forest. He's a nice little cornerback. Prince Tega Wanago is still on the board, but again, that depends on, I think, whether or not they're going to move Driscoll inside.
Nick Coe is still available. Nick Coe is still available.
True.
Pick is in.
Here we go. Buckle up. Here we go, boys. One more time.
Just accumulate all the speed. There we go.
It's ironic that they want to accumulate so much speed.
Sean Bradley, Temple inside linebacker.
Okay, I've not watched tape on him, I'll be brutally honest, but I know the name. So I'm not going to make stuff up.
First team All-American, but in all honesty, I like this pick. I like this pick a lot, mostly because he got a linebacker.
Way!
He got an actual inside linebacker.
A real one. I might bet was almost in. Oh. Amazing. Yeah, fair enough. I will. Well, that's a film room waiting for me. Then I will get the article up. Well, I can't now because they're picking again in a minute. But I'll recap that very shortly. Very interesting, though, isn't it, that they've finally gone.
He ran a 4.5
So another speedster.
4.5 40. 235.
I like it. I seriously, if people were going to complain that they needed depth at the linebacker position, they answered that bell here. You still got 2 more picks, so I think edge rusher, receiver, still available. Offensive line still available. This is a pretty solid. This is a pretty solid pick.
I think the only time I watched him, I'm hoping I get this right because I don't want to look silly, was one of the Temple games last year. I was trying to watch tape on Hennessy, so it was just the whole game, and I just remember a linebacker shooting gaps ridiculously quickly. Now, if that's him, I get it. That's a very Nigel Bradham-esque linebacker, but with a bit more fluidity to him, in someone that won't get washed out of plays, can judge gaps very well. Again, that may be a different linebacker. I hope it's not. I will go back and make sure, but I've got a feeling it was Bradley. So to come in and get a linebacker.
Steve on our chat said, seriously quick linebacker, really like the pick.
Maybe him then. It may well be him. But it feels like speed really is the theme of this draft now. They weren't joking around or just saying it for the sake of the first round or 2 picks. Like, even Jalen Hurts, you can argue, very quick, 1,200 rushing yards last year. You go to the linebacker and the safety, same sort of thing again. It's easy to see. So I'm going to start. Have the Eagles traded away? Have they moved away? Or am I seeing things?
No, not yet.
Well, they're not. Okay, right, never mind. I am seeing things. All right, so I will get writing up a little bit, guys. What do you think of the pick? I know, yeah, to a 4.51 at the combine. Jose Cruz has dropped that little nugget in there. Bradley Beal is a basketball player, Abel. I don't think that's who they're after. Got to watch some tape on him. Yeah, 100%, Michael. That's what I'll be doing. He struggled to tackle a little bit. That's very on course for what the Eagles linebackers do. If they just want speed, again, we go back to that schedule of going sideline to sideline. If you're going for an elusive linebacker, they're not going to be physical. I don't think the Eagles want that big, angry, beefy Mike linebacker now. I think they want someone that can hold their weight sideline to sideline and pick up those more elusive backs. So I'll start doing some digging, getting a nice little instant analysis piece out for this round. I will leave you with the hands of Nick and Eric once again as I try and get this as accurate as I can. And we'll go from there. But there's nothing to be mad about here, right? That's a fairly standard pick.
It's a very, very solid pick. We're at 926 likes, everybody. 734 watching right now. Philadelphia's coming up in a pick, really, because the Steelers pick is already in. So it's the Rams, then Philadelphia's back on the clock. So give a rating for Bradley. What is your number grade for Sean Bradley? A, B, C, or D? Gotta tell you, right there for me, where he's been picked, I give that a solid B. I think that's a really good pick, a lot of upside. Quick, sideline to sideline linebacker. That's a solid pick. What do you guys think? A, B, or C? Where are we looking at?
I like B on that pick.
Pittsburgh just drafted Antoine Brooks Jr. From Maryland.
That would have been a good one.
Oh, I love him. That's annoying. Well, it's not, because he was already drafted. So I love Antoine Brooks. Purely, because I knew one of his teammates in Ambitania, like I said yesterday with the agency. And he just raved for ages about Antoine Brooks. I was really hoping he might slide to the Eagles. But do you know what? Maybe if that was on the cards and they're 2 picks away, that's upsetting if so. It might not be. I doubt it, potentially. But, even so, he's a good player. Very good player. He's landing in a very good defense as well. So a lot of grades coming in the chat. 728 of you still with us at the minute. Thank you. The Eagles are back on the back on the clock. Very soon. The Rams on the clock at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out now, isn't it? We're almost at the end of a very turbulent process, and still more to get. Still some nice speed. Still some nice players left on the board. It feels like that's the only metric the Eagles have really focused on this year is speed. But, that's what we wanted. That's what everyone wanted to see. And we'll see how the Eagles can bounce back in these last couple of picks after a very apprehensive first couple of rounds, for sure.
Looking at what the Rams can do, looking at everything else, really the consistent piece about Bradbury is his upside is massive. A lot of upside. He's raw, but just unbelievable upside for a guy of his skill set.
I would put that Bradley pick up there, the same sort of grade that Driscoll was. That's about the same sort of quality pick, I think, which isn't bad. It's not a player, but it's not bad.
Pick 200. If we're looking at this, who are the Eagles taking? Again, I go back to the 2 plays that I was looking at before in Shackelford and KJ Hill, just from a standard of these are the last 2 places that we really kind of would like to fill. Shackelford being an interior lineman, and then KJ Hill at receiver. I kind of like what I've seen.
I like a center running back corner just to end out everything. Or it doesn't have to be in that order, but
Jordan Fuller, safety from Ohio State, just went to the Rams.
Oh, I love him as well.
Back on the clock we go.
Here we go then.
You know what? Let's not take a corner. Let's take a center, or a tight end, a center, and a running back.
AJ Hill.
So I'm still trying to write here.
No, you're all good. Listen, this is the slower part of the draft. We're at 932 likes, 747 watching. Eagles still on the clock. They've filled their linebacker need. They've gotten a quality safety. They've added some offensive line help. They've gotten 2 receivers, traded for 1, and probably in the worst pick of the draft, drafted a quarterback in the second round. But we're not gonna dwell on that. We won't dwell on that just yet. But I gotta be honest, I'm really surprised KJ has fallen this much.
I'm surprised Jonathan did too.
I never got the hype with DPJ. I was never that sold on him. Like, he did make my top 20.
I just like his hands, that's all.
I know. Let's see. No one's seen. Yeah, a lot of people on that KJ train, but Eagles are on the clock again. Oh, I've got to stop writing now, haven't I? Okay, let's see where this goes.
Yeah, their
Ooh.
3 picks are within 15 picks of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit congested, lads. So set yourselves in. I will tweet out the stream a couple times as well. I can't even paste
It says the best fit is cornerback Lavert Hill from Michigan. That's ESPN. 5'10", 190.
They're still deciding, which honestly makes me think that there's a trade brewing.
Well, the best available is a tackle, Trey Adams. Dude is 6'8", 318 pounds.
Someone just tweeted me saying, all this speed on the birds, we're going to run away from all of our problems. #emo. Love that. Love that. Alright, so let's see. Still nothing made yet. Roger Goodell legit looks like he's going to read me a bedtime story still, and that is worrying me a bit. We've had a $5 donation from Tariq Womack. Says Eagles drafted a linebacker Sean Bradley. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. We will get a report up on that very soon. There's a lot of love for Lamar Jackson, but thank you for the donation, man. That's very, very kind of you. We're 70 likes away, 67, 66, I can't count. Something likes away from 1,000, which we thought would be a ridiculous pipe dream of a feat to get likes on this stream. If we get to 1,000, that would be unbelievable. So my pick for this one is Zucker out of NDSU. I've been saying that for about 2 rounds now. If they can get him here, I'm very, very happy. I think that's a great little pick for them, especially a little bit later in this round. But if we can push this stream one last leg in the depths of this NFL draft to 1,000 likes, I think we'll all collectively cry between us. Give me
Pick is in.
Huh? A pig's in. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh. Let's wait and see.
Patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. This is the worst part. Like, the pick is in, and then they just hold. Oh, Quez Watkins, wide receiver.
Oh, shit. Okay. Okay.
Another receiver.
Okay, and is a quick one as well. Very quick one.
Okay. We're picking all these receivers later on.
Okay. All right. Courtney Davis went, didn't he?
No, he's still there.
Oh my god, I'm not happy with that. Not happy.
They're going to be the fastest team in football next year.
Can Kes Watkins play centre? Can someone asking for a friend? Asking for a friend if Kes Watkins can play centre. Madness. That's unreal.
Yeah, but remember, they've got a 6th and a 7th round pick still, so they can still go for Shackelford in that last 6th round pick.
JJ, if you we've had a couple of cusses today. I've been misbehaving a little bit. You've got to forgive me. We're on into the depths of 3 days worth of streaming here. That's mad. SMU receiver Kes Watkins. I like him. He's not a John Hightower love, but I like him. They're setting up for one hell of a training camp off season for sure. I think we've got it. Do you know what wouldn't surprise me? Let me just double check something here with Kes Watkins. I want to see a couple little bits. 2 moments. I just want to see. Yeah, 6 foot 185 and a 4.340 yard dash. Do not be surprised if he moves into this hybrid running back type role on sweeps. 100%. I can see that.
I love that. That's nice.
I can see that being a very valid thing. I want to see if he's done that at college. Because when I was scouting him, he blazes. He's got a very quick release. 1,100 yard season last year. I want to know if he rushed. He's a big return guy as well. Rushing. No, he's only had 1 rushing attempt that went for a yard. So maybe it can be tutored up. I don't know. But something at least worth noting that I think at that size, 6 foot 185, a 4.3540. It's just speed. Someone has just imprinted the word speed on Howie Roseman's bedroom. And maybe he's done speed before this draft. I don't know. That would explain whatever the hell happened in round 2. But it's a bit of a madness, guys. We're 40 likes away from 1,000. which is on another level unreal. But I'm going to start writing this article up as well. So Nick, take the reins along with Eric while I get some of this. When are the Eagles next on the clock? It's a little while now, isn't it?
It's about like 10 picks.
Okay, I've got time. Right, let's dive into
Let's
this.
see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 picks. So everyone, fans, we had 963 likes, 812 of you were watching. Grade the Watkins pick for us. Is this a better pick than Hightower? What letter grade would you give it? I wouldn't say it's a better pick than Hightower, but at the same time, Philadelphia is hell-bent on acquiring every speed person you could possibly think. Speed, and then when you are a little bit tired, add some more speed. So, gotta be honest, I like the pick again. I honestly thought that they would draft 3 receivers in this class because of the potential of everyone here. But later on in these rounds, man, boy, Howie has really, really been solid with these picks.
Do you know what he's done? Exactly what he's done. It's like everyone's had a bit of a moan at the Jalen Hurts pick, and he's gone, fine, you want speed? Have speed. You want this receiver? You want that receiver? You want that? You happy now? Like a petulant. That's exactly what's happened. He's lost his marbles. He's gone wild. And the next pick will be a wide receiver, and then they'll trade away Jalen Hurts for a wide receiver, and then every wide receiver is going to play every position ever, and this team will just be wide receivers. You know those Madden experiments where they're like, a team of wide receivers.
Liam, gotta tell you, I'm taking that because that might be the quote of the day. Howie Roseman said, fine, screw you all that yelled at me for Jalen Hurts. I'm going to give you speed up the wazoo.
Pretty much. That's exactly what's happened. Guys, we're 20 likes away from 1,000. I'm meant to be writing this article, and I'm keeping a very close eye on what's going on inside this tab because you have just been... I've said it every day, but you just keep surprising us. You keep getting better and better and giving us more and more and more, and you're energizing us. It's quite difficult to do a 5-hour stream every day and keep the same level of energy. At least in theory, not with you lot, because you give us so much and you keep us so gassed up and so energetic, and you make it such a blessing to do this. So just thank you for all that support.
It is an interesting one.
From having so many question marks at wide receiver to having arguably some of the deepest wide receiver cores in the entire NFL. Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, Marquise Goodwin, Jalen Reagor, John Hightower, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, Greg Ward, Deontay Burnett, Robert Davis, Shelton Gibson, Mark and Michelle, and now we got Quez Watkins.
Just want to add
speed on speed.
First time. Actually, can we do this as a trivia question, Liam? Can we give to a giveaway?
I saw the same thing.
Yeah, the Ruben Frank tweet. When was the last time the Eagles have drafted 3 wide receivers in the same draft?
20. I can't answer, can I?
No, I mean if we're doing a giveaway, yeah.
Oh, we'll do it at 1,000. We're 10 away. We're 10 away.
Should I give a hint?
No.
No.
I will not give a hint.
Okay. Need this drop and that desperation. So I'm typing and talking out loud, but I'm trying to keep an eye. We're 10 likes away, guys. One last push, and we'll make history. Okay, look, there are 751 of you in the stream. 991 likes. We need 9 more, and we get there. We've been grinding this for 5 hours now to get this all the way to 1,000. Can we get over that last hurdle? Are we gonna complete the marathon? The finish line is in sight. We thought it
Eagles has landed. Eagles has landed. Got the answer right. 1990. Wow. The 3 receivers that were picked: Mike Bellamy in the 2nd round, Fred Barnett in the 3rd, and Calvin Williams in the 5th.
Guys, we're 2 likes away. We've got 749. We've been pushing all the way. We said we'd do the fight, so we've done it! 1,000 likes! 1,000 likes! After hours and hours and streams and streams and streams. You are unbelievable! This is a madness. We know what we said we'd do, guys. You know what we said we would agree to. That the second we hit 1,000 likes, we would do the Eagles fight song, right?
Do we all have to do it? Because I really have to go to the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom and prepare. No getting out of this. Go on. Go prepare.
All right, go.
Get a drink of water. Oh, get your voice ready. Get your vocal cords ready. Unbelievable. You guys are unreal. I've got no words. No words. So we're going to come back. We'll do the Eagles fight song. I'm trying to write this article up. Mind blown. I am absolutely mind blown. Absolutely shocked. Eric, do you have any words? Because I am all out.
Oh, God.
Oh, is Nick back? Is Eric gone? Has he gone?
Yep, I'm here.
Nick's back. Is Eric there? I can't see on mine.
No, I should still be here.
Eric's here. Okay, right. Are we ready?
Hold on 1 second. I think, okay. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, so real quick before we do this, yes, put Quez Watkins as a C+, so that's the lowest we've had since Jalen Hurts.
Ah, well. Hey, we have receivers. Beggars can't be choosers.
CBS said that?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, absolutely.
Me. I would take the higher octaves. We're going to make this sound like an orchestral ode to pain. And we're only doing this if you join in with us at home, okay? I'm expecting videos of you singing it along with us. We want to create an orchestra worldwide. We've got 700 of you. Some are in Philly, some are in the Philippines, some are in Austria, some are in Australia, some are here. We're going to do it. Are we ready, boys?
I know you guys have a lot to say tonight.
Yes, we are.
Are you sure? Is Nick ready?
I tried singing, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We're going to give it the best we've got. It's going to
This is going to
sound...
be the deepest sounding thing you've ever heard.
Alright, here we go. After 3. 1, 2. Only joking. 1, 2, 3. Fly, Eagles,
Fly, Eagles, fly.
To victory. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Eagles,
Score a
fly.
touchdown. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Get 'em low. Get 'em
And watch our
high.
Eagles fly.
Eagles
Fly, Eagles, fly.
fly.
On the road
Eagles fly.
to
On the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles, let's go!
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Gotta give the people what they want.
That was brilliant. Nick, you were a little bit quiet there. I didn't hear you.
I got it. Don't worry.
Oh, I love how there was like a slight delay as well. There was like between me and Eric, there was the tiniest
It
delay.
is what it is, man.
Oh my god. Oh no, everyone's given up. Well, hey, listen, we give you what you wanted. We didn't say it'd be any good. We didn't say it'd be a good cover. But it's that or the Clayton Dawson song, alright? You gotta choose with this sort of thing. Hey, everyone's given up. We're just gonna see the lights just sink down to like 7. Everyone's gonna
It's
be
fine.
now.
I'm not a singer.
No, neither am I. There's a reason we talk
Never-
about things. There's a reason we talk and we don't sing and we're not in the cheerleaders. But thanks for sticking with us through that. I know Rory was a big fan of the Clayton Dawson song. Nick, you're being outed. Sliv
That's
Shady
fine.
has said you didn't
Yeah.
sing shit. Hey, you are being outed. We gave it a shot though. We gave it our very, very best. And on that note, I'll pass back to you guys. I think it's only fair Nick does a little bit of speaking since me and Eric went out of our way to duet in a way that only High School Musical could ever rival. And while I try and get some more on this article written up for you guys.
Look, I got to be honest. If I'm looking at this draft, and I love the late round picks, I think the late round picks have been absolutely perfect from Howie. They solidify needs. But I got to tell you, this, to me, makes no sense of why Jalen Hurts was drafted.
Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't make any sense because this is clearly a draft. Every pick has been to compete for a championship right now. Every speed guy, even the linebackers, yes, they're projects, but they're good. I think they're good enough to play right now. And the only one that isn't is Jalen Hurts, and that's at a round you can't afford to allow just to pass. Like that.
You know what I think is
This has been a great draft. It's a great draft. I sit there and I'm like, then why the hell is this pick even made?
I think with Quez Watkins, we got a guy that's going to be featured on a lot of bubble screens. Like, it's not going to be an Alshon thing anymore. So I think you got your wish there. Because if blocking sets up correctly, Watkins is out the gate.
Look, I mean, all 3 receivers have yards after catch capabilities, which is going to be perfect for Wentz. Wentz is not a quarterback that's going to be that likes the jump ball receivers. He never has been. Him and Alshon didn't really connect their first year that well as expected because Carson Wentz wasn't that type of quarterback. He was I'm going to read the defense, I'm going to throw it long, I'm going to make plays with my feet, and people are going to get themselves open. That works well with speed. There's a reason why Aguilar had his best season. There's a reason why the 3 tight end set worked perfectly. Even though Torrey Smith didn't have a good year, he was so integral to that offense because it literally he stretched the field so well as a deep threat that it opened up everything for everybody else.
I wonder who's going to be getting more of those. I bet Rager's going to be getting a lot of passes down the sideline or kind of like post, not slants. Rager seems like a guy that's fast enough, but he's big enough to take on those kind of routes.
Oh well, look, Rager's a bigger, stronger Deshaun Jackson in my mind.
That's why. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay.
And so, like, if you're looking at a starting roster of Rager, Jackson, Jay Jaw, and then Hightower, I think that's a very solid starting roster. And then when Alshon comes back healthy, I think that's going to be a plus. You put Watkins in later on in games as a deep threat. And to me, I don't think you need a running back because Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, and then if you believe in Holyfield, great, but those two can easily do the job. I really like how this skill position group looks right now, specifically after that Watkins pick, because the one problem we had last season was they had no depth whatsoever at receiver. We were screaming for more guys outside the practice squad to come in, and now there isn't going to be a need. There's going to be plenty of receivers that we don't need to go back to the practice squad for.
John Club just put a tweet out with Quez Watkins highlight film, and dude, Quez looks like a gazelle running down this field.
No, he's going to be a fun guy to watch grow for sure.
He reminds me of I don't know. I remember when Bryce Treggs came to the Eagles, and I was like, man, this guy's fast, but like, when will he get the ball? I think he's a little bit better version of Bryce Treggs, if I'm being honest, right out the gate. Now, if he becomes better, we'll give him a better NFL comparison. But right now, that's kind of what it reminds me of out the gate. He's a smaller guy. He's very, very quick. Probably a guy that's going to be featured on a lot of fly routes like Treggs was.
Yeah. Treggs and Gibson were bizarre though. Like, Gibson came back obviously and had the vital PI call. I believe it was week 17.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, like I don't. It's interesting. It's really interesting. But I think Watkins, that's probably a nice comparison to begin with. But hopefully with a slightly better upside than someone that is off the team and doesn't do anything. But then again, there's now so much congestion there. You've got to feel for guys like Deontay Burnett and Robert Davis, who have probably had their nose put out of joint by both of those last two wide receiver moves.
Sharks for Soccer, interesting point. But Nick, you're going to have to keep like two of them on the practice squad. Right now, if you look at the roster, Alshon, Deshaun, JJ, Rager, Ward, and then Watkins and Hightower. So that's 7 right now.
Can I just say as well?
If you keep 6 on the roster, that's perfectly fine. And then you put Alshon on the physically unable to perform list, and you don't need to waste a roster spot on it.
The Eagles actually met with Watkins at the Combine, so that's another player they've met with. There was a correlation Chris put up in an article saying that the players that meet with the Eagles don't always, the Eagles don't always draft players they meet with. There's like a low correlation. This year's been the total opposite. It's been one player, and that's Jalen Hurts, that they haven't met with. And even then, there were significant phone calls, and then the Press Taylor met with him, I think. So there's been direct contact with every player, which I think is the first time in a long time, and goes back to what we were saying yesterday, boys, about this season being so different, this off-season being so different, without the scouting capital and resources, without the reliance on those analytics and ability to meet players. You're so reliant on what those scouts tell you that the intel you have on those players and those personal communications matter more than ever.
No, I completely agree. And that personal communication helped Howie make a bunch of picks. One of them, I think we can all agree, wasn't one that we would have taken. But at the same time, the relationship that he's built with a lot of these guys is probably going to hurt. Is probably going to help down the stretch, particularly with some of these guys like Bradley and Kevon Wallace, who in reality, you look at the draft, it's predominantly offense. And that's because what I mentioned before, especially last night in free agency, they spent so much on defense. But at the same time, you were able to get two really solid defensive players in the draft.
Yeah, so this is what I've got on. I just realised there was an article I did tracking the combine meetings. No, this was from Morgan, I beg your pardon. This is Morgan's article. Where am I? I was opening the wrong tab. So Morgan put, at Southern Mississippi, Watkins dominated the competition, finishing his final year with 1,178 yards and 6 tutties. Had a notable amount of off-field issues, specifically with academics, which forced him off the playing field on a few occasions. It was a bit of a surprise when Watkins declared for the draft, considering how raw he was, but his physical profile might cause teams to give him a look. Against lesser competition, he looks fast. He states he'll run a 4.3. We all know that's the case now. And made a lot of defenders look silly in jump ball situations. The Eagles met with him formally. So that's, that's very good. Cool, right, that's done. Article's done, but we are now... Are we into round 7 now?
No.
No, so we're still round 6.
Philadelphia still has to pick. They're not even done with the 6th.
So the Eagles still have another 6th round pick, don't they?
Yep, they got... Right. We are 4 picks away.
I'm all caught up, boys. I'm ready for that next pick, and then you're going to get one big article recapping the entire 6th round. So, whew. Okay. You're doing bits.
This is the pick that I take Shackelford. I really think getting a center almost puts a bow on this entire draft.
Yeah, it pretty much kind of wraps it all up cleanly. Or a defensive end as well. I think both of those guys.
Yeah, I think if you get the defensive end in the 7th round, then you're sitting there like, okay, we filled every need. We've added depth to every position. We should be good to go for the regular season.
100%. I also tweeted out from the PSN account a little earlier. Where are we? The Eagles have more receivers than we have followers, which currently stands at 5,856. So, X Blackman says, you guys forgot about Goodwin. No, we haven't. There is, if you tap the pinned article on the top of this chat and scroll down, you will see the news about Marquise Goodwin. So we've not forgotten. Goodwin's, I suppose in the wide receiver picture we haven't, yeah. But he's accounted for in the article. He'll be accounted for in the video recaps and that sort of thing as well. Again, big thank you for the $2 donation, my friend. You didn't have to do that. That's very, very kind of you. I'm still genuinely shocked to be at 1,000 likes. That's unreal. Absolutely unreal. We're now at pick 206. Is it 210 the next one for the Eagles?
Yeah.
Yes.
210. All right, okay.
And I'll even add this because I brought that up. So Goodwin will make 8 receivers on the roster right now. You take Alshon out of the equation when he's put on the midseason IR list because he's going to come back midseason. It's not going to be an early recovery for Alshon. So you look at it. So now you have 7. They'll probably keep 5 on the active roster. So let's say they cut Goodwin. Why is that a bad thing? You only gave up a 6th round pick for him. It's not like you spent a 4th or a 5th. You swapped 6th round picks. That's not the end of the world for him for them to cut him. Or they like him so much, and then they put Greg Ward back on the practice squad.
On that note as well, we just got the transcript through from Jack Driscoll. He was the Eagles, obviously the offensive tackle drafted. The full quote about him playing center reads, it was a pretty seamless transition. A lot of hard work went into it. One of the things was when I left UMass, I wanted to be sure I was in the best shape I could be in. I was running, lifting every single day, stretching, basically ready to adjust and jump in. He said, the center is something I've really worked on throughout this process, and understanding being able to snap the ball makes you just that much more valuable. Like I said, any position, they'll do it. So looks as though, if that has been a case of conversation, that he's more than willing to. I think he fits that. In comparison, I know it's a bit more of a project. It's not quite a Cesar Ruiz, for instance, or someone like that. And we are talking about a tackle that's built like a guard. But when you look at Tyler Biadasz, who is a centre, who would have been a nice pick, isn't an athletic centre. What makes Jason Kelce so special? It's the fact that he can get to the second level, that he is so freakishly athletic and has so much power in those legs. And I feel like Jack Driscoll may have that fundamental base, but need a lot of the coating on top. So I can see where they're going from with that pick. Now, does it make trading out of it and giving the Cowboys a centre any better? No, not at all. That didn't need to happen. But
those two moves are his worst. Hurts and trading out with the Cowboys are his two big mistakes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, outside of that though, it's been a very, I'd say, redemption-based draft over the last 100%. 2 hours or so.
100%. This is the how we knew he needed to hit on these picks and nail these picks. And as of right now, everyone can look back and say, okay, this is a solid class.
100%. 100%. This has been absolutely wild. This whole experience has been mad. Absolutely mad. And again, I know we keep thanking you every 20 minutes, but we really do mean it, to have nearly 700 of you still sat here in the depths of the NFL draft watching this with us as we hit every milestone we possibly can. It's outstanding. We're so lucky to have you and call you our community and our family. So just thank you for putting up with my annoying British voice, for Nick's very saucy radio voice. Nick's got a much better radio voice than I have. Mine's too high. And to Eric and his iconic 180 Joel Embiid jersey attire. It's been a whole vibe today. Who do you guys want then? Eagles are up in just a little bit. We're 2 picks away. Who are the players that you want? Let us know in the comments. And again, if you get it right, we'll give you a t-shirt. That's always been our rule. I don't think we're actually giving one away today. So hopefully this will be the first time we can change that and get something out there for one of you lot. So we will see. I still like Juka. That's my guy. I really hope they get him. That would be a nice sleeper. But I don't think anything will ever replace the euphoria that John Hightower once gave me, because that was the limbs in that stream.
Jake Hansen was just drafted by Green Bay, the center from Oregon. They're back on the clock, and then Philadelphia's picking. But I will say, if they get Shackelford, I would be very happy. And I want to say this: just because Kelce is athletic doesn't mean his replacement has to be. When the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted Mike Webster, he was he wasn't athletic. He was strong. He was tough, and arguably one of the greatest centers of all time. Then they got Dermontti Dawson. Now, the system that Pittsburgh had then, they should have drafted a center who fit Mike Webster and was basically the same Mike Webster, but they got a more athletic player in Dermontti Dawson, who, again, Hall of Fame center. They literally drafted back-to-back Hall of Fame centers in 2 decades. So if you're looking from that perspective, I don't really care if a center is athletic like Kelce. I just want a center who has toughness, who can clearly block, and then if he can get to the second level, great. I'm not too worried about athleticism in a center. It was great for Kelce. He's going to the Hall of Fame because of his athleticism, but that doesn't mean every center has to be.
No, but the thing is, it's a weird one because it is such an underrated element of his game, and it's so pivotal to what the Eagles do when it comes to those reach blocks and to get into the second level and to pushing linebackers upfield. Like, you will not see someone move the way Kelce does, especially at that age. It's ridiculous. You're right, it's not the be-all end-all, and that's why I was high on Tyler Biadasz for so long, because I thought if he's not the most athletic, it doesn't matter. That's why that pick stings a little bit more. But if you can take someone like Driscoll, who has the athletic profile but not the experience inside, and do a better job of transferring him than you did with Sayamale, for instance, then I can certainly see the appeal, and I'd be all for it. So we'll see how we go, guys. Just a heads up as well, I mean, our website traffic has been really strong, so thank you for everyone that is reading what we put out. We can actually see how many article views are coming from YouTube, and 287 clicks today have come from YouTube, and that's only from you guys. These aren't going anywhere else. Yesterday, Simon, that was 100 as well, so even better today. You just red hot reading what we put out. Thank you.
Eagles on the clock. Packers just drafted Simon Stepaniak, offensive tackle from Indiana. We Eagle fans can be upset about a lot of things. And we can be upset about how the draft happened early on. But how about the Packers? You have a Hall of Fame quarterback. You needed another wide receiver, and they haven't drafted one in this class.
Yeah, that's
it's
weird.
Not great.
That's weird, especially when they took a quarterback in the first round.
Very,
Right? Yeah,
very
they
weird.
took a quarterback in the first round. Like I know that we're pretty tight about taking Jalen Hurts in the second round, but taking a quarterback in the first round when this draft class is very, very deep of wide receivers, it escapes me as to why the Green Bay Packers haven't selected one.
Unless they're banking on that undrafted haul or a late round. I mean, hey, Courtney Davis. Imagine if it's Courtney Davis. Imagine if the Eagles take another wide receiver. I don't know what I'd actually do. It's past the point of joking. It's like again. It's that almost fine. I'll give you all the receivers in the world, then you can all shut up. It will be that kind of mentality. I would love Zucker out of NDSU. That's the guy I
Only
want.
because it's the fastest center.
Who's? What did you say? Sorry.
So I hope we get the fastest center.
Yeah, I mean, or Driscoll.
Speed kills.
Like, well, we shall see what happens. I know, still on the clock. They're taking a little bit longer in these later rounds. It's bizarre. They seem to be very aggressive in the late rounds of the draft and a bit unwilling in the first. But let's draft a call. We're not going there. We're not going there.
You know what? I honestly think that was Howie saying, if we have to trade a mid-round pick this year, I don't want to do it because it's so stacked with talent.
Sure. No, I
completely understand not trading up for that reason.
So we got 700 of you here as well.
Ton of picks.
Here we go. So 700 of you are in this stream with us. Thank you. If you're just joining us, welcome to the show. The pick is in. We are Philly Sports Network. My name is Liam Jenkins. You've got Eric Reese and Nick Faria here with you to break all of this down. We've been here since 12 p.m. American time. It's now 5 p.m. American time. We will not go anywhere anytime soon. Tuska, yeah, has he been picked? Oh, has he gone? Oh, he's gone. Oh, I missed it. My bad, Jake. If that's the case, I won't be happy. I told you, I think I'm low-key dyslexic. We'll see what happens. If the pick's in, let's see who it is, because this could get very, very fiery. If it's another wide receiver, hell may freeze over. That's too many.
I don't know what we're going to do with another wide receiver. I went from being very, like, we need every wide receiver to we have so many.
I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
Center. That's what's happening.
I think that's a good thing. Like, we literally had a season where we didn't have one, and we go to, oh my god, we have so many. Like, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is, but I think it's contextual as well. And you know, they've done the right thing, but now it becomes a case of like they still, outside of Driscoll, depending on how they partner him, you're going to need either an offensive tackle or a center. He can't do. Well, you might be able to do both. If he can do both, then fine. Let's be honest. If you can take 53 men onto a team, and Driscoll can play both center and tackle, technically, that counts for two. That's like carrying a 55th man. You can make that argument, I think, with Jalen Hurts as well. And I know Dan Orlovsky made this argument the other day when trying to rationalize it, saying that if you've got someone that is not only a backup quarterback, but can provide you with someone on sweeps and kind of those trick plays and get an extra couple yards, it's the equivalent of having an extra guy or, an extra special teamer. So I get it. I understand carrying that many receivers. I think the same thing with Driscoll as well. But I'd like to think they go one more. And if they go centre, it's a sign Driscoll stays at tackle. If they go tackle, it's a sign Driscoll's moving to centre. That would be the way I do it.
Prince Tega-Wanogho.
Oh, wow. So Driscoll's going centre, and Prince, who many believe to be one of the steals of this tackle class. Wow.
Excellent.
I'm flustered. Okay. This is happening. My God.
Man, Howie has turned this draft around on a complete 180.
What?
I am only...
What have I?
Yeah, well, do a 180, right?
Unbelievable.
I am only referring to him as Prince Tego. I love it.
That's huge. Absolutely huge.
Name.
It's a sign that then... So that means Driscoll is definitely moving to centre then. I would say that.
Definitely.
I love that pick. What are we saying, chat? What are we saying? What's the mood? I know there's a lot of Prince, and we may need some Purple Rain playing in the background because what a move that is. Everyone's saying A. There's Stay Pasty as is going. We've got some limbs in the chat. Joseph Harris is happy. Sage says lol, so maybe he's happy. He's happy laughing. Ty says all we had to do was draft Mims. No, I didn't agree with Mims. That's why I slipped so far. All these collaboration singers had made me miss the pick. A++++, A draft. It's better. It's a lot better. It's got better.
This draft, I've said this. This draft at the beginning I had as a C. We're nearing B+ territory right now. This is an excellent pick. You doubled up on offensive line. This is Howie has basically said, I've spent so much money on the defensive line this year, I don't need to spend any more. But let's get as many offensive pieces as we can in a very deep offensive class, and we are just going to hoard these picks.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we've got a scout report written up anywhere on Prince Tager. I don't know. We must have. I know somehow Thomas liked him. We've only had him on big board. So where did Thomas have him on his big board? Let's find him. Hang on. So on Thomas's big board, he had him as a 2nd round talent. So that's interesting. I know he's meant to be. I don't know how he slid so low though. It's another Auburn player as well. Bear in mind.
Auburn, you got to remember something. Auburn was ranked a lot, and a lot of people can credit that to their defense. But that offensive line was really good last year. That was a really good offensive line.
No, absolutely. This is wow. What a! I'm very impressed with that pick. Very impressed with that pick.
Just reading up on the guy, great pass blocker, subpar run blocker. So basically, just another Andre Dillard, if you will, but. Tremendous upside.
100%. I will get this article up now, guys. So obviously that's the Eagles round 6 done, I believe, right? So
how would you guys rank that 6th round? How would you guys rank that 6th round? A or B? I give that a solid A. This is a great 6th round.
It's definitely up there. I've maybe like an A- or a B. I will quickly write this article up, guys. I will be very short. Again, I'll leave you with Eric and Nick. I'm still here. I'm just kind of writing up this article so you've got some written content to sink your teeth into as well as we head into this 7th round. Again, though, just a massive thank you before I do disappear for like 10 minutes of me going sim while I'm trying to type. A big thank you. Joseph Harris has donated $10 and said, you guys made the draft better. Will the Eagles play as fast as the Chiefs? Good question.
Certainly a possibility.
I will let Nick and Eric answer that. Joseph, thank you for the kind donation. Extremely kind. I will let Nick and Eric debate that while I go and write this article for you.
I think we can give them a run for their money.
It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to be faster than the Chiefs, but I think the Chiefs are built solely on speed. I think the Eagles are now faster, and it's not marginally fast. We are faster by a long shot than what we were last year, and we also have size too. So I like that mix. So I think the Eagles are going to compare well to teams like the Chiefs, who they're defending champs. I'm excited for this upcoming season versus yesterday, where I was at a loss for words.
This is a complete 180 from where we were yesterday. You look at a pick like this, and yes, he has knee problems, but if he's backing up Dillard, does it really matter? It's another backup. It's another option that they can go to. It's more competition at an offensive line position that you can absolutely get help with. Day 3 for the Eagles has been an A-, and the only bad move was trading with Dallas to give them a center. That's the only bad move today. Every draft decision has been spot on.
Mm-hmm. I can see what you guys in the chat are saying as well. Oof, wow, we're near the. We've got one more round. Is it one more pick or one more round?
One more round.
Okay. One more round and one more.
Yeah,
pick.
one more pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, this has been unreal. So I know there's some love for Prince in the chat right now. Again, I will get this up as soon as I can, guys. There's Kelsey. Banging. So what are we saying? It's the 7th round then. What's the next need for the Eagles now? Well, when we look at the players to the left, the needs that have been filled. Very heavy offensive line coming into the 6th round. They've bolstered what they needed to. The defensive line remains untouched. Every other need, I'd argue, has outside of corner. The only one is defensive end and corner. So, I mean, does it come down to one of those two now?
Yeah, I think so.
Am I the only one that still is going after Shackleford?
Maybe, just because I think if Driscoll moves inside.
Yeah, just move him to guard, and then you have a pure center play center.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I look at this and I'm like, they've solved all their issues. They've solved every concern you had going into the draft. You know, we can talk about, well, they don't really have an edge rusher, but with Derek Barnett, you gave him a first-round grade, then act like a first-round pick. This is a big year for Barnett. And then you look at their interior rushers, and their interior rushers are fantastic. Brandon Graham's still on the team. You know, he played at a high level last year. Your secondary is solid. You added a safety to your credit. And, I mean, you don't really need a running back. You got your running back pretty much lined up and ready to go. I think they're good. I think it's just best player available.
It's not finding young.
Colts had 3 straight picks. They drafted Isaiah Rodgers from UMass, Desmond Patton, wide receiver from Washington State, and they're on the clock again. So clearly the Colts had the same mindset that the Eagles did, in that this was a deep class and you could get some really good players later on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Frank White would think like that.
Almost done, boys. Almost there. TE3 chicken permission. I totally agree with that. I think that's a very fair assessment. I've been preaching that one for a little while. I don't know how likely they are to do it as opposed to an undrafted free agent, but time will tell. Time will tell.
And John Hightower and Wes Watkins.
Janard Avery's still on the team, Colin. Yeah, absolutely still on the team. Mohamed Abduali says we're contenders. It's hard to say otherwise, I think, at this point. Long snapper, you leave Rick Lovato alone. All right, he's a lovely young man. Prince is the right tackle, but he's played left tackle at Auburn, though. I believe he, as a senior, he played left tackle at Auburn.
Who's
that? I'm guessing that's Nick, right?
Yeah. Well, we just had a conversation with John Raymond. About that, and one of the players they picked was James Prochet, the most prolific receiver of this season, Lewis.
The whole draft has been B+. We need a good day 3, and how he can come through again. We just think we got Slade for nothing. We made up. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. Yeah.
You know what? For the last pick, if he's there, give me Nick Coe. I've been barking that name for a minute. Give me him.
What position?
Defensive end, Auburn.
Why not? We'll be the Philadelphia Tigers.
Yeah, do it.
But like, seriously, I completely agree with that last point, though. Howie knew he needed to nail every pick in day 3 because of the risk of drafting a quarterback in round 2, and then trading Darius Slay and everyone talking about how that's a lot of draft capital. The amount of mid-round picks he's had this year alone has made up for it completely. And I honestly think, and I said this before, him not trading up for Lamb was knowing that they had a lot of guys rated very highly later on in the draft that they knew they could be able to use.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as a short. May give. See, I'm typing away like an accountant. It worries me how quick I can type. Mental landing spot. I'm coming, guys. Almost done.
Or he's ready to get in.
Who's this?
Thomas.
Oh, is he? Yeah, bring him in, man. He should be able to just join the call, right?
Perhaps. I'm kind of relearning Skype, so.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that kept Prince Wanogo from falling this much was his knee problems, and he does have knee problems, which for an offensive lineman that's an issue. But for a 6th round pick, you're going best available, and his upside is clearly there. Like it is clearly there.
Or just turn the lights off. And injuries may have hampered. Right, banging. Okay, right, article's done. Just put in the tags in the image, and then we've got some new content for you guys to watch over as well. Liam, can you please do a video review on our draft picks? I will. On that note, guys, what do you want to see tonight? It's 10 PM now. I've got to be very wary of undrafted free agents as well, because, you know, that whole process starts pretty much as soon as the draft ends, doesn't it? So I need to be on that. I can do a recap of day 3 and just go over every pick and give some thoughts on them, but I will do a grading the draft tomorrow, and we'll go from there. We'll get some film rooms out and stuff. But I've almost done this article for you. I just need to find a picture of Kez Watkins, if possible.
So I gotta bring this up because I'm really intrigued by this. ESP Elliot Shore-Parks basically said that the questions at receiver are still there, even though the Eagles did their due diligence in drafting 3 and trading for 1. To be honest, I understand where he's coming from. But if every receiver is, if the receivers are the way they're supposed to be, there's no excuse for Carson Wentz not to dominate next year.
No, I mean,
barring injuries, this is going to be a massive year for Wentz.
100%. 100% agree with that.
Like this could be what Joe Montana, when the 49ers traded Tampa and got Steve Young, this could be exactly like that, where Montana just dominates the league for a few years, and I think that could easily happen with Wentz because the weapons are finally there. Like, this is a stacked receiving core if they all play to their potential.
So let's try finishing up this article straight with the Bears. Finale. Banging. You need to know. This is what happens at PSN offices. It's just me sat here typing away. It's not as interesting as you think. About the newest Eagles to the nest. That sounds lovely. We'll go with that. I'll be right with you guys, and then we can get chatting again. The Eagles run the clock again relatively soon. Bengals get
not relatively soon. We got a while. They're pick 19 of the 7th round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we got some time here. The Bengals just made their pick, Marcus Bailey out of Purdue. Redskins are on the clock, and then they've got a few other teams waiting in the wings. But I mean, I look at this draft and I look at day 3. What player do you guys think is going to be the biggest steal for Philadelphia this year? Is it the offensive tackle?
John Hightower.
Is it Hightower? Is it Watkins? Who do you guys think it's going to be?
I'd say Hightower just because I've got a crush on him, but I could very easily see it being Prince Tagovailoa, just because of I want to get Thomas in because I know Thomas was breaking down tape on him and had I think a 2nd round grade, so I want to see. Is he hit?
What's up, boys?
Is he in? But
Thomas.
That was the most perfect intro I've ever seen. Right, we're just discussing, Mr. Peterson, your grade on Prince Tagovailoa, who somehow fell all the way to the depths of the 6th round. Did you jump out of your chair when this happened?
I did not jump out of my chair because I was in a car.
Did you jump out of your car window?
But it was damn close. My girlfriend had to hold me down and make sure I remained in the car. I had a 2nd round grade on Prince. I had a first round grade on his name, obviously, and then his play was a third round grade, so it ultimately ended up on the second. I'm just kidding. He's an explosive guy. I mean, are we at all questioning who the Eagles are taking? Like, we're just look at the 40-yard dashes and then whether or not a guy is explosive or not, and we can actually predict if they're picking guys or not. Prince is explosive as hell, and he's one of the guys that Stoutland really loves on his offensive line. You know, with Kelsey, one of the more undersized guys, but he uses his athleticism so well to get an open space. You get the exact same thing with Prince. He's got length that Stoutland is going to really love. He uses it so well when edge rushers are coming in, like bigger edge rushers and guys who plays with more leverage than him. He's so good at getting contact with them before they actually hit him with power, so that he kind of takes a little bit of the momentum off the edge rushers before they actually hit him, and that's one of the things that he's been using really well, and like compensating a little bit for he's kind of lack of weight. Like, he's a big guy, but he's 6'7", I believe. He's like 300 pounds, so he's got big thighs, so that's going well for him. He improved a lot from year 1 to year 2 at Auburn. Took a little bit of a step back in 2019. People didn't really know why, but I just talked to a good friend of mine who said that there was a knee issue with Prince, and that's why he fell as much as he did. And the knee issue is not considered major, but it was enough for teams to stay a little bit back on him. Usually see that with big guys. So when they have injuries in joints that are carrying major load joints, then people get afraid of them.
Just a heads up as well then. I mean, that's really insightful. That's probably the best bio we could have ever asked for, and especially coming from you, who's done so much tape grafting at the position. Like, do you correlate that then to Jack Driscoll moving inside?
Jack Driscoll could move inside. Driscoll is another guy. Like, Driscoll, the thing that's so well with him is his ability in pass protection, and I guess that's what they liked about Prince as well, because the length that he has is going to translate more to pass protection rather than run blocking. Driscoll can play guard more effectively. I would think he would need to take on a little bit of weight. Now Driscoll plays with a tremendous leverage. Like, he plays so low. He's got massive thighs. He's a good mover. There's a little bit of balance issue with him, but that wouldn't matter as much if he's at the guard position, because everything is a little more tidy. You're going up against some bigger guys, so the whole movement thing and getting out of balance wouldn't be that much of a problem. And I think Driscoll would be the one to move inside, simply because Prince is too long to play with a great leverage. And I think the time it would take for Prince to get up the weight and move inside would be it would take longer than what it would for Driscoll if they were to need it immediately. Like, you got to consider, these are all guys that are depth guys for the Eagles. Like, none of these. Like, I would assume none of these guys is going to take over from Seumalo. I guess we can all agree that is the most suspect guy on the Eagles' offensive line. But I think Seumalo improved well over last year. It was by no means pretty. He had games where I wanted to throw him off the roster. I think we all did. But I don't think Driscoll is going to come in here and suddenly beat him off the spot. That being said, Prince provides a tremendous backup swing tackle. I think he can play both left and right. Driscoll provides a good substitution at the interior. Now, could Driscoll play center? Maybe. I wouldn't rule it out. He's got the mobility to go in there and do it. Again, Eagles drafted athletes. You could really see Driscoll learning from Kelsey a year or two. Who knows when he's going to retire, and then probably take over that spot. I'm really high on Jack Driscoll. I like that pick, and I like it more than I would have liked Biades just now that we're talking this whole center thing, center guard and offensive tackle thing.
On that note, really quickly, guys, I have just finished up the write-up on all of the team's 6th round moves. So going back over them really quickly, obviously that includes a slightly less in-depth version of Prince's game, which Thomas absolutely nailed. But Sean Bradley, the linebacker out of Temple, and wide receiver Kes Watkins. If you want to read that while we wait for the Eagles' next pick, it is going to be pinned at the top of the live chat now. So it is now the new pinned message. If you click through that link, that's my written analysis, what I've just spent the last 20 minutes or so writing up. So every pick in the 6th round. Also, I will essentially write an article at the end of the draft that takes every paragraph from the articles today and yesterday and the day before of every draft pick, put them into one place, so you've got this ultimate Eagles draft guide of the players that we've picked, and I can then use that for a video a little bit later as well. So plenty of information if you just click through that link. Thomas, welcome to the show. I know that was quite a way to make an entrance. It's been
right. It was right into the fire immediately. Love it.
Amazing. I mean, so if you're just joining us, Thomas, you know, we're on 1,000 likes, which is nuts. So
wow. What happened here?
We've had a bit of an afternoon. We've had a bit of a roller coaster. So the chat has been unbelievable. They have been, honestly, I feel like I've just been babysitting and Tom's come home from a night out and I'm like, they've been so well behaved, they've been lovely.
Right.
But no,
it's
genuinely
weird to actually be here while it's not in the middle of the night. Like last time I was on the stream this morning, the sun was rising outside and it was 6:30 a.m. So I kind of got my head clear a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So the draft picks so far then, Thomas, obviously the one that I wanted to raise with you straight away is my second biggest draft crush of all, behind Courtney Davis, was John Hightower.
Right.
There's a Twitter reaction video of me just screaming when this pick happened. I had him as my 9th ranked wide receiver in terms of fit with the Eagles. What do you make of that fit and the upside here?
Well, once again, the theme is speed, right? But the thing with John Hightower that made me love him more than a lot of other players is he's actually one of the rare guys in this class, this historically deep wide receiver class, who runs streak routes well. He's one of the better go route players. Like you have a lot of guys who play with good speed. We already have it on the field with Quest Watkins and Jalen Reagor that we selected. But those guys usually they just when they release, they lean to the side that they're going upward. So if they're on the right side, they usually release to the right side of the cornerback that they're playing up against, and they just beat them with speed. John is one of the guys who actually sets them up with footwork, inside twitches, outside knots. Like he's going to do everything to sell that route, and his combine speed I believe was 4.43, but that doesn't matter as much to me. Once he gets separation, he keeps separating. That's one of the things that was a problem with a guy like Donovan Peoples-Jones. It was a problem with T. Higgins. It was a problem sometimes with Michael Pittman as well. Is once they got separation and were going on streak routes, they couldn't keep the separation. Like they allowed the cornerback to get up to speed with them. John does not do that. So he's one of the better guys at selling his route, creating separation immediately, both against off, but also against press. It got a little bit worse, but it was still good. And he was able to still separate. Now, the things that I had against John Hightower, and the reason he didn't get more than a 5th round grade for me, we drafted him it was in the 5th, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I guess that was pretty spot on. The reason why he got a 5th round grade for me is because he goes down so easily. Like he has 0 contact balance. It's kind of like if you take Zach Ertz and you put him at wide receiver, make him a little bit more thin, a little bit better running routes. Then you got John Hightower. You breathe on him and he will go down, but he will catch whatever comes in his way. If he goes up against physical cornerbacks, we went back to with the press coverage, he will get taken out of his route a little bit too often, delay the route, so the quarterback will have to keep progressing in his reads, and that will take him out of it. Built a little bit thin, needs to take on some weight, very raw. Like he had 81 catches in college, I believe, and obviously the quarterback situation at Boise State did not help him whatsoever. No. We're in the area of a Van Jefferson and Donovan Peoples-Jones there with the quarterback situation. Love John Hightower. I think it was a great pick. They needed somebody who could run good routes, because a lot of the guys they selected, primarily speed guys. This is one that you could line up on the outside and rely on him to win deep with good route running as well.
Yeah, obviously the other receiver they picked up was Quez Watkins, and I think anyone was expecting, maybe we all thought maybe a double dip, but a triple dip was almost a little bit too much, and Watkins fits a very specific profile.
I'm so happy they triple dipped in this draft class.
I know.
It was much needed to come out of this class with one, with good wide receivers, two, with speed. That is all they needed. Like, if you're mad about the draft for some reason, I don't know why you would be. Go back and watch 3 games of the Eagles in 2019 after Deshaun Jackson got injured. I will tell you will suffocate on long drives, stalling on third down, zero explosive plays, and you will love these picks that the Eagles had.
I'll add this, and I think this is extremely important as well. Thomas hit it right on the head there, in terms of needing speed. But if you look at what the team needed, they looked old last year. I think it wasn't just Steve. They needed an infusion of young talent, and in this draft, they're going to have 10 rookies, 10 rookie players that could really come in and either be depth pieces. They could come in and start. There's a lot of different molds for each particular player. Rager's a plug and play day one. I think Kevon Wallace is a similar style. Sean Bradley could use a week or two or a year of sitting on the bench and learning, but even at the same time, he could come in and play. 10 guys. That's exactly what the team needed. They needed that infusion of young talent, and they absolutely nailed it.
Do you think after all this, we're going to be looking at this draft and thinking to ourselves, this started horribly, but it ended up being one of our stronger drafts?
Very well could. Very well could.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm a little bit curious because, Nick, you've been on my mind the entire day, and I've seen I've had guys in my mentions ever since I posted that video about trying to justify, not trying to justify, trying to make sense of the selection of Hurts yesterday. Like, I woke up to just about 300 comments and private messages of people screaming at me for trying to make sense of that pick. And now the day has gone by, and we've gotten better at O-line, safety, wide receiver, and we got Jalen Hurts, obviously. Now, the process of getting to the point that we're at, I did not like. I don't think that you should, like everyone else, I don't think it should have happened in the second round. But I might as well have looked at K'Wan Wallace as the guy you could have picked in the second round, and then you gotten Jalen Hurts later. So that helps the process. But obviously, you didn't know that at the time. I'm just wondering, Nick, where you're at, because you were one of my concerns that you would have a heart attack later.
I gotta be honest, and for the beginning of day 3, I woke up and I was still pissed off. I was really pissed off because they could have taken a corner. They could have had an edge rusher. They could have done so many things, and Jalen Hurts would have been there in round 3. The Patriots and Ravens, 2 teams that could have potentially got him, were announced to say that they weren't in the talks for him at all. They weren't going to take him even during round 3. This was going to be a round 4 pick for them. Right. That's why I was really pissed off about this. But then, and you said it perfectly, it was they got an extra receiver in Hightower. They even triple dipped, quadruple dipped if you add in Marquise Gooden. So to me, it was like, okay, the one need is receiver. Check. You need some secondary help? Well, you got it in K'Van Wallace. Check. Offensive line, you needed depth. You got 2 really solid depth pieces. Check. And then you say, okay, well, we could use a couple linebackers. Check. You got 2 of them. When was the last time we saw the Eagles draft 2 linebackers in the same draft?
Real quick, 2 players went back to back. KJ Hill was taken, and then my corner was taken by
Stanley?
The Panthers. Yeah, Stanley Thomas Oliver, my corner that
it was him. I just remembered you talked about him at some point. I didn't see.
Thomas, how much caffeine have you had this morning?
I mean, we're right. We're actually prior to midnight in Denmark. I am widely awake right now.
So really quickly as well, Chicken Permission has donated another $5. Bless you. Again, thank you so much for that. He's also done it with, those memes of the brains getting bigger and bigger and bigger and galaxy brain. Yeah.
Right.
He said, wait, I just had some clarity. Did they draft Hurts to develop these receivers in practice?
I mean, that's next level thinking.
I mean,
I give the credit to that. It sounds cool.
That's next level big brain. I mean, that's more than I could think of right now. That's going to play into it.
What was the question again? What did he say? Sorry?
Do you think that Jalen Hurts was drafted to help develop the receivers they've drafted in practice?
I mean, of course, like it's natural. It helps having a really good guy throwing you the balls in practice. I mean, that's going to help everyone. Was that the reason they drafted him? No, by no means. But of course, that's just an added benefit of having more guys who can throw the ball well in practice.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick heads up as well. We've got a player bio through for Kes Watkins, courtesy of the lovely Eagles PR team, who must be firing on all cylinders right now. You think we've got it bad? Like they must be, flying across the shelves. In 35 games, had 2,204 yards on 159 catches, second in program history, and 17 touchdowns. All Conference USA first team recognition for pacing the conference in... I haven't seen that phrasing before. Pacing the conference in receiving yards. I'm going to use that next article. Tallied 1,100 yards, we knew that. Led the team with 19 plays of 20 or more yards. That's probably the one we want to circle, right? That's the big deep threat one.
What?
So yeah, he led the team with 19 plays of 20 plus yards.
Who did?
Kes Watkins.
Oh, right. Yeah, that'll make sense.
Oh, Deegan's dropped it again. Okay.
All verticals. Carson, throw the ball as far as you can. Whichever receiver gets there first makes the catch.
Right. I mean, they're going to have this thing in practice where they just line up all the wide receivers on a line. They just run straight down the field, and Carson and Hurts are going to throw deep balls, and we'll see who catches them. And the ones who catch them, they get to go in the shower first.
This is gonna be night and day from last season. Like with the new offensive coaches, with the infusion of young talent, with the speed that they brought in. If we're still seeing the 15-play, 75-yard drive that ends in a field goal, I'm going to be stunned because there's so much speed on this roster.
Right. Can we just take a time to recognize all the picks that are being made right now, all the steals that are going on? I know we already mentioned KJ Hill and Stanley, but Ravens also got Geno Stone.
Yeah,
in the seventh round. 49ers got Juwan Jennings, also a great guy right there. Eno Benjamin was drafted by Arizona by Cardinals.
Yeah,
like Eno was not a favorite running back of mine by no means, but in the seventh round, that is a good spot to get him. Also, a sleeper for the last pick for the Eagles that I mentioned. We've been talking running back a lot. Now, I don't know if they're scared away a little bit of using draft picks on running backs, considering how successful they've been with undrafted free agents. And, they got in Boston Scott for nothing. They got in Elijah Holyfield for nothing. And we already discussed him a lot. But a guy like JaMychal Hasty, still on the board, one of my favorites. Everyone else on my running back board is gone, basically. And JaMychal is the guy left. I know he's been looked past a lot, and he could be a priority free agent as well if they want to go in that direction.
What are we thinking about Patrick Taylor Jr.?
That's one at Memphis, isn't it? Yeah, I'd be down for it. Yeah, I think that'd be a good schematic fit for them for sure. It's weird. There's definitely a few guys now left on the board, but at this point, let's remember 7th round picks in the Eagles last year was traded away for Hassan Ridgeway, which I think may have been one of their best pieces of business that entire offseason. Ridgeway, before he got injured, went through a phase of being really, really productive, and now you've got a guaranteed DT4 alongside Hargrave and Malik Jackson, sorry. So the year before that, obviously the 7th round pick was Jordan Mailata. So there's a bit of a history of these picks being used in a bit of a creative way from Howie Roseman, and I would not expect there to be too much difference this time around. Is there a late sleeper that's on the board that you like here, Thomas?
I kind of lost track a little bit of everything that has been taken. So Trey Adams, if they want to triple dip on quality depth on the offensive line, is a guy. Derek Tuska, I believe, has not been taken yet. North Dakota State edge rusher.
I've been calling him Zucker like an idiot all game, for God's sake.
You might as well be right. That is simply.
I don't know. No, we've established that after AJ Espresso that I should not ever say players' names again.
Epanasa, I thought they were something like that.
Yeah,
so,
I got that.
So the top remaining guys I have, Jermichael Hasty, I have a 3rd round grade on him. Trey Adams, offensive tackle, have a 4th round on him. Derek Tuska, edge, 5th round grade on him. Like, the thing with Derek Tuska that excites me a lot, and the thing that really he's got going for him is his coordination to win on the outside and on the edge, and that is something that not a lot of players, especially edge rushers, some linebackers have been able to do it, especially Team Davis Gaither, to win on the edge and to coordinate a solid punch to get the offensive tackle's hands away, a dip to get to the edge, and remaining on the dip and keep driving the legs to not get pushed away by the offensive tackles once you win the edge, and then actually finishing the play and sacking the quarterback. That is something that Derek Tuska does extremely well. Now, he has issues and flaws all over the place aside of that, and that is why he's still available. He is a liability in the run game. He basically doesn't have any moves aside from the edge, but that is also the toughest part of playing the edge position, hence why I think that he could be a late round flyer.
Yeah, I've got a question here as well. Stay Pasty says, should we get edge rusher or CB? It depends who's there and who the Eagles like. I think a lot of people are saying Lamar Jackson. Again, not the elite quarterback. We're talking the cornerback from, is it Nebraska? Is he from
I believe so.
Yeah. I think the thing is with that for me, if you've got Rasul Douglas who hasn't been moved, you're getting Rasul Douglas 2.0, but a lot rawer. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be about it. So the next 2 picks are interesting though, because obviously Chicago traded with the Eagles. I believe one of those picks. No, it wasn't. Never mind. Ignore that. My head's gone.
Yes, it was.
Was it
227? 227 was the trade.
Oh, okay. We move. Jordan Love going to Miami. No, he's not. Is he? No. Ridgeway trade last year was a great move. Bang. I agree with you, Miguel Villanueva. Now, there was someone else asked me a question a minute ago. Connie said, Liam, what if the Ravens have 2 Lamar Jacksons? I'll be for it. I mean, I don't think they need any. They need something to go a bit wrong. At least have that. If to be fair, if the Ravens' confusion in their draft is we've got 2 Lamar Jacksons and ours is we've drafted a quarterback in the 2nd round, and it's contextual, isn't it? Let's see what else you guys are saying. So many edge rushers to choose from, and yeah, this is the other thing to bear in mind. And I said this the other day. The Eagles typically pay their undrafted guys very, very handsomely. They do go after the cream of the crop undrafted free agents. I mean, like Nate Herbig, I believe, was one of the highest paid guys last year. And there have been a few that have followed that suit. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see them just kind of take a flyer here, or even trade it like they did for Ridgeway, and then just go all in on and spending those resources on the undrafted crop. Because there's a lot of big names that are going to slip through the cracks here.
Right. Another sleeper for the Eagles here at the end. So obviously, cornerback is a position that's been mentioned. I think Eagles are too high on Sidney Jones and Crayvon LeBlanc and Avonte Maddox to give up on them as their to lock up the 2nd cornerback spot and give one of those guys a chance to win that going forward before they start getting high picks to take over that position. At least, you'd assume that's the strategy since they didn't draft the cornerback high. Drafting a quarterback now would make no sense to me because he would simply just be a body on the roster, and they have say that both Jones, LeBlanc, and Maddox don't pay off, then what do you have him for, and what would you use another body there for? So tight end is something that has not been addressed, and to the tight end 3 position that Eagles usually like to have on the roster, right now we do have the guy. The guy from last year was basically a receiver. Help me out here, guys. Josh Perkins, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at a guy like Thaddeus Moss, one of the best blockers of the tight end class. He's got great hands. He didn't drop a single pass in his only season of playing. He only played in 2019. He's got no speed whatsoever. He's got no downfield separation. But he can do things that you want from your tight end 3, and to go in sub packages and goal line situations where you don't necessarily have to sub in an O-line to make everything obvious and limit yourself in the passing game. I could see Thaddeus Moss being a guy you'd take there with the seventh round. Sorry.
He's been mentioned a few times in the chat today as well, Thaddeus Moss.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of people have been
those guys are smart as hell too. So.
Well, hey, they're our audience, of course they are.
went to high school and like 10 minutes away from my house.
Oh, that's cool. Also, he was featured in the Get the Gat video after LSU won the championship, and I promised I need somebody from that video on the Eagles roster. I love that roster. I can't get it on the video. I can't get it on my head.
Oh man, it's crazy.
There's 1, 2, 3. There's 6 picks before the Eagles pick now.
Can I afford a toilet break?
Oh yeah, you got plenty of time. They're taking a while.
Fly the flag, boys. Fly the flag.
See, when you were talking tight ends, I was thinking Hunter Bryant.
There we go.
What's that?
So when you were talking tight ends, I was thinking Hunter Bryant from Washington.
Hunter Bryant is a good one too. I mean, that could actually be. I think he was rated pretty highly. I think isn't Hunter Bryant the guy who's basically built like a tight end, a wide receiver? Sorry.
Yeah, like he does show he's more of a receiving wide receiver.
Right. I think that's what he got knocked a little bit for. That they're saying like, is he actually a tight end? But
yeah, he is a tight end.
I think it could make sense because he's got speed. And what's the theme of the day been, right?
Well, that's true, but my only thing is, okay, so you got Goddard, who he can receive passes, but he's also the blocking tight end.
Oh yeah, he is the blocking tight end.
Right. So if you bring in another guy who's being a receiving tight end, that's kind of going to split the difference. I would think that this tight end right here is from Washington is going to end up kind of filling in that role that Ertz does.
Right. Yeah, I think obviously it's going to be a situational thing, but I would not be against taking Hunter Bryant, just because Eagles have a focus on speed. Like Hunter Bryant would bring the speed that they don't have with Goddard and Ertz. Like he's faster than both of those guys, so that's definitely like a complementary piece to them. If they believe that they have the blocking they need from Goddard and Ertz, like I know I was frustrated a lot with Ertz on some of the blocking concepts they had last year because him on an end is just not a good idea, and it can blow up in your face.
That's never a good idea.
It's never a good idea, right? Exactly. But I would like the way they're lining up their offense right now, and it looks like the philosophy they want to go with in 2020 is just speed. So then Hunter Bryant would be a good pick to go with there. So a guy in the chat here, Tomic 3031 said Derek Tuska is the new Joe Osment without the bad knee, and I like that comparison because that's what Joe Osment had working for him as well, was the outside, like the ability to win downfield on the edge. I think that's a good comparison.
Look, I get that a lot, but I don't see defensive end and edge rusher as much of a need as people think. I like what I saw from Sweat last year, and then you pair him with Barnett and Graham and the interior pass rushers, and I like that. I just think how we spent so much on defense and free agency,
right,
all the moves they made on defense, that this was going to be the predominant offensive draft. So to me, if they take another offensive lineman, if they take another offensive lineman or even like the tight end as we're talking about, I think it's a perfect off-season in terms of filling the needs that they needed as opposed to just getting as well as best player available.
Of 9 picks, only 2 have been on defense.
Just jumping back in 10. Straight up, Joseph Harris, has donated $10 again. I know, Joseph, you've donated a couple times already. Thank you so much. Again, like from all of us here, the fact there are even so many of you watching this, let alone kind enough to donate your money, means everything. He says, did the Eagles surpass the Cowgirls wide receiver corps with speed and size? Very good question. Because maybe not receiving prowess, but in terms of speed, like...
Speed, yes, but not in terms of talent. The Cowboys have a top 5 receiving corps in the NFL now. Like, that's not...
Yeah.
Our receiving corps, we could grow into it being a top 5 receiving corps, but with Alshon not playing... With Deshaun being an injury prone, with Goodwin being injury prone, there's still uncertainty, but they still answer the issues at hand.
Sure. No, that's understandable. Liam, who do you think we should get? Benjamin Victor or Lamar? Oh, that's hard. I like Lamar Jackson, but he wouldn't be a fit in the Eagles. That's the thing. I love Lamar Jackson. I think he's a great little cornerback, but it's not an Eagles fit. Like, if Rasul Douglas can't see the field, Lamar Jackson won't. That's what I perceive to be, at least. I could be wrong on that, but I mean, I think they're too similar in terms of players. Benjamin Victor, I like, but again, at this stage, when you've had that many already. Nick1 says, Liam, any chance the Eagles still try to trade for Ngakoue before the season starts? Maybe a package including Olshon and Douglas. I mean, the second you're getting rid of Olshon, it's really hard. Like, again, you've got to convince a general manager that, hey, not only is this guy coming off of two injury seasons, essentially. He had the shoulder he had the rotator cuff in 2017, was alright 2018, wasn't he? And then 2019, obviously, had the injury. But he's been noticed to have a traumatic drop in production last year. Significant questions about effort, and then all the off-field stuff. And you've got to go to a GM and say, yeah, you want this guy because, you know, in exchange for Ngakoue or whoever, he's really good and we've guaranteed his salary, so you have to pay it. Like, it's really hard to swing that. So, I don't know. I can't see Olshon being moved. Yannick's not helping himself by going on Twitter rants with the owner. That doesn't help anyone. And especially teams looking for less of a diva and more of a road grader. Not great. Not a great look at all. So, who knows? It's a very messy situation. I know the Eagles have done their intel on it. I don't think they'll go any further from what I've been told. I mean, there have been a couple different murmurs from different places, but as far as I've been made aware, they had a look, price wasn't right, and that was that. And there's been the occasional peek around ever since, as there naturally would be with a player of that caliber, but nothing serious. There have been reports that have said otherwise. I find those a little bit trickier to fully understand the leverage of the situation. That's all. Not saying it haven't happened. It's just from my looking at it, it's a tricky thing for the Eagles to go in there wanting it. I mean, however, with that said, if they come out of this draft without a defensive end, you can make the argument that there is a bit of a need to go, all right, look, we've got a draft, we've done X, Y, and Z, we've solidified the receivers. The only real need we have is an edge rusher for the future, because we don't know what we've got in Barnett. BG won't be here forever, and we've, Sweat and Miller. Like, I understand that, but the leverage of that trade, Deshaun Hall again. But the fact that he outplayed Sharif Miller in preseason was worrying in itself. So
I was gonna say Josh Sweat actually looked pretty good this past year.
Sweat had some nice flashes. I know Thomas has been quite high on Josh Sweat as well.
Josh Sweat is the shit. Just go. Can I real quick? Go back to what Nick real said? Because Nick brought up a great point that Eagles are set on defensive end like for this season. So whatever you'll be drafting right now would be kind of like in the Sharif Miller sort of area where you just get a guy to see what he is, and is it someone that could could he be something down the line? Is it just a wasted pick on his own? And that's where I think Derek Tuska would be optimal, because he's from North Dakota State. That could be nothing. It could be something. Take a flyer. Depends if they want something that they can use. And if they want something like that, I think tight end would be a way to look. And then I think that either Moss or Bryant would be immediate contributors in the situational roles.
Very fair. I mean, it's hard. I want to be high on Miller. I want to be high on him, but my problem is, and I think we've had this conversation before, Thomas, was that coming out of college and you look at the film, like when I made the film room, I was immediately drawn to Yetur Gross-Matos, which is, it feels weird saying it now. I'm not saying Yetur Gross-Matos, which sounds better to me. But I was drawn to him, and Miller didn't do anything for me. And then he didn't do anything at all in the preseason, and he didn't do anything outside of 2 special team snaps, which I would love to go and find, just for context purposes. It's like now they've changed defensive line coach. Okay, that's important to note. The Eagles have changed wide receiver coach. That's important to note. Anywhere where those concerns have been leveraged, like, you've now got to look at it from a perspective of, okay, fine, but we have to kind of eradicate that 2019. Now, let's forget whatever Mike Gray was making JJ Arthega-Whiteside do. Let's forget about Sharif Miller's lack of development, who came out of college with only a bull rush. That was my main knock. There's nothing else. It's bull rush or, that didn't work, I'll stand here. That was it. There was nothing else to it. When it works, brilliant. A very explosive pass rusher. When it doesn't, there isn't one. So I'd like to think that with a new defensive line coach in town, with a new secondary coach in town, with a new wide receiver coach in town, that these players have been drafted into a situation where they can thrive. And if they do take a risk on a 7th round defensive end, if he ends up within a year playing more than 2 special team snaps, that's a win for me. That's an immediate upgrade over whatever the hell happened last year with Sharif Miller, and probably a testament that maybe there was some stuff in terms of development on the back end that needed addressing.
Right.
Someone who is not going to be your
All right, so can I just get your guys' assessment on Sean Bradley real quick? I've been a bit a Debbie Downer on him for a long time. I'd like to get some other inputs if you guys have any.
Look, interior linebacker, Sean Bradley. Interior linebacker, is he going to start right away? Probably not. And if you add in Nigel Bradham, I think that'll help him along the way just learning the defense. But I don't see it as that big of a problem. You get some extra linebackers. He's young. He's got a lot of upside. I don't see a problem with the pick.
My only concern is I hear that he's a pretty inconsistent tackler, which at linebackers, to me, is quite frankly one of the few things you're supposed to be consistent on. Besides that, he's a fast linebacker and it matches with, the whole theme of the draft. And I don't think he's going to be starting, in his first year. I think we'll get some time. I think we'll get some shifts in there, probably just rotating in with other linebackers. But that's kind of where I land on him. Like I think he's a B pick at that position at that time in the draft, and that's really all. It's really all that's there. Like I don't see him coming in and making a big impact immediately. He's a project middle linebacker, I think.
Yeah.
Right, we're 2 picks away, boys, from what may be the end of an era. This feels like we have literally gone through the 24 hours of Le Mans in every sense of it. It has been grueling at times, it has been upsetting, it's been stressful, and we have had some of the best memories I've ever had with Philly Sports Network. Like, it's that simple. Like, you guys have made this incredible. We'll save the stop for the end. We're 2 picks away from a very, very eventful draft coming to a close. Now, Stay Pasty has asked another question. It said, I'm sorry for so many. Don't be sorry, that's why you're here. We love answering your questions. Do you think Goodwin is injury prone enough to have a negative effect on us for the coming years? It's worth concerning. I mean, but I think Nick has made the best point with this, in that all you've done is move back a pick to get him. You've switched picks and you get the player for free. It's like, I put it this way: if you're walking around the street and a new bakery opens and there's someone standing outside handing you free cookies to test, if that cookie tastes like bleach, it's a free cookie. You don't care. You don't have to do anything for it. You're just getting free food. So maybe that's why I get ill so much. But I think that mentality is like, if it is a problem, this isn't a player that should be seen as, oh, this is now our wide receiver 2, this is a guy we can buy on the back of jerseys. It's someone that's there for competitive depth and probably to bring the best and some of those traits out of a guy like Kes Watkins or like John Hightower, that you need the development. And I think that it does fill a bit of a void in this team. But if the injury does become a thing, they've now got 2 very fast receivers in Watkins and Hightower to immediately step up. So if he goes down, he goes down. It's not like, oh, we've traded a 3rd round pick for that. All that you lose really is the salary, which is a bit of a pain. But if he does go up in terms of incremental value, you just trade him the next season when your receivers are ready. So that would be the way I look at it. Any other thoughts on that, Thomas? I mean, I haven't asked you about Goodwin yet. What are your thoughts on that?
I love Goodwin. I've loved Goodwin ever since he came out, and I loved him even more after the game where he caught that long touchdown and dropped down to his knees and cried. Like, I've just had a soft spot for that guy ever since that game, and that was just a special moment. And I know he doesn't have the production to make up for his speed. I think we see that with a lot of guys.
He goes around the clock.
It's kind of like John Ross, right? Someone who's fast but doesn't really get the production. I love the pick just because you get all these rookies in who are fast, and now you have Deshaun Jackson and Marquise Goodwin to teach them all up.
Yeah, here we go then. So the Eagles are on the clock for maybe, it probably won't be the last time today. They'll get a 7th round pick out of somewhere. But I expect them to leverage this. I feel like a trade may be coming. But guys, one more time, let us know in the comments who you think the Eagles are taking with this pick. Let us know. Here we are. This is the last time we'll get to do it. So one last dance together. All of us in the chat, drop your picks in. Let us know. Leave a like if you haven't already. Welcome to Philly Sports Network. If you're new, if you're coming in for the big finale, thank you for taking time out of your day to join us. If you can hit that subscribe button and you haven't already, that would be fantastic. But let's see what the Birds have got up their sleeve. There's one more pick in this draft. What position are we feeling?
Tight end.
Tight end.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we already got the center figured out. Corner we're good on. Yeah, tight end.
I'm getting sold on having this Thaddeus Moss, Dallas Goedert in short yard situation where you want to go either play action, have two guys with safe pairs of hands, and you can have those guys in blocking instead of fat O linemen. So I'm kind of digging that thought right now.
Pick is in.
Here we go.
This was quick too. That was quick.
They're gonna go cornerback or something that we.
I can see it being like a Lamar Jackson or someone like that. Let's see the picks in. The chat's going off. Let's go one more time. Just lose it in the chat. Let's have it. Let's go wild. Let's enjoy this moment together one last time before we recap the draft and put a nice little bow on it.
It's gonna be a cornerback, isn't it?
I could see it.
Yeah, just because.
Give me the tight end.
Oh, I don't know. At this point,
literally any tight end.
The best bit of the draft has happened. Like you'll hear, it's just like getting a toy in the Happy Meal. Like it's nice, you know.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Casey Dewhill, edge rusher from Stanford.
Is that the pick?
Yeah, defensive end. Okay.
Nice. I had a feeling it would be. Is it 2-0?
Dewhill, I guess.
Yeah. Is that not a bit weird with Jannard Avery? Are they not very similar?
Well, he's an edge rusher. He's being played as an edge rusher.
I thought he was like an outside line backer. I don't know. All right, okay. Is that another Temple guy as well?
No, Stanford.
Oh, Stanford. Oh, okay, my bad. Color red, isn't it? Okay, Thomas. Have you scouted this guy? Any thoughts on him?
I think I saw one game of him. He's kind of similar to Derek Tuska in the way that they win. Like the same things you can check off with them. They have good burst off the line. Like they're fast in their get-offs. And what he can win with is his bend. Like he wins because he has a good get-off, and then he gets to the edge quickly, bends underneath the offensive tackle, and that is usually how he gets his thing. He has nothing going otherwise than that. I mean, it's really uninspiring to look at. He's kind of awkward a little bit when he's moving, and a lot of his production, from what I can see, has been on stunts and stuff like that. I did note a lot about this guy. Obviously, this is one we're going to have to look a little bit deeper at because obviously at this point, there are going to be guys that we don't know a lot about.
Yeah, that's the nature of the draft, isn't it? Interesting though. Okay, I
will guess. All right, I'm going to look at whatever athlete he is, and I will bet you he's one of the top 40-yard dash people that were in the
whatever could you be using to make that assessment?
4.640.
Right.
So I already looked at that, and I was waiting for you to say that. 4.6. We have the quickest.
The brother had a 39 vertical.
Wow.
So that is why we got him. Say no more. That's why we got Casey.
We could have got the fastest center. I would have not been heartbroken.
Speed.
Oh my goodness! All right, I'm just gonna look at that. So looking at mock draftable, he's got 92nd broad jump percentile. He's got 91st percentile vertical jump. He's in the 75th percentile 40-yard dash. Is that as a linebacker or as an edge? I think that is as a linebacker. So that is not listed among the edge rushers. That listed among all the linebackers. To keep that in mind. Arm length 87th percentile. Height 93rd percentile. Weight 85th percentile. He's a big guy, athlete. I guess we know why they got him.
Steve really commented in our chat, really good pass rusher, stood out at the East-West Shrine game.
Oh, that is always good to know.
Listen, guys, I'm going to duck out in a couple minutes just because it's been a while and I need to eat and I make dinner.
That's okay. No worries. I will quickly write the article on this. Are you sticking around for a little bit, Eric?
Yeah, I'll stick around.
Okay.
All right, that's good. You will right the ship. I will be off to do some tape stuff real quick.
Okay. Right. So I need. Okay. I don't want to end it here though. Not like this. I've got to go write the article. All right. What we'll do then, if that's the case,
I can be back in. I can be back in 5-10 minutes. Just give me just keep it going a little bit. I can finish it all off.
I'll say this though as one of my closing points. This draft started off really shoddy, and there were definite concerns. But I got to be honest, this was about as solid a draft as you could hope for, with everything involved and everything taken into consideration. The team needed speed, and boy, did they answer. The team needed an infusion of young talent, and boy, did they answer that again. There's a lot to like about this draft class, a lot of potential, a lot of upside, and a lot of players. We knew that this draft class in total was really talented, and it was just a matter of who was going to fall to them at which position. The Eagles really solidified a lot of key pieces, and I'll just add one thing. The linebacker position we thought wasn't valued on this team. They spent 3 draft picks on linebackers this year. Now, granted, one of them is probably a defensive end. I get it. But listing as linebackers, they spent 3 picks on them, 3 picks at wide receiver. That is great to hear. This team, it's a really solid draft. I'm really impressed with what they've done.
Right, we're making an executive decision then while we're all here, because I've got to go and obviously write the recap and do a couple other written bits, and then maybe get a video out tonight based on, every pick so far. Guys, the first thing I would say, make sure you stay, if you're dipping now, stay locked into phillysportsnetwork.com, because there will be a flurry of written content between now and the next week on everything you could possibly need to know about these prospects. If you're going to stay around for a little bit, I'm going to cry now, and I hope no one's on Skype to see it. I know Thomas said he's going and Nick might, so hopefully they're not. This genuinely, it has been, I can feel it already, it's been 3 days, okay? Let me go and look at the stats for this, because this needs context. I mean this in every sense of the word. Give me 2 minutes, alright, to be a bit soppy with you here. If I go onto our videos, I need to work out how long I've been. So the plan was I wasn't going to be in today's stream. I was going to be in yesterday's stream. I was trying to rotate round and get all the guys on and do as much as we can. And instead, we've ended up with pretty much close to 20 hours of live stream over the last 3 days, which is mad. And we wouldn't do this without you guys. The fact that this is on somehow 1,000 likes, and you've got 436 of us watching in round 7 of the NFL draft, it's crazy. Like I said before, we set this up with the intent to bring something different. I could have easily did what we did last year, which was just videos for every player and articles for every player. I wanted to bring the community together, and the fact that so many of you didn't just watch it day 1, but you came back for day 2, and you came back for day 3, and you were constantly engaging with us and giving us sassy comments and questions and donating money. Like, this is the biggest thing we've ever done. And it's demanded, I think, blood, sweat and tears. Like, literally, my finger died. And a lack of sleep. But I absolutely adore every single one of you. And I want to give a massive thank you, first of all, to Nick, to Thomas, to Eric, to Brian, to Chris, to everyone that has joined our live stream over the last few days, because we would have not had this without them. I couldn't do this on my own. There is no way I could do this on my own. And I hope that those guys have had as much fun as me, because it has been an absolute journey and a half. And finally, to you lot, the chat, we never came up with a group name for you, so we will just call you PSN Season as a collective for now. I am so humbled and grateful for the fact that there are so many of you here watching this every single day.
Should we take a quick round of questions just for people, just to finish it all off?
I do got to get going though, guys. So thank you for letting me jump on. Talk to you guys later.
No worries, man. I'll say we can do another one, just because I've got to go and do that instant piece. But yeah, I could not be more thankful for the support on this stream. It has been unbelievable. And I said this earlier in the day as well, but this is what makes Philly Sports Network so special, in the way that you don't see other blogs do this. You don't see other outlets, other networks, other sites, other people come together in this way to enjoy a story like this, and to enjoy a 3-day event. And in a time of social distancing where we're all alone, you've made us feel like a family and more together than, I think probably some of us ever have in a long time. And this stream wouldn't have been possible without you. Like, you made this happen. You made this what it is. We're just here talking about the Eagles, okay? You and your questions and your dedication and your passion made this happen. So just thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I'm gonna try not to get too emotional, but that's
too late.
Too late. It's I'm blown away, man. Where can we follow you guys? Okay, Joseph, you can follow me. All the social medias in the bottom right corner in that little square. My Twitter is at Liam Jenkins PSN. Thomas is at ThomasRP93, I believe.
Right, and I just want to quickly promote my YouTube channel as well. That's where all the breakdowns are going to go. They're going to be in the PSN articles as well. Made a YouTube channel. It's a sub channel to the PSN thing. Everything there related to Philly Sports Network. It's called Breaking the Birds on YouTube. Everything's going to be on the Twitter anyways. You just follow me there. It's going to go there naturally.
Absolutely. And Eric, what's your Twitter for people to go and follow you?
Yeah, so it's Eric Reese, and that's REESE PSN. So Eric Reese PSN on Twitter. And we'll have Flyers Zoom rooms. We'll have probably a Flyers NFL draft. NHL draft. Just like this NFL draft coverage that we had here. So this was fantastic, and just going to be more content on the way across all the Philly sports.
Yeah, and just one last thing for me as well is that this is where the tears are going to come now. But this last month or so, I reckon especially, it's been very stressful. I know maybe Thomas and Eric are probably going to be aware, but our website, phillysportsnetwork.com, our YouTube channel, obviously this is, it's becoming careers for us. Like, I'm lucky to do it full time. We're at a point where we're trying to get people into full-time roles. The pandemic and the result it has on advertising has been huge, and as it is for every local business in the world, where it's a little bit unstable at times, and it's been stressful. Like, I'm not really, whatever happens outcome wise, but the biggest thing was stress and mental health, and I think overloading myself and trying to do way too much. The fact that this stream has been the best thing to happen. Like, I can't explain how much positivity you've brought to PSN this week. I genuinely can't put it into words, and how much it means to me on a personal level, because, again, we just wouldn't be here without you guys. So thank you for taking hours of your day for a national event, which is broadcast on national television, and you go, let's watch it with these guys. Let's watch it with PSN. You've made history. You've done something incredible this week, and I promise you we will have so many more events like this whenever we get the opportunity. So thank you for turning a very stressful and upsetting period for many into one of happiness and joy and a little bit of excitement as well. I'm going to go write this article for you guys. It will be on phillysportsnetwork.com. From myself, Liam Jenkins, from Thomas, from Eric, from Nick, from Chris, from Brian, from everyone, we love you to death. You are absolutely amazing, and we'll see you soon.